From ancient times to the present, the greatest threat to all living things has never been predators, but those who are more exceptional than everyone else. Modern humans are no exception. Whether in studies, love, or work, people are always competing with others to climb higher. Every one of us wants to become the leading figure in our group, respected and admired like royalty wherever we go. Our male lead is named Wang Quan, and he's exactly the kind of absurdly domineering figure. He even has another nickname, Other People's Child, the one parents drag out every day to compare us to. If he goes to work at any company, then in a short time, he will kick that boss right out of the company. But after reaching the top, he feels incredibly lonely and out of place. Whenever people see him come to work, they go pale with fear. Some even run away in panic, too scared to come near him. Who knows how it happened, but real life has become far too boring for him. Our Wang Quan finds a place called the Infinite God Domain, where people possess powers that are ridiculously overpowered. Unfortunately for him, he arrived in this world later than everyone else. As a newbie, he has to face guys who are practically heaven's own sons, people who could beat him senseless. Everyone, let's find out how our Wang Quan uses his extraordinary brain to defeat these bastards. And join him in exploring the mysteries of the extremely mysterious dungeons, full of terrifying traps within the God Domain. The story begins at an ordinary company like any other. Suddenly, a young man in yellow walks in, making everyone break out in cold sweat and gasp in shock. Damn, is that guy the new intern? He worked overtime all night again last night, and now he's going to the boss's office. Don't tell me he finished a whole week's work in one night. For some reason, General Manager Liu trembles like a leaf when he sees him walk in. Damn it, he's here again. What am I supposed to do now? Seeing this, his plump secretary pours him tea to encourage him. General Manager Liu, calm down, calm down. He is only an intern. What do we have to be afraid of? At this moment, he thinks to himself, what damn intern? He is clearly a monster from the director's office. He hasn't even been at this company for half a month, yet he has already kicked out 3 managers. Not only is his workability and efficiency superhuman, he also knows exactly how to deal with people. He is even good at business. Anyone he dislikes even slightly meets a tragic end. Then he clenches his fists and grits his teeth as he says, his performance has attracted a lot of attention from the board. Who knows what day he'll climb over my head and sit in my seat. This is infuriating. In his heart, he is already seething like a mad dog. But outwardly, he still has to keep acting, otherwise he would lose face. You're absolutely right. How could a little brat make me, General Manager Liu, afraid? I worked hard for over 10 years to climb to this position. Now I'm a big boss. There's no way I could be afraid of some snot-nosed kid. The moment he finishes speaking, Wang Quan walks in. Then he hands General Manager Liu a stack of documents and says, I came to report this week's work. Boss, please accept it so I can go have a nice coffee. General Manager Liu and the secretary are struck dumb as if hit by lightning. What the hell? I gave him a week's worth of work, and he finished it in one night? Is he messing with me? And true to his word, he immediately asks 2 beautiful girls out for coffee and chatting. As he picks up his drink with a smug look, he thinks to himself, I didn't expect that old General Manager Liu to lose to me so quickly. His company has already started becoming boring to me. Maybe I should switch to another company. He sits there lost in thought without saying a word, yet the 2 women beside him laugh like crazy. What nonsense! I guess if you're handsome, everything you do is right. Suddenly, a notification appears on his phone. Hey, Bang Quan, I have a very interesting playground for you. I guarantee you'll like it. He opens it to take a look and is extremely surprised. An attribute panel appears before his eyes. All his stats are above average, and one attribute, his combat ability, has reached a terrifying 120%. The system continues notifying him. Based on the evaluation, you are very suited to participate in the competition of the world's strongest. Before our Wang Quan can even understand what he is looking at, he is sucked into an incredibly bizarre space, startling him badly. What the hell is this? What is happening to me? Suddenly, a very beautiful and lively little girl with blonde hair and purple eyes appears and greets him. Welcome, players, to this life and death game. This is the Infinite God Domain. Only those who are truly talented and chosen may participate. In the first round, you may escape the life and death game. Players will enter a dungeon of the infinite simulated world to carry out missions, including the co-op dungeon, Demon Dragon World, the faction dungeon, Ninth Personality, and the confrontation dungeon, Glory of Kings. Depending on the different mission requirements, You will cooperate, compete, or fight against one another. You may even kill one another. Your accounts are extremely rare, and only a few people selected through an extremely strict process are qualified to participate in the game. You're the newcomers admitted to this assessment. Wong Quan bites a glowing leaf and thinks, damn, it feels this real? Even with all existing knowledge, creating a world like this might not be possible. This technology was truly developed with serious investment. After hearing this, the chosen ones start cursing all over the place. Are you people really this bored? I don't care about being chosen or any competition. I was taking a nap and you dragged me here. Hurry up and let me go back so I can keep reading my comics. Our Wong Quan continues analyzing. The others also seem to have been suddenly pulled in without any prior notice. The way this game operates is really nasty. Then he raises his hand to speak. Hey, goddess big sister, can I ask a little more? Being praised by a handsome guy makes her so happy, she practically drools. Ahihi, of course, but I'm not a goddess or anything. I'm only a veteran player. Guiding newcomers through the assessment is one of my missions in the game. He smiles happily and replies, ha ha ha, then you're our senior. Hello, senior. May I ask, if I fail the assessment, will I be kicked out of the game? She immediately replies, this is a life and death game. Of course you cannot escape. From the moment everyone logs into this game, your old world no longer has anything to do with you. In this world, players can only return to their own personal space to rest. That is the place where you are standing right now. He does not really believe it, so he reaches out to touch it. The moment he does, he is blocked by an invisible wall. Damn, so it really is an independent design. But why is the space here so small and cramped? The treatment in this game is kind of shabby. At this moment, the blonde girl continues. However, you do not need to worry too much. Not all dungeons are fatal. For example, even if you fail this time, your first reward will still be determined based on your performance. Through the points obtained from rewards, you can expand your personal space in exchange for rights in reality. Later, you can even build your own paradise. And most importantly, this place will make you stronger with countless pieces of technological equipment, various supernatural abilities, followers, items, and even extra lives. It can be said that everything in this world is incredibly magical. In an infinite world, you can exchange for everything you desire and move closer to the extraordinary. At this moment, thousands of dazzling golden cards appear before Wong Quan's eyes, just like those game ads on Facebook. As for what the game is actually like after entering, who knows? Ha ha ha. He is completely overwhelmed just looking at them. Then she continues, oh, right, all of these are A-rank rewards. Even I do not possess them yet. I'm only showing them to you first as motivation. Ahi. Suddenly, 3 pitch-black cards appear before him, snapping him right out his high. Damn, are these the newbie gifts? Right now, there are only 3 lousy F-rank abilities. But since he has only just entered, he has no choice but to accept them. Among them are 1 equipment card, 1 skill card, and 1 item card, mainly to help you quickly get used to the combat methods of this supernatural world. Skills can be learned directly. Equipment and items will be placed in the character's inventory. You can view the specific information on your own data interface. The moment our Wong Quan touches the lightning card, he is extremely surprised. Damn, this is amazing. I can learn a skill this quickly? So this is a supernatural ability. This place really is interesting. After speaking, she points to the sky and announces, then now, everyone, please begin. The look on Wong Quan's face is extremely excited as he thinks to himself, haha, this is what I've been longing for all this time. My vision has always been far too narrow. Coming to this infinite space, this path toward the extraordinary, is the place where I can truly show myself. Things are going to be very fun from now on. Suddenly, he returns to the real world, snapping him out of his dream. Then the system announces, inspection shows that F-rank player number 223 has logged out. Hearing this, he looks utterly bored and confused. What is this? Why am I back in reality? It clearly said in advance that you can't escape the life and death game. What does logging out mean? Then the system gives him another notification. Player, please reconnect within 10 minutes. Otherwise, the mission will be considered failed. Seeing this, he is dumbfounded. I can use the abilities of the God domain in reality? This is really hard to understand. The scene shifts to inside the God domain. This place is the Block Marshall continent, a fantasy world filled with demons and monsters. Newbie players come here to explore, hunt, and fight monsters, but when you are trapped here, you must quickly understand who the real prey is. The Dwarf Goblin Squad is gradually shrinking your living space, forcing you to show yourself and confront them. Suddenly, the system announces Newbie Assessment Dungeon, Demon Goblins. Main mission, occupy the goblin area. Rewards will grant 0 to 10 bonus points based on completion level. Mission time limit, 1 hour. Points to note, the map may be poisoned by goblins. The Dwarf Goblin Squad will approach us at a steady speed. The positions of the Dwarf Squad will be shown on the map. Players, stay alert. Status buff added, 5-year bronze courage. At this moment, our male lead has already re-entered the game. The system appears. Temporary account 234 has finished loading. Hearing this, he feels extremely strange. Damn, just now I did not actively return at all. The system automatically reconnected me. Sure enough, it does not allow me to completely escape this game. And the extra equipment and accessories I prepared earlier cannot be brought in here either. That really is outrageous. If he were a full set of Special Forces gear, who could even compete? Haha. The old cadre finds it so strange that he thinks this guy must have just taken drugs. Little Wong, what's wrong with you? Do you need to go to the hospital for a checkup? Then, as soon as he enters, he runs into a sickly-looking, green-skinned goblin. Fortunately, it has not discovered him yet. He nervously thinks to himself, damn, I was almost done for. Because I was outside for quite a while, that dwarf squad in the game is already about to attack. If I do not stay on guard within 10 minutes, it really will be too dangerous. I can stay logged out until the game ends, but if I do that, I won't receive many rewards. At this moment, he moves behind the goblin and with an extremely cunning look in his eyes, says, "Hey buddy, come over here and play with me." Before a goblin can even turn around to see what is going on, a powerful Ronaldo-style kick smashes straight into its head, warping its entire mouth. Then he laughs happily. As expected, the newbie mission is far too simple. How could it possibly trouble me? Wong Quan. Goblins are monsters about the size of children. As long as humans control their fear and rely on their own strength, they could defeat them. As for me, I am the chair because I'm definitely not the table. When I was young, I went through extremely harsh military training and trained in combat like a professional soldier. These green little goblins are nowhere near qualified to stand shoulder to shoulder with me. The moment he finishes speaking, an anaconda revolver is pointed straight at his head. In an awkward situation like this, all you need is a bright smile, but our Wong Quan smile looks very strange. A loud bang rings out. Then, unbelievably, he immediately takes off running and escapes. The goblins also jump into vehicles and chase right after him at top speed. Our Wong Quan runs for his life, not daring to look back, and says, "What the hell is this? It's only a newbie map, so why are they fully equipped with all kinds of toys? Mom, save me." The mission is to occupy their territory. It looks more like they're going to butcher me. Occupy what exactly? Then he opens the tool panel and thinks to himself, the mission probably wants me to use supernatural equipment to deal with them. But wait a second, these three are not the same as the ones I was given to start. At this moment, he reacts quickly and immediately uses his super powerful bomb, throwing it straight at the goblins. At the same time, he logs out right in front of their utterly stunned eyes. A loud explosion rings out. Then he logs back in again. Account 235 has logged in. The game is finished loading. He discovers a game loophole and is extremely surprised. Damn, sure enough, if I log out and log back in, I keep my original position. The 3 pieces of equipment I get upon entering are also stacked for me. This is really too unreal. Even used items are the same. Maybe a logged out account is considered dead, so no one has noticed this loophole. But I receive a new assessment whenever I keep logging in again, and every time I get a little stronger. Because temporary accounts are only on the newbie map, this loophole probably only appears here. If I do not make full use of it, I probably will not get another chance. After saying that, he continuously uses the hacked weapons to solo the green goblins all by himself. They're equipped with all kinds of things from tanks to machine guns, but it is all as useless as mosquito bites. They are helpless against our Wong Quan. After that, he uses all kinds of overpowered moves, such as acceleration talismans and rock fist, punching them straight into the sky. And just like that, they are gone for good. He laughs proudly and cheerfully. Haha, I might as well give them a perfect opening performance on the newbie map and make their eyes pop. The scene shifts to another location on the map. At the underground farm, this person is named Tam Vu Kiet, player number 151, and he is healing the wounds of his female teammate. Judging by this, he is definitely a good person. Her name is Vu San, player number 47. At this moment, she has recovered, her face looking extremely lively. Thank you. I have completely recovered now. Is this wound bandage your item? Then what about your injury? What are we going to do? We don't have any more healing items. He is also the type who likes to show off in front of girls. So he turns away, dusts off his hands, and says, how could a few minor wounds like these possibly make me feel pain? At worst, I'll just die and return to the starting point. Don't worry too much. Another player, also his teammate, is named Jung Mak, number 211. He replies, the problem is, who dares to try dying once? We don't know whether we can actually revive in our original personal space. Everything here is hazy and impossible to predict. After hearing this, Tam Vu Kiet also answers worriedly, someone has tried it. One person jumped into the abyss. Another hid at the starting point and was swallowed by poison. But right now, no one can know where they are. Jung Mak frowned and replied, damn, why are they so stupid? This is obviously a beginner map meant to help us get used to things. Why would they go looking for death? Vusan also spoke up at this point. I was suddenly dragged in here, and I was completely panicked. Luckily, you two pulled me along. Otherwise, I would have just stood there waiting to die. Tam Vu Kiet took a drag on his cigarette and continued, what we do now? Killing monsters can also increase the mission completion progress, but those monsters are seriously hard to handle. No matter how we fight them, we'll just get ganged up on and beaten to death. Jung Mak looked at the map and replied, the most important problem isn't that. It's this difficult mission itself. It says we have to occupy the goblins' territory, but the map keeps shrinking over time. That's no different from forcing us toward death. After hearing that, Vu San was deeply shaken. Is that really true? Jung Mak gritted his teeth and continued. Could hiding until time runs out be the best option? The information here is completely lacking. I can't find any clues at all. Tam Vu Kiet now looked utterly fed up and said, do we really have to risk our lives for some nonsense mission like this? This place really is terrifying. Suddenly, Vu San spoke up. Can you two tell me whether we can really return to reality or not? Her question plunged everyone into deep thought. No one knew the answer. Suddenly, a goblin with a delighted look on its face came over with a club, about to attack Vu San. Seeing this, Tam Vu Kiet and Jung Mak immediately took out their weapons, intending to fight back. But their weapons looked like they would only tickle the goblin. So all they could do was fall silent and listen to the sound of despair. Suddenly, our Wong Quan shot past like a bolt of lightning. The goblin was struck and sent flying straight into the sky. It was downright absurd. Vu San froze on the spot when she saw it, thinking some divine being had come to save her. He gave her one cold glance, then flew away. Tam Vu Kiet and Jung Mak were horrified when they saw this. What the hell? Weren't all the players supposed to be hiding like scared puppies? Yet that guy was zipping around as if he were at home. Could it be that he had already found a way to complete the mission, so he was charging straight toward the enemy to attack? I have to follow his example too. Ignoring life and death, I must resolve to fight to the very end. His willpower truly makes me admire him. Jung Mak also added, so he deliberately threw himself into danger to gather more information. Vu San said, someone that capable, charging into battle alone with everything he's got. This person really is incredible. At this moment, our Wong Quan was panting heavily as he opened the system panel and finally pressed stop. Damn it all. The Azure Spirit Boots, wind walking technique, and the other speed boosting combinations made me run like my life depended on it, and I couldn't stop at all. Good thing I didn't crash into a wall or a mountain, or I would have been done for. I have to change this setup. Then he secretly thought to himself, just now while I was on the road, I seem to see the other players standing there in a daze. Time is almost up, but they're still panicking. Looks like they aren't my competitors. Forget them. I've already logged out many times, and I've received all the force level cards. Looks like there are no more cards I can add. My personal storage space is also full, 120 out of 120 items. Even if I throw things all over the ground, I can't get any stronger. Continuing would be meaningless. I have a few abilities and pieces of equipment I like, so I can make do with them for now. Next, I'll fight the boss. Heh. Based on the background and the mission, the map boss this time was something beginner players had absolutely no chance of touching, not even a single hair on its leg. He thought the boss would be ferocious and mighty. Unexpectedly, it was a fat pig of an enemy, and it looked pretty pathetic. Then he looked at the mission to check and discovered that every time he logged in, the mission progress was still 0%. Looks like killing the small monsters is completely meaningless. If I want to obtain the biggest reward on this map, I have no other choice. I have to go straight for the boss. Okay then, I'll end this mission. Right now, once he made up his mind, he immediately rushed down from the mountain straight toward the boss. The system announced, because you suddenly appeared before the enemy in an extremely grand manner, all of your attributes will be strengthened by 10% for the next minute. Hearing this, he laughed happily, then immediately took out a sword and landed on the ground, looking extremely cool, like a superhero riding the wind. Goblin Lord, today is the day you die. The moment he finished speaking, the fat goblin already had a shotgun in its hand, aimed right at his head, and pulled the trigger. On top of that, the gun was painted in an insanely flashy, premium style. But our Wang Quan had already prepared for this. In his hand was a sword called the Bullet Reflecting Blade. It could block the enemy's first attack, then reflect that attack back toward the attacker. The goblin was pretty clever too. Seeing that his attitude was too strange, it became suspicious and stopped pulling the trigger. But he was even more cunning and had already used an accompanying special ability, Forced Discipline, compelling the target to complete the plan it had previously made. At this moment, the goblin pulled the trigger with a loud bang. Toward him, because all of his cards were F rank, he still had to take part of the damage from the goblin's terrifying gun. His hand was injured, and he exclaimed, "Damn, is his weapon really that powerful? That attack power almost killed me." The goblin was also struck by the reflected attack. In agony, it clutched its head, hurting terribly. Wang Quan could not let this chance slip away. He immediately punched it with a blow like thunder straight to the mouth, knocking the goblin's mouth crooked and nearly dislocating its jaw. Suddenly, the three useless teammates arrived. "Hang in there, brother. I'm here to help you. Don't worry. There are more of us, so we'll definitely be able to kill it." Hearing this, he was furious and replied, "What the hell is this? Don't come over here." They immediately replied, "Don't worry about us. At worst, we'll die together. As straight men, we'll fight side by side." Hearing this, he became even angrier. "Damn it all. I have to rush in and take down the boss. If they come over to leech rewards, there'll be nothing left for me." The scene shifted to another veteran player. This was Xiaoxi. Her level was 28. She suddenly questioned the blonde girl, Ashue, who had guided Wang Quan and the beginner group the other day. Ashue was lying in her personal space within the system, eating, drinking, and playing games in great comfort. Xiaoxi suddenly asked, "How is the current situation?" Ashue replied, "It's reaching the intense battle scene. They might lose." Seeing how ridiculous she was being, Xiaoxi immediately scolded her. "Are you crazy or what? I'm talking about the beginners you guided." Ashue was startled and replied, "If they haven't died, what's the problem? Besides, there were over 100 of them, divided into 23 different instances. They should be almost finished by now." After hearing this, Xiaoxi sighed and said, "No one handles beginner guidance missions the way you do. Just for the reputation of being a guide, you actually spent your own money to buy revival privileges for the beginners? I really don't know what to do with you." When people are suddenly dragged into the game, very few can adapt quickly. On top of that, the beginner goblin instance is fairly dangerous. Most of them have probably already died. Ashue lay on her pile of food and replied, "Everyone is the same. If I can help, I'll try my best to help. Besides, a beginner's revival cost is only 10 points each time. Even if they all die, the revival cost will only be around 1,000 points. That's nothing much." Hearing this, Xiaoxi became furious and said, "What nonsense are you spouting? You don't even have enough money to expand your own space to the maximum yet. That Babel Tower looks very imposing, but the annoying thing is that you can't even live in it. And then there's that Sea of Flowers effect you wasted money on. It doesn't do anything useful at all." Ashue pouted adorably and replied, "Hee hee, but it's pretty. You think so too, right?" Then Xiaoxi put her hands on her hips and asked sharply, "Fine, as long as you're happy. But I came to ask you, have you finished preparing the D-rank monster needed for level 30? Ashwe smiled proudly and replied, "Of course I'm done. I've saved over 30,000 points. I'll definitely be able to complete it." At this moment, she opened the display panel to check and nearly lost her mind. Only 2,333 points remained. What is this? Where did all my points go? Such a huge pile of points that I worked so hard to save suddenly disappeared. After hearing this, Xiaoxi immediately opened the history to check. What is this? The beginner mission expenses cost 28,000 points? Just how many beginners did you guide? And you use it all on revivals? This is truly incomprehensible. Ha ha ha. So it turned out our Wang Quan had revived nearly 2,800 times? That was seriously outrageous. Then Ashwe stood on a high platform, smiled peacefully, and said, "This must be a dream. If I die, everything will be fine, right?" Hee. Hearing this, Xiaoxi's face flushed red with rage. "Die, my foot. Even if you jump another 100 times, you still won't die. Those points have already vanished into thin air." At this moment, just as Wang Quan finished killing the boss, the system announced, "The mission to occupy the Goblin territory has reached 100% completion. You have received a reward of 10 points. The hidden mission, Eliminate the Lord, has also been completed. You have received an additional 15 points, along with a God Domain gift box." Seeing this, he was extremely happy and excited. As expected, eliminating the boss gives an even bigger additional reward. Luckily, I stockpiled a lot of items, so I was able to send that goblin off in an instant. If those guys had arrived, I would have been finished. At this moment, Tam Vu Kiet and Vu San were utterly shocked. What? Why did the mission end before time ran out? Jung Mak chuckled, having already guessed the answer. So that really was it. Was that boss the key to completing the mission? Then the system continued announcing, "Temporary account 2795. You have passed the assessment mission. Preparing to return to your personal space. Congratulations, you have received an official account under the name Wang Quan." But after hearing this, his face fell as if he had just been scammed out of his savings. Damn it, my account has been locked in. The coming days are probably going to be painful. Also, this personal space seems pretty boring. Hearing this, the system began giving him a suggestion. Players can expand their personal space. Each additional square meter can be exchanged for 1 point. External scenery can also be purchased and upgraded, giving you the best possible experience in the infinite God domain. At this moment, our Wang Quan waved his hand and said, "Forget that useless junk. I can leave at any time. How could I waste my points like that? Of course, I have to use all of them to upgrade my strength and become insanely powerful. But how do I strengthen myself? Where's the interface? I don't see it. Where's the guide?" Xiaoxi suddenly heard this, and she smiled warmly. "Congratulations on becoming an official player of the Infinite God Domain. Allow me to guide you through the final mission and introduce you to the enhancement system." Finding it strange, Wang Quan asked, Why did the guide change? It turned out that our little Ashwe had been so heartbroken over losing her points earlier that she was actually trying to hang herself. Xiaoxi gave an extremely stiff smile and replied, "A small incident occurred just now, so the main guide is unable to be present. I will guide you in detail, so don't worry." Reward points are the basic currency of the God domain. They can be used for many different purposes, such as building a comfortable personal space, strengthening the abilities and equipment you already possess, and even exchanging for your life, among many other things. Most importantly, they can be used to test your luck. They allow you to draw lucky gift boxes in exchange for more valuable rewards. However, the grade of the gift box is related to the character's grade. You're currently a beginner, so for now, you can only use F-rank gift boxes. After hearing this, Wang Quan cursed angrily. What the hell is this? You allow strengthening, but you don't allow free shopping? Isn't that too ridiculous? 10 points might only exchange for a useless item gift box. I might as well strengthen my own abilities instead. But since I just started, I should test my luck first. Maybe I'll draw an E-rank item and live comfortably for the time being. Then Xiaoxi continued, "You just completed the beginner mission, so you probably don't have more than 10 points, right? You should improve your personal space. Exchanging for a month's worth of basic food would be best. Just do your best in the next instance." "All right, I have finished explaining. I wish you good luck next time." Wang Quan bowed his head to her. "Thank you, Senior, for guiding me so carefully. You've worked hard." At this moment, he was delighted inside and secretly thought, so no beginners have more than 10 points? I actually got 25 points and a whole pile of F-rank items. Looks like my opening round was absolutely perfect. Then he began thinking of the gift box. So this is the secret lucky gift box? Don't think you can fool me. This is just a scam meant to trick beginner suckers. Ha ha ha. But his reason could not defeat his heart. Right now, his mind was filled entirely with the image of an E-rank mysterious card that looked pretty powerful and premium. Unable to hold back any longer, he immediately exchanged 10 points for one trial draw on the spot. Suddenly, a dull gray card appeared with a giant F written on it. It could not have been more awful. Our Wong Quan was so angry that he threw it away like a trash bag without the slightest mercy, furious beyond belief. Damn it all. As expected, this is a scam. Then he opened his inventory and looked at the gift box he had obtained from killing the boss, secretly thinking, could this gift box also be one of their scams? At this moment, he clicked on it, and suddenly, a bright green light shone out. 3 E-rank items appeared before his eyes, and he could choose one of them: a red cloak, a machine gun that looked quite powerful, and a coin that seemed to be Dogecoin. Ha ha, I'm rich, everyone, he thought for a while. Calm down. These are all rare treasures. I definitely have to choose carefully. All right, I can wait until the next instance appears, then choose based on the specific situation. At this moment, he logged out, accompanied by a system notification. Player Wong Quan, you need to log into an instance once within 12 hours. He was now at the company, thinking to himself, I was only inside for a little while, and it's already lunch break. Still, after getting an official account, I can log out at any time, so I don't need to worry anymore. Suddenly, the boss with a face as round as a platter approached him, smiling slyly. Seeing this, Wong Quan broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, what is this old man doing? What kind of crazy fit is he having now? Then the boss laughed with great satisfaction and said, ha ha ha, little Wong, you were secretly dozing off during work just now, weren't you? Faced with this awkward situation, Wong Quan immediately put on a bright smile and replied, hello, General Manager Liu. May I ask what you need from me? Sir? The man's gaze grew increasingly crafty as he replied, of course I need something. Ha ha ha. In his heart, he was thinking, you damned intern, I've finally caught you slipping. Today, I'll let you know just how formidable I, General Manager Liu, am. Suddenly, the attractive secretary rushed in, seemingly about to tell him something. But to everyone's surprise, he immediately scolded her. What is it? Can't you see I'm busy? Do not disturb me. Wong Quan instantly joined in. Ha ha ha. That's right, secretary. We're busy right now. If there's anything, say it later. But the fat boss never could have imagined that young Master Lin was someone sent by the higher-ups to inspect the company, and he had suddenly arrived at the door. He walked in with a face as cold as ice, and the ordinary employees immediately welcomed him warmly, as if he were an emperor entering court. General Manager Liu also noticed him and immediately stopped what he was doing. But how could Wong Quan possibly let him off so easily? He immediately used the ultimate move he had learned in the God domain, forced discipline. Young Master Lin, standing outside, heard the sound of shouting and cursing, so he rushed in to see what was going on. Old General Manager Liu could no longer control himself and kept cursing nonstop. Damn you, Wong Quan, you're fired. Get out of here right now. Ha ha ha. You're regretting it now, aren't you? You can't bear to leave, can you? Soon, you'll probably kneel down, cry, and beg me. Then he continued speaking in front of our Wong Quan, who was smiling brightly. It is true that, thanks to you, the company has achieved outstanding results recently, and revenue has shot upward. You even have the backing of a teacher from a famous school who recommended you. Your ability and excellent performance caught the attention of the company CEO. However, I forgot to tell you this. The fact that I, General Manager Liu, can sit in this position is all thanks to how I deceived those above me and fooled countless idiots below me. Most of your achievements have already been taken by me. Now that I have found a loophole, I can make you leave in an extremely reasonable way. Whether it is your teacher or those idiots at headquarters, I can make sure none of them can react in time, because the one with decision-making power here is me. Ka. After he finished speaking, Wong Quan's control magic also happened to wear off. At that moment, everyone froze in place for 5 seconds, stiff as a board. General Manager Liu was drenched in sweat from his armpits to his crotch, as if he had just taken a bath. Our Wong Quan, young Master Lin, and everyone in the company burst into crisp, thunderous applause for the fat old boss's outstanding performance. Then he gave a weak, tasteless laugh and under the last lingering effect, he subconsciously said, the atmosphere in the company was just too tense, so I was joking around to lighten the mood. As long as everyone liked it. A while later, the supercar carrying the inspection group left the company. Sitting in the car, young Master Lin ordered, "Let's go. The matter here has been settled." It turned out that General Manager Liu had to carry all his personal belongings in one huge box and leave the company all alone, lonely and desolate. As for Wang Quan, he was now sitting grandly in Liu's director's seat, smiling so widely his eyes nearly disappeared. He was extremely pleased. Cuckoo. It's only an E-rank ability in the God domain, yet it's already this powerful in real life. It could turn a goal I thought would be so difficult to achieve into something as easy as flipping my hand. This really is an incredibly interesting world. Then he opened his goal memo and took a look. Based on this, my next goal should be to win over more people at the CEO level and improve my personal performance so I can become the top person in the company. But I don't seem to have any motivation to do those things anymore. After all, the world of the God domain hides far more things that attract me. This real world seems so boring now. After that, he locked the door and said excitedly, Tomorrow is the weekend. Tonight, I'll stay at the company and begin my endless all-night gaming grind. Just thinking about it makes me so happy. The greatest benefit of getting promoted is having my own private office. I don't have to worry about anyone disturbing me when I enter the God domain anymore. But I wonder, for the other players who can't leave the game, what happens to them in reality? Do they completely disappear? Do they fall into a coma? Or have their families already buried them? At this moment, he turned on the computer to search. The news reported that a high school girl had gone missing 2 months ago, and that a family of 3 had mysteriously disappeared as well. After watching, he said, "Isn't this Vu San, the one who tried to leech off my monsters the other day?" She suddenly fell into a coma, then was taken to the emergency center for treatment, and afterward mysteriously disappeared. Also, everyone in the video has their faces covered. The footage afterward has also been cut. Suddenly, at that moment, a car arrived at Wang Quan's company. The 2 old men from Vu San's video suddenly rushed in, intending to seize Wang Quan and take him away. The secretary tried to stop them, but it was no use. However, the moment those guys entered, our Wang Quan had already hidden away in advance. Standing outside the door and witnessing everything, he revealed a sinister smile and said, "Now reality is becoming interesting too." The scene shifted to Linjiang University. Wang Quan had entered a library and thought to himself, infinite God domain really isn't simple. In this real world, there are also people behind the scenes trying to do something. Are the players their targets? Well, I still don't know anything about them. Even if I try to show myself, I'll only increase the risk to myself. However, if I appear together with many people, they definitely won't dare show themselves. I'll go to the school library then. This place is always packed with people, so it'll be an ideal location. The students around me will be my bodyguards. Kiskiviko, Kiskiviko, Kiskiviko. I really am smart. But the moment he sat down, dozens of pairs of eyes looked at him with almost bathwater-level infatuation. Then, all of a sudden, they hurriedly gathered up all the books and notebooks on the tables and said with stiff smiles, "I think my nephew at home is hungry. I have to go back and feed him." Right. I also have to go home and do laundry. Or, tomorrow I won't have any underwear to wear to class. Ahihi. A few people nearby were also whispering to one another, "Damn, that's Wang Quan, isn't it? The monster who studied 3 majors at once. Worse yet, he got perfect scores in all 3. I thought he had already gone off for an internship. Why did he come back today? Self-study with him? Even stopping to drink water makes me feel ashamed of myself. Forget it, I'm packing up and going home to play games." Seeing this, Wang Quan helplessly called out to them, "Damn it, what the hell? What did I do wrong? Don't leave. I only came here to play games." At this moment, in the terrifyingly huge library, only Lin remained. She was a very cute, adorable girl in pink. Her friend found it strange and asked, Lin, you're not going home?" She broke out in cold sweat after noticing Wang Quan and quickly replied, I think I also." Suddenly, Wang Quan used his forced discipline ability. There was no choice. If there was no one left around him, it would be far too dangerous. After that, Lin showed an extremely determined expression and said, "That's right. No matter what, I have to finish writing my report today before I can go home. You all go ahead." Hearing this, her 2 friends could not understand at all, so they waved goodbye and said they would see her another day. Then do your best. We really admire your determination." At that moment, she froze froze as if electricity had run through her body. What is going on? I feel like I just said something wrong. Wang Quan then walked over to greet her and said, "Hello, cute Lin Lin. Let's work hard together for a bright future." She replied blandly as well, let's work hard." Then he laughed sinisterly in his heart. "Ha. Looks like in the real world, my special ability still has pretty strong control power. But when facing the danger that's coming, I still don't know. I must quickly obtain as many special abilities as possible. Becoming stronger is the best way to help myself right now. It's almost time. I have to enter the game immediately." Suddenly, a system notification panel appeared. Initial setup, Player Wang Quan, Level 1. Player, please choose the game difficulty. The system will arrange a suitable dungeon for you. The rewards will correspond to the difficulty. There are 4 levels: easy, normal, hard, and extremely hard. After reading it, he stroked his chin and thought, "I can even choose the difficulty? That's pretty interesting. Since I'm a beginner, I should probably be a little cautious. I'll choose a simple dungeon to get used to things first. If I achieve a perfect dungeon clear, I can still become famous everywhere. Okay, then it's settled." After saying that, he immediately made his choice. The system then announced, Level 1 player Wang Quan has successfully selected the extremely hard dungeon. Damn it, choosing an extremely hard dungeon to get familiar with the game. Our male lead really is something else. Dungeon, Bloodstained Yellow Moon. A curse has enveloped the continent. Every night, demons will appear and try to harm humanity. 9 warriors will enter a castle occupied by demons. The demons will randomly curse a number of players as soon as they enter. However, the warriors will not know exactly who they are. After hearing this, he continued thinking, damn. So the warriors have to find and kill the demons, while the demons use the darkness that falls each day to strengthen themselves and kill the warriors. Why does this feel a bit like the werewolf game I usually play? Then the system issued an urgent notification. The game is about to begin. It has been detected that you have not yet finished choosing your previous treasure. Please choose quickly. After reading it, he was extremely annoyed. Damn it, can't you let me choose after I enter? And the lottery contents haven't changed either. There isn't anything especially powerful. Sure enough, after getting an official account, I can't use my old hacking trick anymore. The first red cloak can maintain damage around me, which seems pretty good, but in a dungeon where I have to hide, wouldn't letting other people discover me be incredibly stupid? The lucky dog coin can affect the probability of events around me. As my only E-rank item, would choosing something passive like that be too idiotic? And then there's this trashy cannon platform too. In the upcoming dungeon, I probably won't be able to use it at all. While Wang Quan was still thinking and unable to decide, outside in the real world, our little Lin Lin bashfully looked over at him through her glasses and thought, I feel so flustered. Why am I alone in a situation like this? But I've already said what I said. If I want to go home now, I'll have to say something to him first. This is so embarrassing. No, I can't. I'm most afraid of talking to other people, and he's so handsome too. Sitting here, I'm completely drawn to him. I can't study at all. Then little Lin Lin clasped her hands together, stood up, and stammered, Wang Quan, are you practicing listening to a foreign language? Am I bothering you by being here? As soon as she finished speaking, our Wang Quan suddenly almost fell onto her. And on top of that, he just so happened to pick the most perfect and wonderful spot. Lin Lin froze, her face turning bright red in extreme shyness. But amazingly, she still let him lean on her. Our male lead really had it good, lying on a pillow even softer and springier than a luxury mattress. What could be better than that? Ahihi. At this moment, Wang Quan had already sunk into the game, but could still sense it. Why is it so soft and comfortable? I've already entered a demon battle dungeon, yet the system is still favoring me like this. Infinite God Domain really is amazing. The system then began explaining the rules. Bloodstained Yellow Moon is a faction-based competitive dungeon. 9 players will participate. Among them, 3 players will be randomly selected as demons, while the remaining 6 will be warriors. The victory condition is eliminating all players from the opposing faction. The overall player reward for the winning team is 50 points per person. Conversely, each person on the losing team will have 50 points deducted. Killing another person grants 10 points. Every 20% of map exploration grants 10 points. There is also a secret reward for surviving players. Dungeon rules. Whenever the golden bell rings at the appointed time, the entire map will enter the blood moon phase for 10 minutes. During this time, the warriors will be unable to see, unable to smell, and all related abilities will be disabled. During the blood moon period, the demon's combat power will be strengthened, and the effect will stack with each blood moon, making them progressively stronger. Afterward, the golden bell on the roof will recharge. Players must ring the golden bell and gather there to vote on one person to eliminate. The entire castle is filled with mysteries regarding the power of the demon realm. It also contains clues for identifying the demons, as well as secret items that can make the demon stronger. There are also items with a chance of being taken out of the dungeon. Players, please search actively. At this moment, Wang Quan was sitting on a bed, attentively reading the rules and thinking, Cuckoo. The rules are fairly simple. It doesn't look much different from the werewolf game I've played before. The difference is that people can fight and kill at any time and anywhere, and the warriors can't directly check the demons' identities. Clues about identities are all hidden throughout the large map. Therefore, the key to victory or defeat lies in acting ability and in disrupting the clues found by the other players. Then two strangers suddenly appeared along with a system notification. During the first 3 minutes, demon players may communicate with one another and discuss their strategy. This was Dark Fanatic Lu Xingjun, level 9. He stretched out his hand and put on a dramatic greeting. Greetings, apostles chosen by darkness. Let us join forces and kill all those useless warriors. On this side was Flashing Windbow, Zimiao. Level 9. Okay, Fine. Let's fight seriously together this round. But damn it, why is there a level 1 beginner here? Is this your first dungeon? How did you get matched with us? Normally, players have to be at least level 7 for this. Wang Quan gave an awkward smile and replied, Ahi, how embarrassing. I chose the highest difficulty. I thought I would be assigned a level 1 mission with the highest difficulty. I didn't expect to enter a dungeon with such high-level players. After hearing this, Zimiao could not understand at all and replied, Damn, you're really bold. It's true the rewards are high, but if you fail this time, your points will go negative. As a beginner, you definitely won't be able to bear it. Having negative points won't kill you, but you'll be classified among the lowest tier players, and the system won't favor you in the next dungeon. You could lose your life. Hearing this, his eyes bulged and his mouth fell open in extreme shock. I could actually lose my life? If I had known, I would have prepared more points in advance. Why didn't the person who introduced me tell me something this important? What a scumbag. At this moment, our little Ashwe was still tearfully mourning the 28,000 points of hers that had vanished without a trace. Boo-hoo-hoo. What is this? The points I worked so hard to save for years. How could this happen? If she knew that Wang Quan had used them to exchange for a pile of useless F-rank card trash, she would probably tear him into 100 pieces. Then Zimiao struck a devastatingly beautiful pose and said with flair, But don't worry. You got lucky this time. Today I'll carry you. I'm not bragging, but I've won this kind of childish dungeon countless times. Lu Xingjun on the other side was not to be outdone and said, That's right. I'm also a genuine expert. This time, you'll get rewards without doing anything. You've really hit the jackpot. You two bosses really are impressive. I'll do my best to keep my mouth shut and not drag you two down. Zimiao also continued, Good that you know. One look, and I can tell you'll be an expert in the future. All right, time is limited. Let's quickly tell each other the information we received. As soon as they said it, they did it. Lu Xingjun shifted to a certain room and said, A lot of books appeared where I am, but they don't seem to contain any information important to me. I've decided to destroy them to prevent them from falling into the warrior's hands. I'm probably on a high floor of the tower. Zimiao said, My room is an interrogation room for prisoners. The main door outside can't be opened. Looking outside, I can only see lava and a corridor. This place is probably the lowest level of the castle. Hearing that, Wang Quan also spoke up, My place is a bedroom. The door and windows are all tightly shut, so I can't see outside. I also don't know whether it will change once the game starts. At this moment, Zimiao reasoned. It seems that as soon as we entered, everything on the map was frozen. The system probably figured we might be exposed before understanding anything, so it locked each of us in a separate room. After hearing this, Lu Xingjun said, Based on my eye of prediction, we should soon be gathered together with the warriors. The system won't favor either side and let us learn too much information. Then the two of them began instructing our Wang Quan. Looks like the match is about to begin. Rookie, protect yourself. Also, don't reveal any information. The two of us will go scout the map first. Since we're carrying a rookie this time, we have to fight carefully with 100% of our strength. Lu Xingjun also said, that's right. Working cautiously suits my intentions perfectly. Wang Quan immediately lowered his head and agreed. I understand. I'll do my best. Seniors, please don't worry. At this moment, he thought to himself, Cuckoo, I got two experts to carry me right after entering. These two seem very powerful, and their goals are clear too. They feel very reliable. At this moment, he and all the other players opened their doors and stepped outside. It was an extremely vast corridor, like that of a palace. Seeing this, he thought to himself, looks like things are going to get interesting. After that, without saying a word, Miao immediately used her enormous giant blade and charged in to start fighting. The other person flew away in a flash to dodge, utterly panicked. What the hell is this? You're attacking me already? Is that woman crazy? He was about to use some move to counterattack, but the moment he raised his hand, she smashed the blade straight onto his head. Aha, you really are slow as a turtle. Die so I can quickly win. At the same time, on this side, several warriors had discovered her, raised their guns, aimed from afar, and loaded their weapons. What the grenade? Brothers, hurry and kill that woman. Attacking this early means she's definitely a demon. There's no way we're wrong. Just as he was about to pull the trigger, a massive purple fireball flew straight at his head. So that was it. Lu Xingjun had stepped in to block the attack and protect her. He said smugly, ha ha ha, I'm the strongest one here. Black-faced hell will flatten this dungeon, and it'll be over in no time. The moment he finished speaking, a sword stabbed straight through him from behind. A pretty girl had made her move, smiling as she said, hee. What a delusional fool. We've already found two demons right away. This match is definitely going to end easily. I thought they were some incredible experts, but it turns out they're just two idiots high on their own fantasies, thinking they could solo the whole map. Poor Wang Quan will probably have to fight 1 against 6 after this. Even then, Lu Xingjun still put on an act and said, looks like I've already done my best. What a splendid match. Then he used his ultimate move, a suicidal bombing attack, and exploded with a bang. He hoped he could at least drag one of the heroes down with him. But unexpectedly, her teammate used magic to protect her. Delighted, she immediately replied, thanks. I almost got dragged down by his self-destruction. He replied, we're teammates. No need to be polite. Meanwhile, Miao had already cut down one hero, but she was also shot right in the forehead by a bronze bullet and died on the spot. She said, good job. Looks like I managed to kill one too. I've also done my best. All that's left is to wait. The system announced, players Lu Xingjun and Miao have been eliminated. They were two demons. Eliminated player He Xiaotian was a hero. 5 heroes and 1 demon remain. After hearing that, our Wang Quan froze on the spot, unable to understand what was going on. What the hell kind of army is this? Are those two messing with me? I'm a level 1 rookie. How am I supposed to beat 5 heroes whose levels are through the roof? With faith. Suddenly, a voice called out to him. Who else could it be but our Wu Shan? She had now reached level 2, and she said in surprise, it's you. We met in the beginner dungeon, didn't we? After hearing that, he smiled stiffly and replied, I didn't expect us to be fated to meet again. Then he looked closely and discovered that Wu Shan had reached level 2. Seeing this, he was horrified and thought to himself, damn it, she's level 2? She clearly has no talent. So how did she surpass me by 1 level? It's only level 2, but that's already twice my level. How could I lose to a little girl like this? Could it be that while I was away from the game, she secretly found a way to level up in her personal space, or discovered some hidden trick and kept it all to herself? Damn it. On the outside, she pretends to be gentle and kind, but on the inside, she'll stop at nothing to become stronger. Women are terrifying. Then Wu Shan walked up to him and said, you're only level 1, but you were matched into this dungeon. Hearing this, our Wang Quan thought to himself, damn it, she's about to mock me too. This is completely unacceptable. Then Wu Shan puffed out her full, round, fair chest and continued, you must be the same as me, right? You drew a random matchmaking card. As expected, it's an extremely powerful item. Low-level players can even obtain rewards above their level. After hearing this, Wang Quan raised his chin and pondered deeply. This item is really no good at all. It drops you into such a dangerous place, and she still thinks it's powerful. She's way too bold. I have this item too, but since I didn't know how strong veteran players were, even I didn't dare use it. Still, now that I think about it, this thing is actually pretty decent. The lower your level, the more chances you have to fight and level up quickly. There really are many divine items I still don't know about. When I have time, I'll study them again. Wu Shan then said, my matchmaking card can be used 3 times. The problem is that the dungeon difficulty is random. Last time, it was a puzzle-solving dungeon, so it was fairly simple. I was also lucky enough to get help from Kind Senior, and I cleared it easily. But this time, I got matched straight into an extremely difficult dungeon, so I'm really worried. Luckily, though, as soon as we entered, most of the enemies died. Looks like we can clear this dungeon pretty easily. After hearing that, our Wang Quan gave a stiff smile and replied, ha, right? We really are incredibly lucky. This was Ning Tong, currently level 7, with the title Monster Hunter. He said, it's not exactly lucky. He Xiaoran and I were matched onto the same team. I thought we were going to make a huge profit, but who knew he'd peacefully pass away the moment we entered? The little girl with 2 hair buns like Neza was Mao Yiwen, level 8, with the title All-Out Strike. She also spoke up, that's right. I had the chance to work with him once before, too. His title was Seeker. He could easily find key information about the demons. What a pity. And this was Tony, title spell Box, level 7. At this moment, he said, I knew he Shaoran too. He was a real point-hunting boss. Every time he got to be his teammate, everyone on the team would max out their points by finding hidden rewards on the map. But now that probably won't happen anymore. In an identity game like this, the most important thing is identifying the demons. So Zi Miao had a reason for attacking that guy. If he had stayed alive, the demon's chance of victory would have been very low. But that delusional Liu Shengjun, why did he use flames and let them kill both of them? I really can't understand what he was thinking. Mao Yiwen then said cheerfully, being attacked by Sister Zi Miao really makes death hard to avoid. And that Shengjun guy's explosion scared me half to death. It was terrifying. I almost got wiped out too. Tony replied, haha. In that emergency, I used my final ultimate move to save you. After hearing this, Wang Quan thought to himself, so this is how team versus team games work in the Death God domain. Another thing to pay attention to is that everyone has a special ability. In that sense, those two actually played it pretty correctly. Next, I'll have to make my move. But damn it, the 2 people who knew how to play are both dead. I'm just a beginner. How the hell am I supposed to fight these chosen by heaven monsters? After a while, he calmed down and thought, based on my level, even in the Blood Moon phase with all attributes strengthened by 150%, killing even one person would be extremely difficult. Then the only method is to explore the map, strengthen myself to the highest degree possible for a demon player, and trick them into killing each other. Ha ha ha. After thinking it through, our Wang Quan immediately got to work. Excuse me, senor. What should we do next? We're newcomers to the God domain and don't know what to do. I hope you seniors will look after us. At this moment, the 3 of them turned to look at him and Wu Shan with fascinated eyes. Oh right, we almost forgot. There are actually 2 beginners this time. Next, we don't need to do anything special. Just explore the map and find more clues. The remaining demon will sooner or later be found by the 5 of us. Our Wang Quan obediently replied, like a puppy, yes, understood. Watching the experts fight just now, we were worried that we had no combat power and would drag everyone down. Luckily, we've already won. At this point, Tony also became a little suspicious. But it does seem strange. If the 2 beginners have no combat power, why didn't the 3 demons attack together right away? With that kind of strength, 3 against 4 would still be evenly matched. Wang Quan immediately said, I think those 2 plan to leave behind one demon with very high strength so that person could wait for the right moment and make a move later. If the remaining demon were as weak as a soggy noodle, there'd be no way to win even in his dreams. Those 2 should have been smart enough to think of that, right? The 3 people here also felt that Wang Quan's words made far too much sense, and they broke into a cold sweat as they looked at one another. Then, Amazingly, they started blaming each other right away. Little Mao Yiwen spoke first. Hey, Ning Tong, are you the final demon? You're an assault enhancement type. You must be planning to kill all of us by yourself with one gun. Hearing this, he immediately argued back. Are you insane? I killed Zimiao. Besides, Tony is the one who didn't make a move. He's much more likely to be the demon, isn't he? Tony instantly replied, don't talk nonsense. If I were the demon, why would I save anyone? Wu Shan also said in confusion, the demon is the strongest person? Then who exactly is it? Meanwhile, our Wang Quan laughed delightedly to himself. Sure enough, it's going just as I predicted. Let them be afraid and blame each other. The thing I fear most is the heroes uniting to search for clues. If they keep arguing like this, I'm the one who benefits. Ha ha ha. At this moment, someone suddenly used magic to form an enormous stone hand, which grabbed Wang Quan from behind without warning. Then he hurled Wang Quan away with a bang and said in great irritation, what a bunch of idiots. You can't even figure out something this simple. When the other four saw this, they were confused and horrified. What is this? I think the demon has exposed himself. 3 against 1. We can cripple him even if we can't kill him. Hurry and end this. This was Lin Yao, whose title was Extended Life Demon Idol. His current level was 9. After hearing that, he shouted back, are you all stupid? If I were a demon, I would have joined forces with those two earlier and won right then and there. A bunch of blockheads, like you can't even tell when you're being led around by the nose by beginners. It's obvious the final demon is a weakling. He has no combat strength himself, which is why he hasn't made a move. Even a child could figure out something this simple. Wu Shan immediately walked over with a medical kit and said worriedly, Wang Quan, are you all right? Hurry and use this medical kit. He replied to her, thank you very much. Lend it to me for a moment. I'll return it later. Then he also spoke to Lin Yao. Hey, senior, isn't your thinking a little strange? If I were the demon, I would have surrendered long ago. Would there be any need to struggle uselessly like this? In the end, I can't beat anyone anyway. I have absolutely no combat power. The moment he finished speaking, a damned stone hand flew over and clamped tightly around him on the spot. Shut your mouth. A rookie like you has no right to speak here. Unexpectedly, little Mao Yiwen rushed forward and used her fruit-peeling knife to cut the stone arm apart. It looked almost unreal. Our Wang Quan was lucky enough to land safely. He thanked her while thinking to himself, damn it, his strength is too great. I have absolutely no chance of winning. But why doesn't he just finish me off? His first attack was clearly deliberately restrained and spare my life. What? Ning Tong and Tony also began speaking up from the side. You went a bit too far, Lin Yao. Everyone started as a beginner. Is there any need for a veteran to bully a newcomer like this? It's just a game. We may meet again in the future. At this point, our Wang Quan had also figured it out. So this guy isn't completely certain either. If he deliberately kills me, and I turn out not to be the demon, then he'll be the one voted out in the next round. For a hero, sacrificing himself for his teammates might be fine, but with his personality, what he wants most is to secure the greatest benefit for himself. This guy really will stop at nothing to win for his own sake. Then Wang Quan quickly said, everyone, staying here won't solve anything. Why don't we split up and look for clues? As long as we find more information, won't we be able to identify the final demon? Besides, there are extra side rewards too. After hearing this, Mao Yiwen replied, but if everyone splits up, what if we get killed one by one? Also, the demon will definitely try to hide clues until the end. He immediately continued, I have a method. Each of us splits up. Before he could finish, that bastard Lin Yao cut him off. We split into teams of 2 and supervise each other. If one person is killed, the demon will definitely be exposed right away. That guarantees he won't be able to act from the shadows. At that point, the demon will have no choice but to obediently wait for death. After hearing this, Wang Quan cursed inwardly. Damn you. That was clearly my idea, and you dare butt in. After listening to Lin Yao, Mao Yiwen immediately linked arms with the beautiful Wu Shan and said, let's go together. We sisters are obviously the most compatible, and neither of us could ever be the demon. Wu Shan replied awkwardly, that's fine, but do we really have to hold each other like this? Tony also spoke up. Then I'll look after the other beginner. Ning Tong agreed after hearing that. But Wang Quan seemed to have some plan and said, that's fine, but could I go with Senior Lin? He's the strongest person here. There are many things I want to learn from him. Also, I'm a beginner and have no combat power. You're the strongest. If you're the demon and attack me, the other 3 warriors will definitely be able to take you down. After hearing this, Lin Yao replied, "You're rather smart. Fine, then we'll go together." After that, the 3 pairs were on 3 different floors. Tony and Ning Tong were on the first floor, Wang Quan and Lin Yao were on the second floor, and Wu Shan and Little Mao Yiwen were on the 4th floor. The 2 girls had just entered a bookstore when they discovered something and felt deeply regretful. "Oh no, we came too late. Some demon destroyed all the clues here. A bookstore should have had lots of useful things, but everything's been wrecked." Wu Shan stood beside her and said fearfully, "Senior, what kind of clues are we looking for here? Can we directly find the demon's name? It's so dark in here. I am scared." After hearing this, Mao Yuan flew over and hugged her, replying, "You seem older than me, don't you? Just call me Mao Mao. Actually, I'm not that experienced either. I've only cleared a dozen or so dungeons." Then she smiled brightly and continued, "You don't need to be so nervous. When you first enter the God domain, many things feel new and strange, but you'll get used to it slowly. Actually, this place is wonderful. We're just playing a fun game. Besides, we can't escape from this space anyway, so we sisters might as well play to our heart's content. Hee. As for the demon's clues, I don't think they'll be that obvious. Based on my half a year of experience, items will have strange reactions when a demon comes near." The 2 girls were focused on searching for items when a strange demonic aura suddenly appeared. Then a monster emerged behind Wu Shan and prepared to attack. Mao Yuan noticed it too. She immediately threw a book at it with tremendous force. The monster instantly died on the spot. Then she walked over and thought to herself, "So this dungeon has monsters too? They're like traps hidden everywhere." At this moment, Wu Shan collapsed onto the ground in extreme panic. "Why is it so scary, Mao Mao? If these monsters just touched me with all 4 hands, I'd die right away." Boo-hoo. The scene shifted to the 2nd floor, where the purple-clothed Lin Yao was now pale-faced and sweating buckets as he exclaimed, "What the hell is this?" First there was a pack of enormous rats in the dining hall, then a chest that could bite people in the lounge. Now even the entrance passage has a fairy armor trying to ambush me. Just how many monsters are arranged here? I've been fighting so much. This is more intense than a championship finals match. Meanwhile, our Wang Quan wore an extremely pleased smile as he cheered him on. "Senior Lin is amazing. Senior Lin, keep it up. Senior, you're number 1. After hearing this, Lin Yao became even angrier. "Die, all of you. And you too. Damn Wang Quan. Stand closer to me already. Are you a pig-brained idiot?" At this moment, Wang Quan smiled brightly and immediately agreed, but inwardly he thought, this guy's only option is to focus all his strength on protecting me. If he lets me die, he'll 100% go down with me in the next vote. Serves you right, brat. Lin Yao found it strange and asked, "Could you be deliberately calling all these monsters over to mess with me? If I find out that's true, you're finished." Wang Quan raised both hands in confusion and replied, "How could I possibly do that? Even if I wanted to, I couldn't. It must just be a coincidence. I just don't understand why your luck and mine are so bad." After hearing this, Lin Yao gnashed his teeth and muttered, "Damn it, with luck this terrible, someone must be behind it. That Wang Quan is only a level 1 rookie, so there's no way he could have such a powerful charm. Most likely, some high-level bastard is messing with me. In that case, one of those other 3 must be the demon, using magic to try to kill Wang Quan and frame me." At this moment, our Wang Quan held a golden Shiba Inu coin in his hand and laughed inwardly. Excellent. Thanks to this treasure, I can adjust my own luck rate and make that Lin Yao get beaten up by monsters until he sees his ancestors. After all, I don't need to fight the monsters myself. I can slowly search for more treasures that might help me become stronger. In such a huge castle, I wonder what could help strengthen me. Oh wait, this place is crawling with demons? I remember the initial plot explanation said the heroes would come to the castle to eliminate all the demons. Then why would there be a golden bell in a demon lair with the power to judge and kill a demon? Something feels off. At this moment, the current game time had 49 minutes remaining. There were 11 minutes until the first crescent moon. The golden bell was recharging. Wang Quan and Lin Yao arrived at the laundry room to check it out. By now, Wang Quan looked completely bored. Searching room after room was such a waste of time. Just one floor had already taken nearly an hour. Suddenly, he discovered something and became extremely excited. Damn, I finally found something useful. The moment he opened it, he saw a magic array, a tool used to make a pact with an unnamed demon. It would hear your wish, but you had to pay a price in exchange. After reading it, Wang Quan fell deep into thought. Pay a price to make a deal? Could it be that the people who died here weren't captured, but came willingly? Lin Yao noticed him and immediately grabbed him with that damn stone hand of his, saying, "Kid, hand over the tool in your hand right now." Wang Quan immediately resisted. "Boss, why are you taking everything from me? You already took the last 3 items. This black equipment won't be of any use." Lin Yao replied, "Don't make me angry. A weakling like you only needs 1 flick from me to be finished." In the end, Wang Quan had no choice but to obey him. "Fine, I'll give it all to you. Just carry me to victory." Lin Yao then laughed and said, "At least you know your place. If you're a hero, then I'll carry you to victory. Relax, kid. There's only a little time left. Keep searching the 3rd floor. Also, don't leave my sight." Our Wang Quan was furious and thought to himself, "That bastard is always on guard against me. He really is hard to deal with." Luckily, I reacted quickly and didn't make him too suspicious, avoiding a close call where he almost killed me. But with him watching me like this, I can't do anything. The system also notified him that the golden Shiba Inu coin had finished charging. But Wang Quan thought that summoning monsters now wouldn't do much against this guy. If his acting slipped, Lin Yao would only become even more suspicious. Then Wang Quan turned to the right and said, "It looks like that wall was destroyed by the first 2 demons. I wonder what's inside. Let's go take a look." As soon as they stepped in, he continued, "This is the interrogation room. Miao probably started from here. The person who was taken down was probably in the cell next door. That fight must have been intense." Lin Yao angrily kicked the table leg with a loud bang and said, "Damn it, they smashed everything to pieces. Looks like we won't find anything good here. Hurry up and go to the room next door." After the 2 walked out, Lin Yao ordered, "Time is almost up. Search the next room, then prepare a place to hide during the blood moon phase. Stop dragging your feet." Wang Quan was annoyed and replied, "Got it. You're the best, boss." A while later, the 2 arrived at a nearby bedroom. Wang Quan opened the door and said, "This seems to be a bedroom, but it doesn't look as luxurious as the one on the 2nd floor. Wait a second. This room is right next to the interrogation room from earlier, but from the inside, the area feels smaller. There must be another space between the 2 rooms." After hearing that, Lin Yao used a stone arm to open a passage. With his oversized ego, he said, "Shut up. I already knew that. I don't need a weakling like you teaching me. Follow me closely. Don't let me catch you trying any stupid tricks." After hearing that, Wang Quan was so furious that he raised his middle finger. Then Lin Yao stepped inside and discovered something unusual. This room seems to be. Seeing that something was off, Wang Quan went forward to take a look. "What's wrong? Are there monsters inside?" Then he thought to himself, "Is this a demon altar? It really is terrifying inside." Suddenly, the bell rang. Our Wang Quan broke out in a cold sweat and thought, "Why did that guy suddenly go silent? Could this room be affected by the blood moon? I can see everything because of my demon identity. This Lin Yao really is too cunning. He actually can't see anything at all. But he's pretending to have noticed something strange in order to test my identity. If I hadn't reacted quickly just now, I would have been done for. In this game, you really have to stay alert every single second." Interesting. You dare play me? Then watch this, buddy. As soon as he decided, Wang Quan immediately took action. He screamed in panic, "Help me! Help me! Something in this pitch-black room is attacking me." Then he used magic to create hundreds of flying monsters swarming everywhere, while continuing to shout, "Boss, there are a lot of monsters attacking me. I can't see where the door is. Hurry and do something." Lin Yao's face twisted horribly as he replied, "Damn it, you pig-brained idiot. If you can't see the way, why are you running around? Quick, run toward the door." Our Wang Quan quickly stole an enormous treasure into his hand. I finally got myself a treasure. The Demon Codex, looks pretty top tier. Meanwhile, Lin Yao was grinding his teeth, his face full of rage. He swung his stone hand wildly in every direction. After a while, he finally killed all the monsters Wang Quan had created. Wang Quan immediately switched on actor mode and thanked him repeatedly. Then Lin Yao slammed his stone fist into the ground with a roar, threatening Wang Quan. "If you cause trouble and waste my skill again, you're dead." Wang Quan put on an innocent face and replied, "How was I supposed to know? That room was too dark, so I panicked a little. If you had warned me first, I wouldn't have done that. After all, I'm just a newcomer. It's only natural to panic. Lin Yao was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He walked outside and replied, "You mangy little bastard. If I get the chance, you're dead." Wang Quan saw Tony and Ning Tong standing on the first floor. He then asked Lin Yao, "Boss, do we need to call those two over?" Lin Yao replied, "No need. The Blood Moon phase is about to begin. We need to keep our distance from the other teams. You and I have to find a place to hide first, then we'll decide what to do." Our Wang Quan secretly laughed and said, "Exactly. I need to find a really good place." With that, the two went to the security room. There was 1 minute left before the Blood Moon. Lin Yao began speaking. "All right, we'll stay here. After I lock the door, it should at least buy us some time." Our Wang Quan, standing in the corridor, replied, "Boss, you really have a good eye. The security room is indeed the best choice, and we can observe the outside from here too." Lin Yao continued, "I don't know what those others are doing, but if they aren't complete idiots, they probably won't run around right before the Blood Moon phase." Then Wang Quan thought to himself, "It's true that I can only roughly guess the locations of the other groups. Looks like this time I'll have to count on luck. In that case, let the plan begin." At that moment, Lin Yao also stepped out and said, "Hey, you useless rookie, what are you still standing there for? Do you want to die?" Wang Quan turned to look at him with eyes as sharp as swords and replied, "Weren't you checking whether the room was safe first, boss? To avoid a situation like before. There are demon arrays everywhere." Hearing this, Lin Yao instantly attacked him with his huge stone hand. "You bastard! How can you see the arrays? You dare to trick me?" Wang Quan replied, "Of course I guessed." At the same time, he used force discipline on him. Then Lin Yao used his stone hand to punch down at Wang Quan with terrifying force, sending dirt, rocks, and dust flying everywhere. Our Wang Quan had already retreated backward, avoiding a fatal blow. Lin Yao laughed smugly and said, "You idiot! You think an F-rank spell can beat me? No matter how hard you struggle, it's useless, kid. The final demon is definitely you. And the demon boss behind the scenes gave you something just now, didn't he? Ha ha ha, I figured it all out." Our Wang Quan was now in a life-or-death crisis. He grabbed the corridor railing with one hand to keep himself from falling. Then, to Lin Yao's great shock, Wang Quan suddenly let go. At that moment, Wang Quan thought to himself, "Lin Yao is exactly as I guessed. He's not only good at close combat, but also extremely skilled at ranged attacks. That's why he chose the second floor, so he could properly control the two remaining teams above and below. He could act in time whenever an accident happened. As expected, this guy's an old fox too." Suddenly, the Blood Moon descended. All the heroes were plunged into darkness, while the demons had their abilities strengthened. Everything was within our Wang Quan's calculations. He then said, "Good thing I timed the Blood Moon precisely. Next, it's all up to the lucky coin." Ha ha ha. He flicked out a Shiba Inu-shaped coin that looked extremely annoying. Then he used his sword to slash back at several massive stones. But unexpectedly, his weapon was too weak. The moment he used it, it snapped. "Damn it, my rebound blade equipment broke." At this moment, Lin Yao couldn't see anything at all. With his eyes closed, he waited for something. Then he said angrily, "Damn it. Why hasn't there been a notification saying that bastard was killed? That guy really clings to life like a leech. Fine, I'll wait until the Blood Moon ends, then beat you to death, kid." At this moment, in the first floor hall, our Wang Quan was lying sprawled on the ground. But probably because of the protagonist's passive ability, he was shockingly unharmed. He woke up, feeling extremely pleased. "Hahaha, good thing I have so many useful tools. This low-rank feather actually saved my life." Then he immediately chugged a bottle of holy water or something to recover his health. The system notified him that he still had 72 items in his bag. At this rate, he would never run out. Then he said, "At first, I chose the lucky golden Shiba Inu coin hoping it could change the voting situation in the game. But now it looks like its effect is far more powerful than that. Hopefully, with luck on my side, I can smoothly follow my plan and win this game." The scene shifted to the fourth floor of the tower. These two girls seemed to be up to some strange nonsense again, and the position they were in was rather odd. Mao Yuan suddenly heard something and said, "It seems the demons have made their move. We should be careful." Wu Shan's face turned frightened when she heard that, and she replied, "Where? Don't scare me, Mao Mao." At this moment, on the first floor, Ning Tong and Tony were in the darkness as huge stones came crashing down around them. They were the stones from Lin Yao's earlier attack on our Wang Quan. The two were greatly alarmed. What the hell? The thing attacking us is rocks? So the final demon really is Lin Yao. We fell into his trap. If we get the chance, we absolutely can't show him mercy. A while later, on the first floor of the warehouse. Our Wong Quan began opening the treasures he had collected earlier and said, "Haha, to avoid getting injured if they start fighting wildly after the blood moon ends, I need to temporarily leave this place next." Suddenly, the system notified him that an underground city had been discovered, increasing the map exploration rate by 20%. After hearing that, he continued, "Excellent. I should use this chance to quietly dig up more rewards from map." The scene shifted to the underground garden. At this moment, there were 4 minutes and 37 seconds remaining in the blood moon phase. Suddenly, a person wearing glowing red iron armor stepped on a pile of skulls, looking extremely terrifying. Just as he opened the door and entered, a monster inside suddenly swung an enormous pair of scissors, trying to cut him in half. But its scissors were nothing more than a mosquito bite against stainless steel. The person in the iron armor glared and took out some kind of weapon, frightening the monster so badly it nearly wet itself. It turned out to be a terrifyingly huge spike ball. He grabbed it and smashed it into the monster's head with a thunderous blow. In the next scene, the monster was crushed into paste, and its scissors shattered into many fragments as dust flew everywhere. It turned out to be our Wong Quan wearing iron armor, looking extremely cool and top tier. He took off the helmet and said, "Are the monsters in here all brain damaged? Before I came in, several more blocked my way and attacked me. They even hit a demon player like me. I really don't understand what's going on. I already tried to hide some of my handsomeness, but I still couldn't avoid their jealousy. These monsters have such nasty natures. They deserve to be killed." As he spoke, he threw the ball straight at the head of a monster hiding nearby, sending it peacefully into eternal rest. Then he walked into the specimen room and said, "This dungeon really is unbelievably stupid. Even the monsters attack a demon like me. If not for the blood moon strengthening and this iron armor, there's no way I could resist them with my F-rank tools." But the blood moon seems like it's about to end now, and the attribute boost will disappear too. Luckily, I've already dealt with the monsters. If my prediction is right, the fighting on the surface should be raging right now. No one should care about a newcomer like me who only knows how to dig. After saying that, he took off the iron armor and ran somewhere, thinking to himself, I should carefully calculate my next step too. Even if those hero players are fighting fiercely, I still have one unresolved problem: the dungeon's mandatory rule. If everything goes smoothly, in the final situation, I'll still have to fight one person. Even if I have the Blood Moon power boost by then, plus the iron armor and a large number of F-rank items I stored earlier, I still won't be a match for any one of the four. Those veteran players have 1,000 ways to kill me instantly, so I only have one final way to win: kill every monster on the map. And I have to find a way to obtain all the enhancements in this dungeon. Only then might I have a chance. As he spoke, he walked into a hall with a gigantic monster stone statue. At this moment, he also said, the location shown on the quest item seems to be here. Once this tool appears, all demons will have to reveal their true forms. Luckily, I found it first. If the heroes discovered it, I'd definitely be finished. Suddenly, a blue great demon began speaking. Your mission is to smear the filthy blood onto the golden bell. If you succeed, I will grant you a gift: one chance to summon the blood moon. During that time, your power will be strengthened several times over. After hearing this, Wong Quan felt that it was quite powerful. It also seemed that he had deduced something. At this moment, he coldly replied to the demon, I choose to refuse the mission. After hearing that, the great demon became so angry that he turned red. Damned human, you dare betray me? Then prepare to receive the punishment that is coming. Wong Quan replied, this entire castle is already your territory. You seem to have had the filthy blood from the start. If you wanted to destroy that golden bell, it would be as easy as turning over your hand. But instead, you wanted to stage a play. Heroes come to conquer the demons, then are sacrificed to the golden bell. It seems this is not just because of the true identities of the demons serving you. Even the other players with demon identities inside the castle would attack together. You plan to use the identities of players who became demons and turn them into sacrifices, didn't you? In my guess, this golden bell also belongs to someone greater than you. So even if you want to get rid of it, you don't dare touch it. I believe there's a force behind it. That would be your superior, correct? The great demon had been struck right in his sore spot and replied, human, you truly are very clever. But so what if you guessed correctly? Wong Quan continued, I made my deductions based on the clues inside the castle. Your other subordinates originally lived here and used all kinds of methods to make contracts with humans in order to seize their souls for you. It was precisely because of the Golden Bell's existence that your plan was forced to stop operating. That is why you want to eliminate it. After hearing that, the great demon replied, "That is correct. My close subordinates who protected the castle were gradually purged by those shameless traitors using the Golden Bell." Wang Quan then said firmly, "In truth, you do not need to use such outdated methods to seize souls. You only need to reuse accumulated potential energy and conduct value exchanges with your subordinates. They will be determined to obtain what you desire even more effectively." The great demon was stunned after hearing this. "What do you mean by that?" Wang Quan lowered his head and replied, "To put it simply, I will become your lackey and help you obtain more souls. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Quan, the most outstanding subordinate, highly praised by every boss from the very beginning of my career. You only need to set a specific goal, and I will guarantee results exactly as you desire. You only need to provide a tiny investment." After hearing that, he raised his chin in delight and said, "You really are interesting. What do you want? Great power, or perhaps a position in hell? As long as you finish collecting plenty of souls for me, I can grant you anything." Wang Quan lowered his head and replied, "Before there are any results, how would I dare discuss compensation? As your subordinate, I only wish to serve you as best I can. Please give me a brief introduction to the one who set up the Golden Bell." As he spoke, he secretly laughed to himself, thinking, "Ha ha ha. If I'm going to sign a contract, of course I have to find the one with the greatest power." A while later, the Golden Bell had finished charging. The first blood moon phase had ended. At that moment, the gloomy-looking Lin Yao, in purple, had already used a shield spell to protect himself. Then, with a face full of hatred, he said, "That damned Wang Quan, you dare to mess with me? Next, I'll make you pay, and the great demon behind you too." The moment he opened the door, a bullet came flying over with a whoosh. But Lin Yao already had a protective layer in place, so the bullet only struck his arm. At this point, he was so frightened he almost wet himself. On the other side, Ning Tong was saying to his teammate, the target activated a defensive skill, causing the bullet's trajectory to deviate and hit his arm. When Lin Yao heard that, he roared furiously, "Damn you! You saw your pawn had been exposed, so you made your move, did you? Then die." As soon as he finished speaking, he sent an enormous stone arm charging straight out, intending to grab Ning Tong from afar. But Ning Tong still had an ultimate rope-swinging move like Spider-Man, looking insanely flashy. Ning Tong slipped past and dodged it. At the same time, he gave Lin Yao a copper bullet right in the forehead. Luckily, this guy still knew how to turn stone into a shield, so somehow he was completely fine. Ning Tong then ran upstairs to hide, while Lin Yao chased right after him, threatening, "What are you running for? Let's end this already." Suddenly, behind him, our Mao Mao had already been hiding there and was about to fly in and strike. But this guy really had quick hands and sharp eyes. He leapt aside and dodged it. At this moment, he had no idea what was happening, and he cursed in extreme anger. "What the hell is wrong with you? Have even you gone crazy?" Tony then spoke up. "Stop pretending. Before the blood moon, you already exposed your identity and were discovered by us. What's the point of struggling now?" After saying that, he used magic to bind Lin Yao's legs firmly to the ground. Mao Yuan saw that the opportunity had come. She immediately took her fruit knife and slashed diagonally across his body, making blood spray everywhere. But this guy was surprisingly tough and still did not die. He said in extreme frustration, "What the hell are you people talking about? When did I attack you? Wait, don't tell me." At that moment, Lin Yao seemed to realize something. "Damn that Wang Quan. No wonder he kept standing outside, checking all of your positions." And he even deliberately revealed an opening right before the blood moon was about to begin. At this point, his face twisted horribly, and he shouted, "You've misunderstood. It was that damn newcomer who lured me into attacking you from the darkness. He's the real demon." After hearing that, Ning Tong raised a pistol and replied, "From that far away, Wang Quan could lure you into mistakenly attacking us? You sound like something out of an Indian movie. Do you think we're children?" Tony also added, "And besides, the attack was extremely accurate. Luckily, I had a life protection spell. Otherwise, I would have died long ago. How can your lie be this stupid?" Mao Mao immediately spoke up from the side. "Although we're weaker than you, what happened just now is enough proof that you're the remaining demon. What's the point of denying it? It's useless. And that newcomer isn't anywhere to be seen, nor has the system announced his death. You probably locked him up somewhere. That's why, during last night's blood moon, you didn't have enough time to attack all of us. Am I right?" Lin Yao, now cornered and furious, replied, "Damn you bunch of idiots. If you suspected me, why didn't you run over and ring the golden bell to vote me out? What are you doing here? Ning Tong replied as well. So your stone puppet could crush us to death on the way to the golden bell? We're not children. Did you think we wouldn't figure that out? If you behave, the three of us will beat you half-crippled first, then go ring the golden bell afterward. It still won't be too late. But it looks like you still don't intend to surrender. The scene shifted to the staircase leading to the golden bell. Our Wushan was sprinting over like a rocket to ring the bell. She encouraged herself inwardly. Come on, Wushan. I can do this. I used to jog every morning to lose weight. At this moment, she remembered how Mao Mao had handed her the golden hammer earlier and instructed her. This is the golden hammer item. Use it to strike the bell, and it will activate remote voting. We'll hold Lin Yao back. Your great mission is to go ring the bell. After hearing that, Wu Shan broke out in a cold sweat, but still accepted. Got it. I'll definitely do it. A while later, she had already run up to the top where the golden bell was placed. Wu Shan, you're amazing. I finally did it. Now I just need to ring the bell, and it'll be over. Suddenly, she saw Mao Yuan fly up into the sky with a whoosh. Finding it strange, she said, Mao Mao, you're here too? Wait, if you came, then why did you make me climb all the way up here so painfully? Immediately after, a stone hand suddenly crushed Mao Yuan like black paste. At this moment, 3 system notifications appeared. Player Ning Tong has been eliminated. Player Tony has been eliminated. Player Mao Yuan has been eliminated. All 3 were heroes. At the same time, an unbelievably huge stone man spread out its palm and escorted Lin Yao straight up to the golden bell. At this moment, he said angrily, none of them were demons? How could that be? Seeing this, Wu Shan was so frightened that she immediately knelt down, handed him the golden hammer, and said, Boss, I surrender. However you want to win, I'll accept it. Lin Yao then laughed like a madman and said, Ha. So that's how it is. I underestimated you, you bastard. Suddenly, black crows flew everywhere. At the same time, our Wang Quan jumped down. He said in an extremely cool manner, 3 people against 1, and they still couldn't beat you? Your strength really is outstanding. Lin Yao replied, I just reached level 10, and I've obtained a class as well. Don't compare me to those amateurs. Besides, I also have a sacred relic on me. Wang Quan asked curiously, a sacred relic? What is that? Lin Yao continued, you really are a country bumpkin who just entered the city. In the infinite God domain, the items players can obtain include usable items and portable equipment. In addition, there are sacred relics, which are the fundamental items of class players and can unlock the path to transcendence. Sacred relics can only be found in dungeons. If you don't want to be treated like an amateur, then you must collect them. Wang Quan found it strange and asked, why are you suddenly being so kind and explaining such useful things to me? Lin Yao replied, because you're only level 1. I'm afraid that if you fail, you won't have enough points to pay the penalty. So your next dungeon will be your life or death battle. If you run into me again, then you can consider yourself dead, kid. As he spoke, he manifested the stone man behind him and revealed an extremely nasty smile. Let's see what other tricks you have. After hearing that, Wang Quan touched the golden bell and replied, you're really funny. The way you talk, it's as if you've already beaten me this time. Then Lin Yao circulated his power and prepared to attack. The moment those 3 died, you were already done for, boy. Even if I only have 30% of my health left now, you still don't stand a chance. Wang Quan calmly replied, you're absolutely right. If I ring the bell for judgment now, you'll kill Wu Shan to make sure the votes can't take effect, right? After hearing that, Lin Yao laughed smugly and said, very smart, kid. Besides, even if I didn't do that, was your plan really placing that tiny sliver of hope on that silly girl? You really are naive. Wu Shan stood between the 2 men, listening to their conversation with a pale face, terrified. Kill me? Also, between Lin Yao and Wang Quan, who is actually the demon. Can you 2 please spare me? At this moment, Wang Quan revealed an extremely terrifying smile and replied, is that all your brain can think of? I worked so hard to get here, yet you're treating me as far too simple. Please enjoy the good show that's about to begin. After that, Wang Quan began ringing the bell. Right behind him, he suddenly transformed into an unbelievably nasty potion bottle, making Lin Yao's eyes roll wide as he exclaimed, damn it, I fell into his trap. At this moment, he reacted quickly and instantly created countless stone fragments on the ground. Wang Quan charged over like lightning. He also immediately activated the Blood Moon. Then Lin Yao used a move that shot stone fragments in every direction. The stones flew all over the place. Wang Quan also used his protagonist-level passive ability, flying up and dodging in an incredibly cool way, somehow coming out unharmed. As expected, that lucky golden Shiba Inu coin is amazing. So many stones were fired, and I'm still alive. Ah, damn it. No matter how lucky I am, I still got hit once. It took out more than half my health bar. His technique really is terrifying. This must be his strongest move. Otherwise, with his vicious personality, he should have continued attacking non-stop to finish me off. Also, it seems like he can sense the sound of those stone fragments falling all over the ground. Looks like I have to be extremely careful. But even if he still has another trump card, 10 seconds after my enhancement, I'll definitely risk everything to peel his skin off. But something feels strange. Why do I feel like I've been hit? He's still standing there without moving. No, that's not right. My health is still full, but there are bloodstains and pain all over my body. Don't tell me. My body in the real world has been injured. Oh no, our Wang Quan had run into serious trouble this time. The scene shifted to the library outside in the real world. Wang Quan was leaning very affectionately against little Lin Lin. She actually let him lean on her for several hours. Seriously, when you're handsome, everything you do is right. At this moment, she said to herself, I have to focus. I absolutely have to finish this report. Oh no, it's over. It feels like he's deliberately leaning more and more toward me. It's already been several hours. What exactly is wrong with him? This is making things so awkward. She poked his nostril with her pen, but still could not wake him up. Suddenly, a voice startled little Lin Lin so badly she nearly jumped. Hey, Lin Lin, you still dare come to the library? And you're even having fun with your new boyfriend too. She turned around and discovered a plump, fair, rosy-cheeked girl with orange hair. Beside her, with his arm around her shoulder, was a guy wearing a red shirt whose face looked rather annoying. Lin Lin asked fearfully, He's not my new boyfriend. And who are you? After hearing that, the girl angrily slammed her hand on the table and replied, I'm Soo-won. Back then, you went to the teacher's office and reported me, causing me to lose points. Do you remember now? Then she turned and added to her boyfriend, I only turned around and casually picked up the broken earphones that had fallen onto the desk. But that girl actually dared go to the teacher's office to look for me, and she almost even called the police. After hearing that, Lin Lin lowered her head and apologized. I really didn't know. If you like those earphones, I'll give them to you. I'm sorry for bothering you. The damned red shirt guy, obsessed with pleasing girls, replied, Don't be angry, baby. I'll help you get justice. The girl immediately answered happily, Thank you, darling. I really didn't choose the wrong man. On this side, our Lin Lin's face had gone deathly pale. What are you planning to do? I'll scream. Suddenly, some kind of dark power controlled the red shirt guy. At this moment, he stepped forward and said, Don't be afraid. I've never hit girls, so I'll let your boyfriend take the beating instead. After saying that, he grabbed an iron chair and smashed it straight into Wang Quan's head with a loud bang. Blood flowed from Wang Quan's head, soaking the floor, and he lay unconscious on the ground. Then Lin Lin, terrified, tried to wake him up. Wang Quan, hurry and wake up. Don't scare me. At this moment, the controlling power over that guy wore off. When he came back to his senses, he was so frightened that his face turned pale. What's going on? Didn't I only come here to reason with them? Why did I suddenly attack someone? Yet that vicious woman on the side was extremely happy. Darling, you were amazing. Hit him a few more times. She really was as evil as a dog. Then the red shirt guy said in a panic, Brother, are you okay? What are you two still standing there for? Hurry and call an ambulance. Suddenly, at this moment, some blonde-haired guy who had been watching through the cameras called another person to report. Confirmed. The target is unconscious. There may have been a slight signal error at his previous location. One guy quickly put on a blue uniform like the people who came to arrest Wang Quan last time and replied, Prepare to infiltrate in disguise. Begin target retrieval. Oh no, he was planning to kidnap our Wang Quan. At the critical moment, Wang Quan wanted to leave the dungeon, but he was in an extremely difficult position and did not know what to do. The system was warning him, if you exit the dungeon, the mission will be considered a complete failure. Confirm exit? After hearing that, he thought to himself, damn it, why am I being attacked at a time like this? If I exit without completing the mission, then I'll lose everything. No, I have to calm down. Right now, I'm in the school library. Under normal circumstances, it's hard to encounter danger there. Most injuries would be from falling or something like that. The most dangerous ones right now are are still those people in blue. But looks like they can't act too openly in a place as full of witnesses as the library. My injury doesn't seem fatal either. If I exit now, I'll regret it too much. Besides, even if I really get taken away by them, with my current strength outside, I still can't fight them. In this situation, staying and continuing to fight is the best solution. Right now, I have to do what needs to be done first. No matter the cost, I have to eliminate him as quickly as possible. In that case, let's end this dungeon. At the same time, he opened the treasure book and said, "Esteemed Lord of the Nine Hells, your subordinate Wang Quan will obey the contract in exchange for your protection." Lin Yao, who had been waiting there for quite a while with nothing happening, was now shivering all over. What the hell is this? What exactly is that guy planning? Why has there been no movement for so long? The stones on the floor were not vibrating at all. He could not even hear the sound of wind. Then he laughed creepily like an idiot. "I know now, kid. You want to wait until my physical strength and spirit are worn down, right? You're underestimating me too much. In that case, let's see which of us has more patience." A moment later, the contract took effect. Our Wang Quan advanced with an extremely high-end, pro-level death scythe weapon. At the same time, an enormous demon lord appeared behind him. He stared at Lin Yao with a terrifyingly affectionate gaze, like someone soaking in a bathtub. This time, even heaven could not save Lin Yao. A while later, Wu Shan woke up after the blood moon ended. She was very surprised to see black crow feathers flying everywhere. Then she turned and actually discovered Wang Quan standing before Lin Yao's corpse. The Lord of the Nine Hells then sent Wang Quan a notification. "The contract has been fulfilled. Remember your oath." After hearing that, he said, "Originally, I was strong enough to beat him to a miserable state. But to end things quickly, I had no choice but to use this method." At this moment, Lin Yao's mouth hung open as he lay on the ground, dead with his eyes still open. A notification appeared. "Player Lin Yao has been eliminated. He was a hero. 2 players remain in the game. The Golden Bell judgment has lost effect." Still innocent and not understanding what had happened, Wu Shan happily ran over to him and said, "Wang Quan, you're amazing. We won. This time, the greatest credit goes to you." He answered her awkwardly, "That's right. We won. Hee hee." Suddenly, she felt that something was wrong. Why are there still 2 people, but the system hasn't ended the match? Don't tell me. Suddenly, our Wang Quan immediately used forced discipline on Wu Shan, immobilizing her. Seeing this, her eyes rolled wide in extreme fear. "Bang Quan, why can't I move? What are you planning to do to me?" Then he put a rather strange-looking necklace on her. He patted her on the shoulder and said, "Wu Shan, see you in the next match." Then he sat down by the Golden Bell. Holding a detonation device in his hand, he laughed happily and continued, "It's finally over. But I still have to return to my personal space to claim the rewards. I need to prepare carefully before going back to reality. Hopefully, I'm still safe and sound." Only now did Wu Shan finally understand. "I've figured it out. You're the final demon, aren't you? I trusted you so much. How could you have the heart to deceive me? You're awful." Our Wang Quan replied awkwardly, "I honestly didn't want to be a demon either. Besides, I'm only level 1. If I lose 50 points, I'm basically finished." "Wu Shan, please understand." After hearing that, she gaped in terror. "What? We have the key points? I don't even have 50 points. Oh no, I'm dead for sure this time." "Boo-hoo-hoo." Wang Quan raised his middle finger and replied, "Stop pretending to be innocent. You quietly leveled yourself up to twice my level, and you've already been through 3 dungeons. How could you not know the life and death rule?" After hearing him say that, Wu Shan felt utterly crushed. "So that's the kind of person I am in your eyes? I really, truly don't know. Can you spare me? Wait a second. Points are related to life and death. Am I really about to die? I'm honestly so sad. No one can help me now." At this moment, Wang Quan also felt a little moved. "What did you say? Do you really not have 50 points? How many side points have you earned in this dungeon?" Wu Shan answered shakily, "Side points? I haven't earned any side points at all." Then he clutched his head and said, "What the heck? How can you not have earned a single point? You really wasted my time. Come on, let's get you 50 points first. But for the next match, you'll have to figure it out yourself. I can't help you anymore." After saying that, he grabbed Wu Shan's hand and took off at full speed. At this moment, her eyes shone brightly, filled with affection for him. "Hee, thank you. You really are a kind-hearted demon." But for some reason, he dragged her to the edge of the wall. Finding it strange, Wu Shan asked. Why aren't we taking the stairs? Could it be that jumping down gives points? Then he coldly dropped her without the slightest mercy. I told you, I'm in a hurry. With tears streaming down her face, she plunged downward in terror. It was unbelievable that our Wang Quan could be this evil. The scene switched to the library outside in the real world. The blue uniform men had already arrived and were carrying Wang Quan away. In front of many witnesses, the red shirt guy also looked extremely regretful and frightened as he said, Brother, hang in there. If something happens to you, I'm totally screwed. Over here, Lin found it strange and asked, Why did the ambulance arrive so quickly? You called them, right? The orange-haired girl immediately replied, I don't know either. I clearly had just hung up, and they were already here. That's really weird. The masked blue uniform man then said, Please step back. We need to move the patient urgently to save his life. The red shirt guy replied, You have to save him no matter what. You must save him. Suddenly, Lin stepped forward and pleaded, Can I ride along in the ambulance? Let me take care of him. Then the blue uniform guy looked at her with an extremely sinister gaze. After that, he also agreed to let her get into the vehicle with them. The scene shifted to the distant past. A great demon was slowly walking toward a corridor while saying, Humans clearly don't care about the lives of their loved ones, yet they insist on signing contracts. After they obtain power, they blame demons for tempting them. Then they march over in the name of justice to attack me, a demon. Humans truly are far too wicked. At this moment, a blonde-haired man was chained up, covered in blood in an extremely horrifying state. He suddenly spoke up. Hey, demon, do you want to make a deal with me? After hearing that, the great demon replied, What did you say? You're currently a sacrifice. I don't think you have anything to trade with me, but I'll hear you out. What do you want? Power, freedom, or revenge? The blonde-haired man continued, I want to drive all of you demons out of this world. Seeing that this guy seemed completely insane, the great demon also said, You're begging me, a demon, for power to drive out demons? Interesting. Then what can you give me to make me agree? He laughed with delight and replied, I will turn this world into hell. It seemed this man had been sacrificed to demons by his own family, so he carried an enormous hatred within him. He was probably the mastermind behind everything. After that, the apostle spread the message. The golden bell could judge demons throughout the world. Soon, the forces of demons were purged from this world. However, the corrupt churches used that as a way to profit personally. Wicked people bribed the churches with money, causing many innocent people to die under the pretext of using the golden bell to destroy demons. Humans became even more brutal then. They suspected and guarded against one another, falling into conflict, war, and mutual slaughter, making the world truly cruel. What was laughable was that demon worship rose again, and the villains even occupied this castle to judge demons. But to the few remaining surviving humans, none of that had any meaning anymore. Wang Quan had uncovered the mysterious story within the castle. At this moment, he was recounting it to Wu Shan. After hearing it, she replied, So that's how it was. The true demons were inside humans themselves. Then she crossed her arms and said angrily, So that's the reason you dropped me from the top floor to the ground, right? Fortunately, you still had a bit of conscience and flew down to catch me. Otherwise, I would have hated you for the rest of my life. Our Wang Quan awkwardly replied to Wu Shan, Hi, you dummy. I only wanted to save time. How could I bear to abandon you? Wu Shan was then extremely surprised by the system notification. Exploration progress has reached 100%. You are rewarded 50 points. You really are amazing. Such confusing information, yet you connected it into a perfect story. As she spoke and turned around, she discovered that Wang Quan was sneakily trying to do something. He was currently drawing a magic circle around Wu Shan while replying to her, I didn't figure it all out myself. I asked someone involved for extra information. The boss who signed a contract with the great demon is the hidden boss of this dungeon. I'm on the demon's side, so chatting with him a little shouldn't be too much, right? After hearing that, she said sulkily, The demon faction really gets special treatment. You get information directly, and you even get your strength enhanced. No wonder we worked so hard and still couldn't win. Wang Quan then held his forehead and replied, How is that favoritism or special treatment? I also had to pay a pretty steep price before he lent me his power, a complicated ritual requiring a living sacrifice. On top of that, there were a whole bunch of unfair conditions for me. Now I have to slowly pay back my debt to him. Hearing this, Wu Shan said, so that's how it is. Wait, did you say a living sacrifice? Who are you sacrificing? Wang Quan smiled brightly like a blooming flower and replied, you don't need to be so curious. You'll know very soon. After hearing that, she jumped in panic. What? Du hat fao Wan Guan. How dare you sacrifice me too? You're truly vicious. Suddenly, the magic circle activated and a dazzling golden light appeared, so bright it nearly blinded them. Seeing this, he said, perhaps this is the most innocent and countless sins-free sacrifice. Then the system announced, player Wu Shan has been eliminated. Identity, hero, the bloodstained golden bell dungeon has ended. The victorious side is the demons. Main mission reward. All demons receive 50 points. Side mission rewards. Surviving personally grants 1 F-rank ability gift box. Killing 2 players grants 20 points. Exploring 100% of the map's secrets grants 50 points. Player Wang Quan's current level is level 2. Player Wang Quan, please return to your personal space. After hearing that, he cheered in extreme delight. Ha ha ha, a full 120 points in rewards? Awesome. Too bad I can't take the treasures in the dungeon out with me. If I hadn't had to escort Wu Shan, I could have slipped away earlier. Also, I still owe that great demon several souls that need to be sacrificed. I guess they're probably used to these scam tricks anyway. Hee hee, that great demon looks so stupid. He probably can't do anything to me. Suddenly, a system notification appeared. Player Wang Quan has completed an extremely difficult dungeon and received a special equipment reward, Demon Codex. Oh damn, dungeon items really can be brought out. I've totally hit the jackpot. Giskiviko, Giskiviko, Giskiviko. Plus, I've just leveled up to level 3 too. I must be at the top among the newbies now. If I keep up this momentum, sooner or later, I'll be able to surpass those seniors. Just you wait. My dream of reaching the top of the infinite God domain server is about to come true. He had just received a treasure, so he was probably high out of his mind. What a delusional bunch of nonsense. At this moment, he suddenly remembered that he had been injured earlier. Oh no, I forgot. I'll think about this dungeon later. The biggest problem I need to solve right now is that things in my real world are unstable, and I was bleeding a lot earlier too. I have to think of a way to deal with it. Meanwhile, outside, the vehicle carrying him was speeding away like an arrow. Lin, sitting inside, found it strange and asked, Doctor, he's so badly injured. Doesn't he need any first aid? The blonde-haired man standing behind had now revealed his face. His name was Jonas. Don't worry, I'm monitoring the patient's condition very carefully. He doesn't have any major problems. A while later, Wang Quan had been brought by them into an intensive care room. Jonas also went to another room and said, I successfully brought the target back. I'll leave the report form to you, Sister Sira. So this was Sira, a very pale and plump 3-headed monster. The outfit she wore looked extremely tasty and just right. She was a special researcher. She crossed her arms, revealing 2 juicy melons, and spoke reproachfully. You're far too slow. They're all from the same batch. The others have already been taken away by people sent from headquarters. And why did you bring another one along with him? Is the security department not busy enough already? As soon as our little Lin walked in, she discovered several men holding huge guns aimed at her, frightening her so badly that her face turned green. What is going on? Excuse me, is this a hospital? I think I might have walked into the wrong place. Can I go home? Jonas then replied to Sira, I did my best. The target changed location once. This operation wasn't prepared in advance, so please understand. After hearing that, she found it strange and asked, what do you mean by that? Moved? Are you saying he woke up? Jonas walked out while saying, I'm not sure either. It's possible someone else moved him, or the scanner displayed an inaccurate location. Sira then touched Wang Quan's face and said, this is rather interesting. In any case, the next batch collection hasn't arrived yet. We probably have to wait until next month. I might as well take my time studying him. Suddenly, her face flushed red, and her eyes showed a very housewifely, maidenly look. Hee hee, why does this young man look so cute? He must be hiding a lot of interesting things inside. Jonas closed the door and replied with a mischievous expression, that's up to you. I won't disturb you anymore. Just remember to file the report. At this moment, she felt secretly delighted. A while later, our male lead had returned to the real world. His face was now filled with extreme terror. What is this? I was only in the God domain for a little while, and they already captured me and brought me here. They didn't even give me time to adapt. What bunch of bastards. He observed his surroundings and realized this room is probably underground. There are surveillance cameras everywhere, and the door has an electronic lock. There's a ventilation opening on the ceiling. Right, I remember the F-rank ability gift box I got from the dungeon. Let me see if there's anything that can help me escape. It doesn't seem too hard to get out, but if I just keep running away like this, it won't solve anything. I know absolutely nothing about any of the information. The other side's identity, their purpose, the connections behind them, or even how they found me. In this situation, even if I successfully escape this time, it will only make them suspicious and force them to use stronger measures. So the best option right now, while they still haven't discovered that I have the ability to exit the game, is to try to infiltrate them and gather as much information as possible. Once I'm certain of victory, it won't be too late to act. My physical condition is still being well cared for by them. The temperature is suitable. There's an electronic panel monitoring my body, and the bed is a little hard, but it still feels more comfortable than the bed in my rented room. Although I don't know what they'll do to me next, returning to the God domain to search for information is probably the best method. As soon as he entered, he suddenly discovered, oh, it looks like you can add friends in the game and match into dungeons together. So this game has a friend system too? Damn, whose 2 friend requests are these? Holy crap, they're the 2 Demon Squad members I carried so hard earlier. Then he opened the messages to take a look. Miss Z Meow had messaged him. Sorry, I didn't think things through earlier and acted a bit too hastily. But that guy clearly had an extremely powerful prediction ability. If he survived, our team would very likely lose. I thought I could eliminate a few more people before I died. But ahaha, how embarrassing. You really are amazing. Lu Shangjun messaged our Wong Quan. Because of me, you were dragged into the fate of the Dark Curse. Soon, you will have to face the Blood Seal trial, but you don't need to be afraid because I've gone through the Blood Seal countless times. Although I cannot fight alongside you, my will and determination will accompany you. I entrust to you the power to transcend life and death through this video. Watch it, but don't be too grateful to me. I wish you victory and good luck. After reading it, our Wong Quan looked extremely pleased. Ha, looks like those 2 messaged me right after they died, but I was too busy and didn't notice. By now, they've probably received the victory notification and reward points. But what's this video Lu Shangjun sent me? Could it be some other ultimate technique? As soon as he opened it to watch, oh dear heavens, what the hell is this? It turned out the power to transcend life and death that Lu Shangjun talked about was just bouncing around like a guy in a mental hospital. After watching it, our Wong Quan wanted to gouge his own eyes out. Damn it, Lu Shangjun, sit properly and accept my bow. But that's strange. Sister Zimiao isn't very surprised by my victory, which I poured so much effort and passion into. Or maybe I should just reply casually and say that afterward, the heroes exhausted their abilities, then started fighting each other in total chaos, and I won by sheer luck. Then Zimiao sent him another message. To repay your kindness, I have a special dungeon entry ticket, and there's no penalty for failure either. Do you trust me enough to let me pull you in one more time? If you agree, then come. Fighting more battles will help you gain more experience. If we happen to win by luck, we might strike it rich. After reading it, he immediately replied, Sister Meow, I feel a little afraid right now, but if there's no penalty, I'd like to accompany you one more time. I hope we could do our best and win together next time. Your great kindness and generosity, I, Wong Quan, will never forget it. In his heart, he secretly thought, with such a juicy dungeon, why would I, Wong Quan, be stupid enough not to squeeze it dry? Then Zimiao sent him an invitation to enter the match. Special Team Dungeon begins in 30 minutes. Are you ready to fight? He agreed immediately. As soon as Wong Quan entered, he saw a huge villa. Then the system began giving a brief introduction. This special dungeon was called Strange Tales of Wei Town. Long Peace Town was a small mining town with very few visitors. The reason was that recently, a strange ancient book had been dug up in a mine. From then on, terrifying evil spirits began appearing here, lurking every night and leaving the townspeople anxious, unable to eat or sleep in peace. This was archaeologist Professor Luo De. He had sent 5 professional investigators here to investigate the truth and dispel the rumors in town. After that, the system introduced the game. This was a team cooperation special item dungeon with 5 participating players. The players had to unite and cooperate to complete the mission. The objective was to obtain the Spirit Pattern Rat Talisman from the E-Class monster within 7 days. Mission reward, none. Mission penalty, none. The dungeon officially began. On the first day at 8 a.m., Our Wong Quan was at the Rose Hotel, looking utterly bored. What a ridiculous dungeon. If there was no reward, what was the point of playing? And their identities were 5 professional investigators. So it turned out those 5 people were us. Over here, Professor Luo De had already been tied up by the players. He angrily cursed nonstop. What the hell is this, you damn brats? I hired you people to investigate. So why did you tie me up? This terrifyingly muscular man in red was named Xing Ju, level 8, with the title Fist Mage. He also spoke up. Old man, you sure talk a lot. Aren't we investigating right now? If you know what's good for you, tell me more about that ancient book. If you keep being stubborn, you'll spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. After hearing that, the bald old man nearly wet himself. Didn't come any closer. Our Miao, currently level 10, sat cross-legged in a grand manner and added, if we're not mistaken, the person who commissioned this mission must be hiding a lot of important information. Besides, you're not stupid enough to spend money hiring the 5 of us to investigate just because of some rumor. You must have some dark scheme behind this. After hearing this, our Wong Quan felt as if he had been enlightened. Torturing someone to force out a confession and clarify the truth? Could that actually serve the client better? If such a wonderful method could be promoted more widely, that would be great. But why was it so strange? Clearing such a difficult dungeon gave them nothing at all. This man with a horsemane hairstyle was named In Wuan, level 10. His title was Idol Expert. He also explained to Wong Quan, because this is a special dungeon, you need an entry ticket to participate. Although there's no reward, there is an extremely valuable treasure, the Spirit Pattern Rat Talisman, an S-rank holy relic. After hearing that, Wong Quan jolted and remembered what Lin Yao had said before. Damn, it's a holy relic? I think Lin Yao mentioned that it could be used to unlock the extraordinary generation. It's one of the basic requirements for some profession or something. Over here was a pink-loving little dreamer. Her name was Luo Xiaohua. She was level 9, with the title Savage Assault. At this moment, she spoke up. Players in the God domain who reach level 10 or above need to determine their own profession. Holy relics are materials used to synthesize professions. In addition, holy relics themselves also contain tremendous power. Then she leaned close to his face and continued, wait, that's strange. You're only level 3? You don't even know something this basic? I thought you were using magic to conceal your abilities. After hearing that, Wong Quan replied awkwardly, I'm a newcomer. I'll be counting on my seniors to teach me. Hearing this, In Wuan became furious and shouted so loudly it hurt the ears. Hey, Miao, I thought you found a suitable helper for our team. Why did you drag in some useless guy? Miao replied indifferently. What do you know? I just like it this way. Got a problem with that. A while later, the muscular man had beaten the old man half to death, and he had gathered some information. I'm done. This old man is the main person in charge of the archaeology team. The ancient book they dug up was confiscated by his superiors, and he wanted to get it back, which is why he hired us. In other words, the Spirit Pattern Rat Talisman is indeed with his superior, the mayor. At this moment, Luo Xiaohua looked extremely delighted and dashed off immediately. The target is clear. Let's get going. In Wuan also replied, all right, I brought lock-picking tools. Let's grab any car by the roadside and set off. Miao, we'll be going ahead. I'm claiming the treasure this round. Our Wong Quan froze when he saw how united they were. Wait, Miao, something seems wrong. Isn't this supposed to be a cooperative dungeon where everyone works together to win? She then explained to him, although this is a dungeon with cooperative mechanics, there's only one reward. Everyone has to rely on their own ability to seize it. So for this dungeon, everyone tries their best to collect as many entry tickets as possible. The more tickets you have, the more close friends you can bring. That makes cooperation easier. This round had a maximum of 6 tickets, but I only got 3. 1 for me, 1 for you, so you could come in and get familiar with the dungeon, and the last one was for that damn guy. But at the very last minute, he stood me up. That really pissed me off. Wong Quan picked up the ticket and replied, so this thing is actually that valuable? Miao immediately answered, of course. This is a special dungeon where a holy relic is guaranteed to drop. They're extremely rare. So right now, you must be secretly thinking that you feel very guilty because I wasted a ticket on you, right? Our Wong Quan instantly broke out in sweat and replied, so you already guessed. She put an arm around his shoulders and laughed cheerfully. I'm just joking. Bringing you along is fun too. You carried me in the previous dungeon. If we move fast this time, maybe we'll be able to get the holy relic. Since we're on the same team, it seems we're a good match and have plenty of luck. After hearing this, Wang Quan's gaze changed. Since you've given me such a good opportunity, if I don't work hard, I'll let you down. So this time, we have to complete the mission before those guys. It seems the chance of obtaining the holy relic isn't impossible after all. After hearing him say this, Zi Miao felt a little shaken. What are you talking about? This dungeon is very difficult, and those three are all experts. Aren't you scared? Our Wang Quan replied. Since you've already helped me this much, how will we know if you and I don't try our best? Besides, since we're playing, we might as well go all the way. What's there to hesitate about? At this moment, she stood up with her enormous saber on her shoulder and said to him, since you've put it that way, let's set off together. If we wait until they make a huge commotion, we'll be doomed. The police will come and surround this place, with piles of guns pointed at our heads. Finding that strange, Wang Quan asked, make a commotion? Surround us? Wait, in theory, isn't the government supposed to be on our side? Zi Miao immediately explained it to him. You just joined, so you don't fully understand yet. You'll get the hang of it over time. In the end, the infinite God domain is still a game. The dungeon world is a playground. In here, players can use any means necessary to complete the system mission. This is how veteran experts play. Just look at that old man over there, and you'll understand part of it. Right now, they're planning either to charge straight at the mayor or attack City Hall. Hearing this, our Wang Quan cleverly called the police right away. Hello, is this the police? There are several terrorists on their way to attack the mayor. Yes, that's right. Sir, you don't need to thank me. Just deploy every force you have and arrest or kill them all. Yes, yes. He hung up and continued. All right, now let's go to the police station to give a statement. Our Zi Miao was completely baffled at this point. What are you doing? What does this have to do with our mission? Wang Quan explained to her, I'm mobilizing the forces inside the dungeon, restricting the movements of our competitors, and creating favorable conditions for us. We should try to borrow as much power as possible from everyone inside the dungeon. Then he smiled dazzlingly at Professor Luo De, before turning to her with a heart-throbbing, godlike smile. This is the one-of-a-kind playstyle of me, Wang Quan. At this moment, on the streets of Long Peace Town, at 8:50 in the morning, Zi Miao and our Wang Quan had set off. Sitting in the car, she explained further to him. The system map has a temporary marking function. All shops and hospitals we see on the map can be marked. The dungeon lasts a full 7 days, so it's good for us to scout the terrain first. Understanding the terrain is a very important factor in gaining an advantage and winning. Also, you can talk freely with other players without worrying that the supporting characters in the game will hear you. Anything a player says or does will be cognitively blocked from that old man, too. After hearing her, Wang Quan replied, Thank you, Sister Miao. So there are that many things in the infinite God domain. And judging from the houses and the way people here dress, this place seems like early 20th century America. It looks like their administrative power isn't too impressive. If the combat power of our competitors isn't much weaker than yours, Sister Miao, then relying on the police force in town really won't be enough to stop their attack. Ambushes, poison, and supernatural abilities. I wonder if there's any way to deal with them. Oh, right. This dungeon also has a very powerful evil spirit. If we rely on the monster side, sitting beside him, our Zi Miao heard this and gave a dry laugh. You can't do that. Although we're secretly competing with them for the treasure, this is still essentially a cooperative dungeon where everyone works together to win. Players cannot fight each other. At this moment, our Wang Quan replied with a face as stiff as a cue stick. Harmonious cooperation? Could it be that so-called teammates are only meant to be used as human shields? A while later, the two of them arrived at the police station. Wang Quan opened the door, walked inside, and said, In short, it's already good if we can help with information. Winning the goodwill of the townspeople might bring unexpected benefits. As soon as our Wang Quan stepped in with a friendly smile, a fat policeman actually fired a gun at him. The policeman's face was furious as he said, Die, you demon! Seeing this, Wang Quan and Zi Miao were so frightened that they nearly wet themselves, immediately running outside to hide. What the hell? Is being a good person really this hard? The old man was also quite good at taking advantage of chaos, pretending to be scared as he clung tightly to our curvy Zi Miao. She pushed his face away and said to Wang Quan, It's probably because of the difference in worldview, so we may not be able to communicate with that policeman. What do you plan to do now? Wang Quan said, Can we try to find another way to make him calm down? Zi Miao agreed and did as he said. A while later, she charged straight in through the window. On this side, Wang Quan also rushed in and used forced discipline on the policeman. The fat pig-like policeman was attacked from both sides and had no time to react. At this moment, Wang Quan and Zi Miao began suppressing him. "Officer, we came here with good intentions. I have information about some rebels. They're planning to sneak into the town and cause trouble. Let's sit down and talk." The fat man was so frightened that he nearly wet himself. Even though he did not want to, he was forced to obey like a puppy. After that, he calmed down and began talking. "So you two were the ones who called the police earlier? I am the police officer of this town. I truly apologize to you. Let me offer you a drink. We can talk slowly." At this moment, Wang Quan began speaking. "Officer, we are indeed investigators hired by Professor Luo De. We came here to investigate the ancient book, as well as the rumors about an evil spirit in town." Hearing this, the bald old man quickly replied, "Huh? That's right. I'm the one who hired them." Then Wang Quan continued, "We also learned that several rioters want to steal the ancient book. For the safety of the book and everyone in town, could I ask you to suggest to the mayor that the ancient book be handed over to professional personnel, like us, for safekeeping?" Hearing this, the policeman's expression changed as he said, "Evil spirits? Rioters? I know all about that. It must be that sly old dog. He said he wanted to retire and return to his hometown to live out his old age. But I knew he was pretending. Now that he's smelled money, he's poking his head out to grab a bite. He must have sent people to steal the ancient book in town, then come up with all kinds of despicable methods to divert my attention." At this moment, Wang Quan was suddenly extremely startled. "Steal it? The book has already been stolen by that guy." Zi Miao was also surprised and asked, "So the book is in that bastard's hands now?" Next, our Wang Quan asked, "Oh, right. Officer, let me ask one more thing. Have there been any murder cases in town recently?" After hearing this, the policeman immediately put on a proud look. "Of course not. When I was young, I was the fastest gun in this town. No damned scoundrel dares to cause trouble in my town. There hasn't been a murder here for decades." Finding it strange, Zi Miao came over and asked him, "Why are you asking about murder cases?" Wang Quan opened the system notification and showed it to her. "You didn't receive it? The system sent me an additional side mission. Find the true culprit. There's also a note. I'll catch you. Just wait. Completion reward. 1 dungeon item. A point exchange scroll." Zi Miao was hit by one surprise after another and completely failed to understand. "Your system triggered an additional side mission? Why don't I have one? How strange." A while later, Wang Quan and Zi Miao walked out. At this moment, Wang Quan turned back to ask the policeman for a favor. "We're going to visit the mayor now and ask about the situation. Officer, could you help tell him in advance?" The policeman immediately agreed. "That's a tiny matter. Of course I can. When you get there, just say I sent you." "All right, I'll give you this too." Wang Quan took the gun, and the system immediately issued a notification. "Received 1 F-rank mission equipment item." Feeling extremely puzzled, he said, "Damn, why are you giving this to me?" Then the policeman closed the door and waved goodbye to him. Our Wang Quan stood there blankly, completely unable to understand what was going on. What side mission did I trigger? Why is it so confusing? Sister Meow, after talking to that policeman, I seem to have gained some kind of enhancement. Do you have it too? Zi Meow thought to herself. Forget about his confusing mission. The main mission is the most important right now. She then opened the electronic panel and said to him, "You mean this team certification, right? Just treat it as a temporary faction. Many dungeons have it. Think of it as a system function that helps players and dungeon characters identify allies and enemies." After hearing this, Wang Quan scratched his head and replied, "There's even something this convenient? No wonder that policeman was so friendly and helped us so much." Then he, Zi Miao, and the old man walked toward the car. Wang Quan suddenly thought of some plan and asked her, "Hey, Sister Meow, look at the balcony on the 2nd floor. Can you jump up there?" Finding it strange, she asked back, "Of course. That's extremely simple. What else are you trying to do? Aren't we supposed to go meet the mayor and talk?" Then Wang Quan immediately pulled out the powerful green permit and answered with a cheerful grin, "Look at this. Our current identity is on the police side, and it's already been verified by the officer. It shouldn't be too much for us to take a few things from the police station, right? Ha ha ha." Once he said it, they did it. Our Wang Quan now had an additional piece of new equipment, a police hat that looked extremely impressive. He and Zi Miao arrived at the door, then used the Divine Eye ability to observe the situation inside. Wang Quan announced, "The inside is completely safe." Zi Miao immediately took her massive dragon-slaying saber and brought it down with a crash. The door shattered into hundreds of pieces. Seeing this, the bald old man's eyes rolled wide, and his mouth gaped open. What the hell? This is the police station. Are you two out of your minds? Wang Quan and Zi Miao replied with indifferent faces. We're looking for clues and taking a bit of equipment while we're at it. Weren't you the one who invited us here? Don't you remember the mission you gave me at the start? You're acting pretty strange. A while later, on the second floor of the police station, the two of them had already turned the place upside down. The old man was so frightened that he nearly wet himself and said, I remember only commissioning you two to find a book. Was there any need to destroy things to this extent? Wang Quan and Zi Miao then smiled as brightly as beauty queens and replied, it's fine, don't worry. We told the officer earlier. He even said we were allowed to investigate freely. All the police in the station had to go stop the terrorists, so we have to handle things ourselves. Everything we're doing is legal. We're not the same as those 3 terrorists. Don't worry too much. The old man was so fed up he no longer wanted to speak. Suddenly, Zi Miao found something and said, Hey, Wang Quan, come over and take a look at this. These are all reports recorded recently. Wang Quan picked up several sheets of paper and muttered to himself, the orphanage, the people in the mine, the gang mentioned earlier, plus the mayor the client mentioned at the beginning. We now have clues about all these suspects. The thing we need to find is probably somewhere around these places. Then Zi Miao added, based on the information we interrogated out of them, these locations probably have interconnected side missions. But our main mission is simply to retrieve the ancient book. I don't want to pay too much attention to those side plots. Wang Quan replied with a sly look on his face. Either way, we still don't have precise information about the book. Let's try searching around these places. Who knows? Maybe these locations contain important information about where the ancient book is hidden. Professor Luoda, please drive the car over here for me. Unexpectedly, the old man had been so scared that he had already run away. Seeing this, Wang Quan said, no problem. But stealing a car from the roadside doesn't seem quite right either. Then let's borrow a police car for now. Haha, In Wuan and the others are probably in the middle of a huge brawl with the police at City Hall. If we go there now, we'll only run into trouble. Let's look for information somewhere else first. Otherwise, if they misunderstand us, it'll ruin the trust between teammates. There's one very reasonable place to go right now instead of City Hall, the orphanage in the eastern part of town. With that, he and Zi Miao immediately set off. At this point, she asked him with some curiosity, Oh right, Wang Quan, in the last dungeon, you survived all the way to the end, so you must have received a lot of points, right? Have you used them all yet? He replied, not yet. Actually, I don't really know how to use them most reasonably. In normal games, I guess you're supposed to dump points into strengthening your items and your own supernatural abilities. But when I look at those F-rank cards, it feels like such a waste. It seems like even if I poured all my points into them, they wouldn't help much. After hearing this, Zi Miao replied, It's very good that you think that way. At your level, your cards are only at the lowest tier. Aside from the necessary tools for your personal space, you shouldn't spend any points strengthening anything on yourself. The functions of the infinite God domain system gradually unlock according to a player's level. For example, at level 3, the title system unlocks. At level 5, custom card groups unlock. At level 7, the attribute interface and enhancement functions unlock, and so on. My title is Instant Gale. Its attached effect is that, after a highly explosive attack, I can use my weapon to create a critical strike with 50% increased damage. My specialized card group is Mountain Cleaving Endurance, and you could say level 10 is the most important milestone. Only after obtaining a holy relic and activating a profession does this game truly begin. In the early stage, you should use the system's reward cards to get through dungeons, because even if you stack the enhancements of low-level cards to the maximum, as you climb higher, those abilities will quickly be eliminated. Try to reach level 5. Once you unlock custom card groups, using your points to upgrade things will be far more powerful. Our Wang Quan replied at this point, Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder I felt something was strange. So gradually unlocking new features is meant to let players adapt and find the upgrade path most suitable for them in the infinite God domain. Hearing this, she added, generally speaking, yes. After all, newcomers have only just entered the game. They haven't even adapted to the shock yet, let alone complicated combat knowledge. If they were given a pile of enhancements right from the start, how could they choose accurately? Suddenly, Zi Miao felt that something was odd and asked Wang Quan, Do you remember how long we've been driving on this road? He replied, Seems like about 10 minutes. Z Meow continued, and we set off at noon. I don't think there's any way the system would let us clear the stage so easily, all calm and peaceful like this. I invited you into this special dungeon partly because I wanted you to have more chances to adapt to combat. Your mind really is superior. You can calculate things very deeply, but I still don't think that's enough. Most newcomers are quickly eliminated because, at the most crucial moments, they don't dare act decisively. Look ahead. This is a good chance for you to practice. You got a lot of guns, didn't you? I'll cover you. Give it a try. At this moment, Wang Quan's face turned ice cold as he said, Sister Meow, fasten your seatbelt. After hearing him say that, her face froze stiff, all color draining from it. What did you say? I think you misunderstood what I meant. Then, without the slightest hesitation, our Wang Quan stepped on the gas and shot like a rocket straight toward the monster. The moment the car struck it, it nosedived into the ground with its rear end sticking up in the air. After that, dust and smoke flew everywhere, so thick nothing could be seen. A while later, many fragments of the shattered car gradually appeared scattered across the road. Right now, his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, feeling that he had done something terribly wrong and regretting it far too late. The first lesson he had to remember for the rest of his life. Traffic safety is the most important thing when driving. I truly have no words for this young man's delusions. Then, with a loud boom, a huge fire blazed up, lighting an entire corner of the sky red. That was because our Wang Quan's car had caught fire in spectacular fashion. Luckily, the two of them had already escaped beforehand. While bandaging her wounds, she was utterly furious. I've really never seen anyone as much of a walking disaster as you. Everything was perfectly fine, and now I have to bandage myself half to death. And worse, I even have a deep wound that's slowly bleeding. I'd rather have gotten out of the car and dealt with that monster myself than get injured like this. Our Wang Quan gave a dry, empty laugh and replied, Once in a while we should take a little risk. That makes things interesting. Besides, I have a lot of recovery support cards. If I want to level up quickly, I've got to gamble a little. After hearing this, Z Meow held her head and said, I really don't understand what's wrong with your brain. Oh, I think I can somewhat guess now how you managed to win before. But I think that monster, just now, was the evil spirit rumored about in town. It felt a lot like a zombie. But our car hit it and got smashed to pieces like that. Its enhancement level must be much stronger than an ordinary zombie. Wang Quan suddenly asked her, By the way, Sister Meow, if monsters are that powerful, how many could you kill at once if you went all out? After hearing this, she immediately showed confidence on her face. Maybe 5 or 6. If they're stupid, I might even be able to take twice that. He suddenly asked again, Then what about around 100? As soon as he finished speaking, she saw that something seemed wrong. A huge swarm of zombies, dense as a beehive, each one uglier than the last, came charging at the two of them, kicking up dust everywhere. Seeing this scene, the two of them were horrified and ran for their lives. Then they rushed into a house and locked the door to be extra safe. He and she dragged over a massive cabinet to block the door, preventing them from charging in. Outside, the zombies pounded on the door and roared curses nonstop. You damned outsiders. You dare invade our territory? I'll bite you to death. Wang Quan and Z Meow grimaced like monkeys biting into chili peppers and exclaimed in shock, What the hell? Where did so many zombies come from? If they were ordinary zombies, that would be one thing, but these guys can run and jump, have terrifying strength, and even have minds and can talk. Suddenly, one of them thrust out a hand and punched straight through the cabinet, blocking the door. Then the zombies advanced in ferociously. Seeing this, he said to Z Meow, This won't do. Hiding forever is useless. After hearing this, she glared and replied, Then let's risk it. True to her word, Z Meow used her blade and slashed several times with golden flashes. The zombies fell in heaps, dying like cut straw. Seeing an opening to escape, Wang Quan and Z Meow immediately ran outside as fast as their legs could carry them. Then she said, Didn't you say they couldn't enter the room? You lied to me, didn't you? He also replied, I thought we were safe. Who knew they'd suddenly go crazy and find a way to rush in? But isn't this strange? When we entered that convenience store clerk's room, he was a normal person. Now he's joined the zombies and is chasing us too. Also, why do they keep cursing about invaders? Could it be that our method of approaching them was wrong? If someone inside the town actively opens the door for us, then we won't count as invaders, right? On Z Meow's side, while fighting the zombies, she was livid as she said, What nonsense are you still thinking about? This entire town is full of insane, terrifying monsters. Are you still hoping they'll open the door and warmly welcome you? Then he seemed to discover something and said, "Actually, it's not only the monsters in town. There are also our three brothers from different mothers and different grandfathers." The three people competing against our Wong Quan in the dungeon were currently sitting and eating something to recover their strength. The bald, muscular man currently had only about half his health left. He frowned and asked Luo Xiaohua, "What's the situation outside right now?" She sneakily and swiftly picked up a piece of his meat and replied, "Outside? Those monsters still haven't left, but they still don't seem to have any intention of coming in. They're just wandering back and forth around this house." In Wuan had lost a little health as well. He also began speaking. "Looks like our deduction was right. This room had never been opened before. This place is an unactivated area, so they can't enter. Fortunately, I was quick-witted and used my supernatural ability to pass through the wall. Otherwise, who knows how long we would have had to fight them. Right now, the difficulty of this dungeon is much higher than expected. During the day, the police in town chased us like dogs. Not only did they use heavy firepower, their attack speed was also extremely fast. Seeing that we couldn't beat them, we ran to a nearby place. As soon as night fell, for some reason, we ran into a swarm of monsters dense as an anthill, chasing us until we nearly pissed ourselves. This is seriously infuriating. We said we came here to gather items, but in reality, we don't even have time to search for information. Danger is lurking around us constantly, so how the hell are we supposed to search? Suddenly, someone came and knocked on the door, calling out, "Hello there. Is anyone inside?" After hearing this, the three of them jumped in fright and said, "Damn it, who is that?" It turned out to be none other than our two familiar characters, Wong Quan and Zi Miao. "Sorry to bother everyone. We are secret agents from the police station. Please open the door." Then they checked the camera and discovered him. At this moment, the three of them broke out in cold sweat and panicked. "Damn it, if they come in, we're screwed. This is bad, this is bad. But why aren't they being attacked by the monsters? They must have used some despicable, shameless method." On this side, our Wong Quan had long since proactively discovered that the three were hiding inside. He also thought to himself, "I don't know what method these three used to hide in the house without the zombies discovering them and breaking in. If I directly reveal my identity, they'll probably destroy this place and move somewhere else. So I needed to hold off those monsters for a while and buy time for me to carry out my plan." Zi Miao immediately agreed to follow him and stood there carrying her blade, looking extremely cool. Not a single monster dared approach. Then our Wong Quan thought to himself, "This room is completely sealed shut, and the people inside can't see the situation outside at all. Only a small gap on the main door lets them look out. That's my advantage. I have to pretend to be a police officer delivering a mission and trick them into opening the door." Then he shouted loudly with a threatening tone, "Hurry up and open the door. The police bureau has a very important mission. I need you to cooperate with us." Inside, In Wuan smiled smugly and thought to himself, "Ha ha ha ha. So these two are looking for a civilian house where they can temporarily hide from the zombie attacks. If I hadn't placed a surveillance camera up high earlier, I'm afraid they really would have tricked me. Unfortunately, you two can't probe the situation inside, so I'll act along with you to the end. Haha." At this moment, he pinched his nose and said loudly, "What? Why are you people knocking on my door and disturbing me in the middle of the night while I'm sleeping? Are you trying to trick me so you can rob me?" Neither side knew that the other had long since discovered them, so they continued acting at each other. On the other side, Zi Miao was clenching every muscle in her body and fighting wildly with several monsters. After battling them for a while, she spoke up, "Hold these things off and buy time? You make it sound so easy. But being trusted by someone and given the most important mission feels pretty great." Then she thought to herself, "I've never been good at logical thinking. In the real world, I worked at a company and my boss was always scolding me, saying, 'Don't you know how to think of things to do more efficiently? You don't have even a shred of initiative. Why did you report that in front of those reporters? Are you trying to make me take all the responsibility?' Because of that, I've always been afraid of smart people, people who can think of ways to solve problems effortlessly. After I entered the infinite God domain, it was the same. Aside from being able to swing my blade decisively, I didn't know anything else. Although I've adapted to fighting in the game, and my blade technique and strength have improved, that fear of doing something wrong and that sense of confusion still haven't disappeared. Fortunately, this time is different. I've found a missing piece that can point the way for me, Wong Quan. He's someone who always acts using logical thought. It feels like he has many wonderful plans in his head. So my mission right now is simply to fight with all my strength. Tactics, communication, strategy, rules. Everything else, I can just trust him completely. We'll definitely succeed. Hehehe. The effort I'm putting in is a very important part of this. While she was allowing him to match wits against those three over there, on this side, our Wong Quan and In Wooen had transformed into two actors performing with each other, as if they were in a comedy skit on stage. Wong Quan said, come on, open the door. I brought a deck of cards for us brothers to have some fun. I guarantee it'll be great. After hearing this, In Wooen replied, forget it, buddy. Hurry up and go home. I'm having a good time with my wife. Zi Miao seemed to have noticed this and was so speechless she didn't even want to talk. She stood frozen in place, letting two zombies gnaw on her as they pleased. At this moment, he waved his hand at her and said, sister, hold on a little longer. I'm about to trick this guy into opening the door. Just a bit more. After that, Zi Miao's blood rushed to her head, and she could no longer hold back. Get out of my way right now. I'll do it myself, and make it quick. After hearing this, Wong Quan was so scared he nearly pissed himself and replied, calm down first. Wait until I run a little farther away, then you can do whatever you want. Then she swung her blade down like a bolt of lightning with a thunderous crash. The house shook and warped in multiple places, and she shouted loudly, die for me, will you? A while later, once things had settled down, In Wooen began speaking to Wong Quan. So it turns out the two of you teammates needed help. Since this dungeon doesn't have a team chat, we misunderstood each other. He also smiled with a smile that couldn't have been more fake and replied, haha, that's right. We merely misunderstood each other. Who wouldn't want to unite and cooperate, right? Damn, it turned out the two young men were sitting on the roof talking complete nonsense with each other. Down below, the other three were fighting monsters so hard their arms were about to fall off. Furious, Luo Xiaohua also began speaking. Can you two stop talking rubbish for once? Hurry up and come help. We're about to be beaten to death by them. After hearing this, Wong Quan scratched his head and replied, hey, I'm really sorry. I'm a newcomer, so I don't have any combat power. As for In Wooen, he pointed at his title panel, Idol Expert. If he did not deal any damage or use any skills for the entire match, he would receive double this dungeon's reward points. Then he said, ladies, look at my title. I'm forced by circumstances and can't make a move. I hope you can understand. Damn, there's even such a ridiculous title. Honestly, there's no dealing with this young man. Then In Wooen continued. Besides, look at the number of these monsters. Even if I tried my hardest, it would be like a mosquito biting stainless steel. This has already exceeded the combat limit of unprofessional people like us. After hearing this, Wong Quan added, if the combined combat power of the entire team still can't resist them, does that mean we can't solve this by trying to withstand them through battle? You also used a special item to create a safe zone. From that, we can infer that if we want to survive in this dungeon, perhaps we have to complete some side mission. After hearing him, In Wooen shivered slightly and thought to himself, damn, this guy is trouble. His mind really isn't ordinary. So Zi Miao brought in a newcomer to act as her strategist. Then he replied, it's possible that the system requires some condition, or maybe we have to go to a designated place before the monster's attack will stop. On this side, Zi Miao was still fighting with rising bloodlust and said, don't listen to their nonsense, everyone. These zombies are like mosquitoes. I'm killing them one by one and gradually clearing them out. We just have to do our best, and it'll be over soon. Then In Wooen started coaxing our Wong Quan. Hey bro, we're teammates, aren't we? Share the information you've got with me. The main mission is simply to collect that ancient book. But the hardest part is that the information about it is hidden extremely well. So let me say this first. At the beginning, the three of us went to City Hall. But the map was too huge, and we spent ages finding the way before we could drive there. By the time we arrived, it was already afternoon. The main reason was that the driver, Luo Xiaohua, had water for brains, so she took the wrong road and had to turn back. Luckily, I picked up old Luoda, so we were able to arrive safely. After hearing this, our Wong Quan actually felt sorry for the old man. So it turned out that right after he escaped from Wong Quan's hands, he ran into these three brats who tormented him half to death. The character who had suffered the most in this dungeon was probably none other than that old man. At this point, In Wooen continued. We infiltrated City Hall, but we couldn't find the mayor at all. The only thing we can be sure of is that the ancient book isn't there. Maybe because City Hall is right next to the police station, we were attacked like crazy by a bunch of guys using high-powered firearms. Seeing that we couldn't resist, we had no choice but to run for our lives at 200 kilometers per hour before we finally escaped. Then, once night fell, everyone suddenly turned into monsters. Looks like we can only investigate during the day. This dungeon experience is seriously ridiculous. What about you? I can see that you guys have a strengthening effect from the police on you. Did you find some important clue? After that, our Wong Quan tossed him the detailed file and said, "Read it yourself. I've organized all the logically connected information about the evil spirit and the ancient book." In Wooin caught it with an extremely excited expression. "Damn, that intense. You collected this many clues? You really are impressive. Let me take a look. Information about the mining well, the gangsters, and the orphanage. So you two were heading to the orphanage to look for important information? And you even discovered an extremely strange, evil spirit." Wong Quan also replied, "That's right. I ran it over and killed it. Then we ran into too many other zombies, so we found another route and walked over there to check things out. But the distance was much farther than we imagined. If anyone among us has an ability that can enhance engines, then maybe tomorrow we'll be able to get there and gather information." When little Luo Xiaohua heard him say this, she spoke up, "I'm the one with an engine enhancement ability. But isn't the orphanage right across from here?" At that moment, Wong Quan was suddenly shocked out of his mind. "What? Wait a second. That neighborhood where we just ran ourselves ragged fighting. It was actually that small." The scene shifted to inside the orphanage. A child with orange hair and orange clothes was startled in fear by something. She said, "I think I just heard a strange noise. Could it be that the evil spirit monster outside has come here?" On this side, the other 3 children also heard it and were all trembling like leaves. "Huh? An evil spirit? Then maybe we shouldn't sneak out to the lake to catch fish tonight. Let's hurry and hide in the bedroom." Another little girl stood with her hands on her hips and snapped back fiercely, "Don't talk nonsense." Our teacher had such a hard time explaining things clearly to the police. "If these rumors spread outside, none of you will ever get adopted, understand?" After hearing this, the 4 children answered fearfully, "But we really don't dare go." Then the little lowly with a red bow and her tied-up hair walked to the door and added, "We agreed from the beginning. Tonight, we definitely have to go catch fish and look for rabbits. I've eaten a little less for 3 days. Otherwise, if there isn't enough food, our teacher will have to go from house to house begging people again. Besides, how could there be evil spirits in this world?" Just as our little girl opened the door with a delighted expression, a hand from someone outside grabbed right in. The 4 kids on this side noticed it and instantly burst into tears and snot, their mouths hanging wide open. Then that hand reached in and grabbed our little girl in white by the shoulder. Her eyes went round, and her face turned deathly pale, all color draining from it. It turned out that our Wong Quan had arrived at the orphanage. He happily gave an incredibly wicked smile and said, "Hello, little friend. Can we talk a bit about evil spirits?" After hearing this, our little lowly answered with an extremely expressive face, "Wah, the evil spirit is here. I know I was wrong. Please spare my life." Suddenly, a girl's voice approached. "What's all this noise? Are you children refusing to go to sleep properly again?" Then a teacher in black clothes appeared, with a figure that was truly something else. She looked so fresh and appetizing. Just one glance, and I knew she was a good person. As soon as she came downstairs, she saw Xing Ju and our Wong Quan cheerfully scaring the children, making their tears flow like streams. Then the 5 people, with 10 hands between them, rummaged through every nook and cranny, tossing cabinets, tables, chairs, and bookshelves all over the floor with an extremely pleased attitude. "We struck it rich this time. Looks like with this much stuff, we should be able to find quite a lot of information." Sure enough, those monsters didn't chase after us and bother us. The plump teacher stood off to the side, her face green with fear and her hands and feet trembling terribly. Suddenly, our Wong Quan noticed her. He gave a smile as bland as plain water and said, "Hello, teacher. I was afraid the children would be lonely, so I came here to play with them. That's all." At this moment, the teacher was holding a Thai fruit knife for peeling guavas and screamed so loudly it nearly deafened everyone. "You damn bastards. Stay away from the children right now. Otherwise, I'll risk my life against you." After saying that, Wong Quan was the first person she attacked. She rushed at him like a missile, her hand constantly slashing wildly. Wong Quan was so frightened that his face twisted as he backed away and said, Teacher, calm down. We're not bad people." Suddenly, he backed right up to the doorway and could no longer retreat. For some reason, In Wooin panicked badly. He immediately rushed toward Wong Quan as fast as the wind. Our Wang Quan was also full of question marks, not knowing what this guy was planning to do. Then several swishing sounds rang out. Everyone on this side was also extremely surprised. Damn, it turned out this guy had actually pulled the little lowly in white into his arms. Even more outrageously, he whispered to her, "Don't be afraid. Uncle is here to protect you. I won't let anyone hurt you." Then Zi Miao found it strange and asked, "Old Yin Wuan, where's Wang Quan?" He pointed over there. She turned her head and discovered that Wang Quan had been flattened like a sheet of long and rice paper. Seeing this, Zi Miao's mouth dropped open. With 2 tears welling in her eyes, she shouted, "Wang Quan, are you still alive?" Hearing her, he suddenly sat up as calmly as ever and replied, "I'm fine." Luo Xiaohua, who loved pink and sweet things, also spoke up from this side. "You really are unlucky as a dog snout. Wherever you go, the monsters only target you. Now even the furniture in the house is attacking you." Wang Quan gave an awkward laugh and replied, "It was just an accident." But in his heart, he was thinking, while I'm with a lot of people, I should charge up the lucky yellow dog coin first. But this equipment really is awful. If I want to use luck, I have to suffer bad luck for a while first. It's infuriating. After that, Yin Wuan let the little girl go back to the teacher. Seeing this, Wang Quan teased him, saying, "I never expected our old Yin to like children this much." Yin Wuan immediately opened the system mission panel and replied, "What are you talking about? Don't you have this side mission?" Finding it strange, Wang Quan came over to read it. Child protection mission. Note, I will protect them. No matter what happens, I will love them with all my heart. Completion reward, special item, exchange scroll. Damn, a personal mission? Back at the police station, I also received a mission somewhat like this. Luo Xiaohua suddenly spoke up too. While I was in the town office, I also got this side mission. I thought everyone had the same one as me. My mission is Long Peace Town. Note, I stake the honor of my entire family on this. I will help the town restore stability. The completion reward is the special item exchange scroll. Bald Ju added at this moment, "Even I have one too. The mission is revenge. Note, you bastard, I will definitely make you pay." The reward is also the special item exchange scroll. I received it when I crashed the car into an apartment by the roadside to shake off the police. I was in too much of a hurry at the time, so I forgot about it. After hearing everyone, Zi Miao was so angry her face turned purple. She said bitterly, "Are you people messing with me? Everyone has a side mission. Why don't I have one? This is really infuriating." Little Luo Xiaohua even laughed at her wickedly. This is because we explored the plot well and received them. You're just lazy and unwilling to search and learn. Our Wang Quan began using his extraordinary brain to analyze. Then it's possible Zi Miao's remaining side mission is at the mine. But the notes for these side missions are really strange. I vaguely feel like these things resemble someone's identity. Suddenly, Yin Wuan spoke up. "Hey, you over there, you're the teacher here, right? If you don't want the children to get hurt, then you should..." Before he could finish speaking, she suddenly blushed and trembled all over as she replied, "I'll obediently agree and listen to you, so please spare the children." Good heavens, this teacher was really something else. Could she be the legendary teacher Tao? After hearing this, Yin Wuan was startled and widened his eyes. "Please listen to me. Finish speaking first. Don't make random guesses and cause people to misunderstand me. I only want to ask a few questions." On this side, Zi Miao and Luo Xiaohua were looking at him with expressions as if he were a pervert. Our teacher Tao then replied with her face still flushed shyly, "Hey, so you only wanted to learn about the rumors of evil spirits in town? You got my hopes up. I mean, you scared me to death." The truth is, this only happened recently. One child went to play by the lake at night and told me that they saw an evil spirit floating near the mine. The 3 children also added, "It's true, I saw it. The ancient book must have been dug up in a mine, and lots of people in town saw it too. We've disturbed the evil spirits." After hearing this, the teacher used her hand to knock the little lowly in white on the head. Then she turned her face away and said awkwardly, "You children really are talking nonsense. The town chief has invited a professor here to investigate. All these absurd rumors will be resolved soon." Wang Quan then said to Yin Wuan, "You heard that too, right?" Yin Wuan replied, The person the town chief invited." On this side, Zi Miao said, "There's only one clue here too, and it points to the mine. That's the same as the clue we already obtained." Ju opened the map, his face extremely surprised. "Oh no, this is bad, great king. The mine is in the opposite direction from the town. If we try to go there, I'm afraid we'll run into a lot of trouble. Suddenly, our Wang Quan spoke with a face as cold as ice. Teacher, may I ask one more question? Try to remember carefully. The professor the town chief invited, was it this person? Then he immediately brought the bald, old man over for her to take a look at. After hearing this, the teacher's eyes went round as she said, Him? It seems so. Suddenly, she shouted loudly while grabbing a Thai fruit knife, intending to stab the old man. Die, you wicked outsider. Luckily, the three of them stopped the teacher. Otherwise, the old man would have bid farewell to his ancestors right then and there. Seeing this, Wang Quan put an arm around the old man's shoulders and said, Professor Luo De, could you explain this to me a little? Why does everyone in this town want to attack you the first time they meet you? At this moment, the old man's face turned deathly pale, and he answered furiously, How would I know what they're thinking? Besides, I hired you people to find something. You only need to do the mission properly, don't you? Why bother caring about anything else? After hearing this, the five brats had extremely scummy expressions as they said, Ha ha ha, that's right. You're our boss, aren't you? We almost forgot. Don't worry. We're trustworthy people who keep our promises. We'll definitely satisfy you. Then Wang Quan immediately pressed the pistol that the fat policeman had given him earlier for the side mission against the old man's neck. With an extremely demonic and terrifying smile, he said, It seems the main mission the system gave me doesn't require the employer to survive. Under this threat, old Luo De finally began to confess. What really happened took place 1 month ago. I received a letter from town chief Zhang Ning. She said that the town had dug up a strange ancient book, and at the place where the ancient book was excavated, many bizarre and incomprehensible incidents had occurred, seriously affecting the workers' work. She hoped I would come and take it away, but at the time, I couldn't restrain my curiosity and read a few words inside it. As soon as I glanced at it, a dazzling white light suddenly enveloped the entire town. After that, everyone in the town suddenly seemed to turn into different people. When he got to this point, the children suddenly kicked Xing Ju's leg repeatedly because he was holding the teacher tightly, exposing her 2 round rabbits. Then Zimiao walked over and said, Let me help you. Showing no tenderness for the fairer sex, she punched the teacher in the stomach with a grunt, making our teacher's eyes roll back. The old man continued telling his story. Perhaps because they hate me for causing that accident, everyone in town wants to attack me. But please believe me, everyone. I don't want to find that book again to save all the people in town. Suddenly, the system notified Wang Quan. Side mission completed. Find the true culprit. You have received the special item exchange scroll. Then he replied to the old man coldly, that all of this was caused by you. I can temporarily believe that part is true. Hearing this, the old man happily replied, Then can you let me go now? At this moment, Wang Quan placed a chair opposite the old man. Then he sat down like he was interrogating a prisoner. Then what about everyone's normal state when I first came to town? Why does everyone else know all this information, and why? After you read the book, do you not know where it is? This happened a month ago. During such a long time, what exactly have you been doing? My naive professor, if you're making up magic, you have to make the story complete from beginning to end for people to believe it. Answer all the questions I've asked just now. Let me see how long you can keep acting. After hearing this, sweat poured from the old man's forehead and armpits. On this side, Luo Xiaohua was full of question marks, completely unable to understand what was going on inside our Wang Quan's head. In Wuan also found it strange and spoke up. The mission the professor gave us at the beginning doesn't match many things in the story he just told. He's even been steering us in the wrong direction. This guy definitely has a problem. If we don't figure it out, it would be a huge waste. Suddenly, the old man's face darkened. At the same time, his surroundings became filled with a thick, eerie, purple aura. Then he said, Very good, very good. I have no other choice. You people forced me into a dead end. After hearing this, our Wang Quan was startled and alarmed. At the same time, he shouted loudly, Everyone be careful. Get away from him now. Then, with a sudden boom, golden light flashed so brightly that it dazzled everyone's eyes. The aura that spread out sent the objects in the room flying everywhere, shaking heaven and earth. The 4 people on this side also grimaced and used their hands to block the violent current of air. It was so terrifying that even our little Luo Xiaohua was nearly blown away. Luckily, she grabbed Bean Wuin tightly by the neck and pulled herself back, or else she would have flown off. Then the old man gnashed his teeth in extreme anger. The ritual was clearly almost complete. All of you only needed to follow my request and spend the next 3 days here. But you have done so many outrageous, unacceptable things. One of you attacked City Hall and robbed the police station. Another robbed civilians' homes, stole cars, and crashed around wildly everywhere, throwing the entire spiritual order of this town into chaos. I can no longer forgive you. After hearing the old man speak, Wang Quan had already figured everything out and said, I understand now. So the ancient book didn't disappear at all. It's been on that old man the whole time. His goal was only to make us wander around this town for 3 days to stall for time. In Wuin, on this side, also replied, so that's how it is. No wonder I felt something was off when the old man kept acting so shady. So the system mission requires us to find the spirit summoning document, not hand that book over to Professor Luo Da. Xing Ju suddenly clenched his fist with extreme delight and said, ha ha ha, I've discovered the old man's scheme. I really am far too smart. After hearing that, Yin Wuin had no idea how to respond. What the heck, man? Everyone had figured that out ages ago, yet he acted like he was the first to discover it. Then, the muscular Xing Ju excitedly shot forward like a rocket and said, hey, you old bastard, I'll beat you half to death and end this game right now. At that moment, a huge fist was about to smash into Professor Luo Da's bald head. At the same time, Luo Xiaohua flipped over the old man's head and said with a cheerful laugh, this is more than enough. Let's end the dungeon. But suddenly, the old man's eyes shone with an abnormal light, and Xing Ju poured all his strength into a fatal punch. Then, for some unknown reason, the old man suddenly glowed and transformed into someone else, leaving Xing Ju's eyes wide with shock. It turned out the person he had attacked was actually Luo Xiaohua. How absurd was that? A huge hole had been punched straight through her body, and her health had dropped to 0. Luo Xiaohua was so horrified that she died with her eyes open, completely unable to understand what was happening. Then the system announced, player Luo Xiaohua has died, eliminated from a match. Hearing this, Xing Ju's mouth fell open in terror, and he said angrily, I used all my strength to unleash a fatal strike like that. Why did you take my attack? Luo Xiaohua also faded into nothingness and left behind her final words. Xing Ju, you really are a damn bastard. After that, Xing Ju immediately rushed at the old man and continued attacking him. On the other side, Wang Quan and Zi Miao were also extremely shocked after witnessing it. Wang Quan said, just now, at the moment of life and death, the professor and Luo Xiaohua swapped positions. Zi Miao replied, that must be the ability of the holy relic in his hand. It really is a powerful treasure. Then Xing Ju threw a flurry of punches straight at the old man's face like a heavyweight boxer, each strike as sharp as a steel needle. But the old man used magic to create a shield that blocked everything. A while later, Xing Ju had lost nearly all his health and was sent flying into a tree. Furious, he said, are you three actually my teammates or not? He's the final boss, and you're just letting him beat me half to death like this? Zi Miao then carried her dragon-slaying saber and stepped forward, replying, I was letting you show off first, but it looks like you're kind of useless. All right, fall back and recover your health. Leave this weak old man to me. Then her eyes and aura burned fiercely like fire as she shouted, all of you, stay far away. I'm about to use a very powerful move. As soon as she said it, she moved as fast as lightning, charging forward to bring down a heaven-splitting slash onto the old man's shiny bald head. You're dead this time. I don't care how powerful your magic is. As long as I'm fast enough that you can't react, that's all that matters. Just as the saber was about to cut into his neck, Zi Miao and Wang Quan suddenly jolted in shock, their eyes wide as they stared at each other. It turned out the old man had used the same trick again, swapping positions with Wang Quan. Wang Quan's face turned black as the bottom of a burnt pot, utterly horrified. Then he reacted quickly, taking out the lucky yellow dog coin and flicking it. Suddenly, under the protection of the god of luck, he twisted his body aside and avoided the fatal strike. At that moment, Wang Quan fell to the ground and cursed nonstop. What the hell is this? That bald, old man chose me as his substitute? This is infuriating. Seeing how impressive he was, Zi Miao said, "Whoa, enough, enough. My slash was that fast and strong, yet you still didn't die? You're really something." Hearing this, Wang Quan angrily replied, "And you still have the nerve to say that? You realized it was me, but you still didn't stop your blade. You clearly wanted to kill me." On the other side, Xing Ju was sitting down, bandaging his wounds and recovering health, when the old man suddenly walked over. As soon as Xing Ju looked up, the old man circulated his power, releasing a sinister green aura that looked terrifying. Seeing this, Wang Quan could not help exclaiming, "What the heck? His ability doesn't need to cool down? Could it be a passive skill? If that's the case, how are we supposed to fight him?" In Wuan quickly called the children into the wardrobe to hide and stay safe. Then he took out a fruit knife and said, "Looks like I can't just idle through this battle. Hey, Zi Miao, let's work together. Whoever gets the ancient book will give the other person 1,000 points." After hearing that, she replied, "Okay, that works. How we fight? You tell me." In Wuan continued, "It's very simple. If his ability is swapping positions, then I'll just use a large area attack." As he spoke, he summoned his E-rank ability, Shadow Tentacles. Dozens of pitch-black tentacles like something from an alien appeared, looking rather frightening. At this moment, the old man was chasing Xing Ju until he was running for his life, with 2 streams of tears pouring down like springs. But suddenly, the old man was bound tightly by the mass of tentacles and could no longer move at all. Then In Wuan laughed smugly and said, "Ha ha ha, keep running, you old bastard. No matter who you swap positions with, I'll use my tentacles to strangle you to death immediately." After that, more and more tentacles wrapped tightly around the old man, leaving him unable to resist any longer, and the book fell from his hand. Zi Miao was absolutely delighted and said, "In Wuan, you really are smart. We're definitely winning this battle." After hearing this, In Wuan also answered with satisfaction, "Did a pig-headed old man like him really think he could outsmart 5 big-brain people like us? You underestimated us too much. In that case, farewell, old man. Go meet your end." But suddenly, Wang Quan seemed to realize something. His face turned extremely frightened as he shouted, "No, In Wuan, hurry and stop." Wuan found it strange and turned back to ask Wang Quan, "What's wrong with you? Didn't I already defeat him?" Then In Wuan immediately strangled the old man. The old man's eyes rolled back, and he stopped moving. Seeing this, Zi Miao happily said, "Wang Quan, looks like you're not as smart as Wuan this time." As soon as she finished speaking, Zi Miao suddenly died on the spot, without even having time to close her eyes. "What? Why did I die?" The system also announced, "Player Zi Miao has been eliminated from the match." In Wuan and Xing Ju froze in terror after hearing that. "What the hell is this? Didn't I kill the old Professor Luoda? Could it be that I killed Zi Miao with my tentacles? If that's the case, then it seems I'm pretty impressive after all. Once this dungeon is over, I have to post this on Facebook. Ha 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 ha." Then Xing Ju suddenly noticed an unusual phenomenon flashing past like a bolt of lightning. He immediately shouted, "Everyone, be careful." At that moment, Xing Ju and In Wuan stood back to back, fully focused, their faces showing intense confusion and fear. What should I do now? If he suddenly attacks, we probably won't be able to resist. In Wuan began to calm down and think it through again. With Zi Miao's strength, even if I used all my power, I couldn't make her lose even a little health, let alone defeat her. So this boss's ability is extremely strange. If it were simply position swapping, this couldn't have happened. That means the best thing to do now is run. If we stay any longer, we're going to die. After hearing that, Xing Ju's eyes widened, and he gave the most forced smile imaginable as he replied, "Damn it, In Wuan, didn't we say brothers share both fortune and disaster? You really are one slippery bastard." At the same time, the old man noticed them. He placed his hand on the book, used some powerful secret art, and said, "Where do you think you're running, my good little grandsons? Today, your grandfather will make you suffer." After running a short distance, In Wuan suddenly slammed into an invisible wall as hard as stone and fell flat on the ground. "What the hell? Did that old bastard trap us? Oh no, we're finished. Looks like we're going to die here. This dungeon is much harder than we thought." Just as he finished speaking, Wang Quan appeared in a very cool manner and pointed his gun straight at the old man's head from behind. "Professor Luoda, it seems you've forgotten about me." Seeing this, the other two spoke up as well. "Wang Quan, so you're still alive? But you seem to be putting too much faith in that broken gun in your hand. I've already tried dungeon items. They have absolutely no effect on him. But then Wang Quan suddenly pointed the gun straight at his own head. With a cold smile, he said, "This time is different because I've already grabbed this filthy old bastard by the handle." The old man was so shocked that his mouth fell open and he trembled like a soaked chicken. The expressions of the other two were not much different from Professor Luoda's. "Huh, what did you say? Why are you doing something so brainless?" Wang Quan then began to explain. "Do you two still remember the time after we split up and what happened afterward? In Wuen's group got a car and drove with great effort, but they still couldn't reach City Hall. But Zimiao, that old man, and I only had to go straight, and we arrived in less than an hour. When we were searching for information at the police station beside City Hall, he slipped away. After that, you happened to run into him, and only then were you able to successfully reach City Hall. Then at noon, we left the police station for the orphanage. We kept walking and walking until late at night, but still couldn't get there, even though the distance from there to the orphanage was only a few hundred meters. At the same time, you all went through an entire afternoon of fighting and investigated many parts of the town in much greater detail." Hearing this, In Wuen also realized that something was wrong. He said in shock, "The abnormal point is time? All the time in the town has been distorted. It isn't that the time inside the dungeon is too short, but that only when he is present can we act effectively." Wang Quan immediately replied, "That's exactly right. From the very beginning, all activity in Long Peace Town has been controlled by him alone. Players like us are nothing more than layers of personality inside his mind." Xing Ju's mouth fell open, and he asked, "Could it be that the battle we just had all happened inside his head?" In Wuen also continued, "So that's how it is. In this kind of battle within the mind, he completely plays the role of the main personality. He can force us to take all the damage for him. That is far too despicable. So the only thing we can truly do to control him is attack ourselves, just like Wang Quan is doing." Xingju was hit by one shock after another and could not make sense of it. He said, "What the hell? Does that mean we all have to die before we can kill him? How are we supposed to fight?" At this moment, the old man laughed loudly like a lunatic and replied, "That's right, you little brats. From the very beginning, you never had even the slightest hope. Stop struggling. It's useless. Just obediently stay in my simulation for 3 days, then send yourselves off peacefully to the underworld." Suddenly, Wang Quan's face turned as cold as ice as he said, "Don't celebrate too soon, you pig-headed old man. Have you forgotten that this town is not completely under your control? All the innocent people in Long Peace Town were killed by you, so they're filled with rage and hatred. Right now, they're coming to take revenge on you." The scene shifted to the past, not long ago in Long Peace Town. This was the beautiful female town chief. She was in her office when a voice suddenly said, "You don't need to stay in this little town with no future. If you truly want to advance your career, I have a way to help you transfer to a higher legislative body." After hearing this, she gave a beautiful smile and replied, "I promised everyone in town that I would keep them safe. I will stake my entire family's honor on it. I will help this little town recover and become stable again." In the mine, many workers were laboring hard, and they encouraged each other. "Brothers, let's keep going. Everyone in town is counting on us. Recently, we've discovered a new mineral cave. If we can mine it smoothly, then our town will have wealthy and happy days ahead." Elsewhere, a murder case occurred in town. The police chief was extremely furious over this. "That damn bastard. I swear I'll find the killer no matter what it takes." Then he swore fiercely, "Everyone in town is like family to me. Even if I have to risk my life, I will catch you. Just you wait." At the orphanage, the beautiful teacher was holding the children and saying, "Don't be afraid. I definitely won't let anything happen to you. Don't worry, I'll protect you. No matter what happens, I will love and care for you with all my heart." It turned out that everyone's side missions were actually clues for finding the real truth about this old man. Suddenly, in the present, a bright green light flashed, dazzling everyone's eyes. Old Luo De unexpectedly received some kind of power, and his face became horribly distorted. I succeeded. I succeeded. From now on, no one will dare stop me anymore. Come here, sacrifice all your souls so that I may gain eternal life." At this moment, everyone in town, young and old, male and female, all transformed into zombies. Inwoo had also guessed part of the story, so that's how it is. The truth is that Professor Luo used the spirit summoning document to sacrifice everyone in town, draining all the souls from their bodies. After that, he used them to activate some kind of magical ritual. As a result, too many maddened souls entered his head to take revenge, turning him into the lunatic he is now. On the other side, the bald old man was resisting hundreds of souls trying to attack him, shouting in anger like a monkey that had eaten chili peppers. "You're already dead, so why are you still so stubborn? Get out of here, all of you." Xingju then asked, "What exactly were our side missions for?" Wang Quan explained, "The 5 characters we were playing are 5 people who are protecting their own souls. The side missions helped us discover their true identities and the story hidden within the town." Xingju then said bitterly, "Damn that old bastard. So it turns out he can't directly kill us. No wonder I fought him for so long earlier, and somehow nothing happened to me. And he even pretended to chase me until I was running for my life. Isn't that infuriating?" Inwoo continued. "So the real key point of this dungeon is time? The time he needs to complete the ritual is 3 days. Could that be the time he needs to wipe out the souls hindering him?" Wang Quan added, "The normal town that was created is actually a simulation made by the old man to make the souls think they are still alive. Otherwise, if all of them came to attack him, he would never be able to handle it. He is trying to create false information for us to search through. If we waste our time on the information he deliberately provides, then by the time we get there, he'll have had enough time to wipe out all the souls. This old man really is filthy as a dog." After hearing this, Inwoo replied, "Then what should we do next? Continue relying on the dead spirits in town to drive him insane?" Wang Quan continued, "The dead spirits aren't clear-headed enough to only attack him. If too many dead spirits come attacking, I'm afraid they'll take our lives too." Inwoo said fearfully, "Think about it. Is there any way to safely get the ancient book? I could support your actions." On the old man's side, because he was surrounded by the dead spirits, he shouted in fear, "Hurry and help me. If I die, you will die with me too. The dead spirits will turn around and attack you." Then he suddenly thought of some plan and said, "As long as you lend me your bodies so we can coexist, we can use the spirit summoning document together. Also, I will find you new bodies. That will be as easy as turning over my hand." Wang Quan then spoke up. "There is one method, just as he said. Lend him a body and coexist with him. Of course, doing that would also count as obtaining the item." On Inwoo's side, he saw the side mission notification. Child protection mission failed. They must have turned into dead spirits. Boo-hoo-hoo. He also asked, "Take another look. Is there any other way?" Wang Quan immediately took out his super VIP treasure. "I have an item here. It may have the ability to strip the soul from his body, but I'm not sure it will succeed. We might all die together." Inwoo replied, "If we fail, all we lose are a few dungeon entry tickets. I can compensate you in Zimiao." Hearing that, Wang Quan opened the book and got started right away. What was there to wait for? Okay, remember to keep your word. As for soul sacrifices, I've done them a few times before. I hope the demons of hell will like his evil soul. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifyingly huge hand suddenly reached out from the gate of hell. Then, quick as lightning, it grabbed Professor Luo tightly and dragged him straight in. The old man was helpless as the demon tore his soul from his body and hauled it down to hell. Sometime later, Long Peace Town was once again filled with the cheerful laughter and chatter of children and townsfolk. Innocence and peace returned, just like in the old days. Everyone lived together in harmony and love. Wang Quan closed the book, stood beside old Luo's corpse, and said, "It's all over." That really was not a pleasant dungeon. At that moment, Inwoo held something in his hand and said to him, "This is what I promised to give Zimiao. Since she's not here, please hold on to it for her." Wang Quan agreed and accepted it. Then, just as he was about to leave, he noticed something strange on the bald old man's body. It turned out that the old man had a tag hanging around his neck, and shockingly, it bore the logo of the people who had captured Wang Quan earlier. The scene shifts to Zimiao's private space. Well. So our beautiful Zimiao, who looks so strong on the outside, is actually someone who loves pink and likes sweet, cute things. To make it even worse, there's an adorable little teddy bear lying on her bed. Over here, she is soaking her incredibly hot, curvy body in a very large, round bathtub. Her face is full of anger right now, probably because she was eliminated from the dungeon for no reason. Zimiao muttered bitterly, "Damn it, seriously? Why did that old bastard choose me? This is so infuriating. Just as she was taking a bath to massage away her stress, a handsome guy suddenly called to check on her. Zimiao, you're number one. At that moment, she thought to herself, I've been dead for several hours. Why is he only calling me now? Could he really have cleared the dungeon? Then our Wong Quan spoke up. I got lucky and took down that old bastard. We successfully cleared the dungeon. Hee hee. Zimiao replied indifferently. Did you stay in Long Peace Town for too long and become delusional like the people in there? After hearing that, he said, you're the delusional one. Explain the spirit summoning document card I'm holding right now. When she heard that, she stood up in shock. What did you say? That card is in your hands? I can't even imagine what method you used to defeat him. Help me read the 2 attributes on the card. They're at the bottom of the card, marked by a couple of separate symbols. Hurry up, Wong Quan. After hearing that, he was completely confused. The 2 symbols at the bottom, right? They seem to be soul and knowledge. When Zimiao heard that, her face filled with disappointment. Oh, it's over. Neither of those attributes suits me. I already guessed the first one would be soul, but for the other one, I was hoping for something like strength or contract. In the end, it turned out to be knowledge. How boring. Wong Quan looked at the card and said, what does it do? I don't really understand it. At that moment, Zimiao stood up. She wrapped a bath towel around herself, barely covering her extremely seductive figure, then explained to him, when you reach level 10, a holy relic will support the start of your profession. Only if its 2 input attributes match the player's style and strengths can the player develop quickly. Otherwise, even if you force yourself into that profession, no matter how hard you try, you'll only be a useless factory farm chicken. In short, this card doesn't suit me. You can use it for now. Let me see if I can sell it to someone. If it works, we'll split the points. Hearing that, Wong Quan's face immediately lit up with joy and excitement. Thank you. I really do find it interesting. Then Zimiao added, if you want to keep it and later use it to unlock your profession at level 10, I can completely agree to that too. Just give me 300 points. Hee hee. Wong Quan immediately replied, okay, I'll think about it. Zimiao also said, decide on your path as soon as possible. Otherwise, you'll end up like those other people stuck at level 10, and that would be really boring. Suddenly, as Zimiao was about to tie up her hair, she touched the back of her neck and realized that it started bleeding without her noticing. She exclaimed, oh, what's wrong with me? Sensing something strange, Wong Quan asked, Zimiao, what's wrong? She replied, it's nothing. Don't worry too much. I'm taking a bath, so I probably can't turn on video for you. Haha. Wong Quan awkwardly replied, taking a bath? Then I won't bother you anymore. After that, Zimiao looked into the mirror and thought, I don't remember being attacked at any point. How did I get this little wound? Forget it. Never mind. It should disappear soon anyway. What I need to care about most right now is the next dungeon. I must obtain a holy relic that suits my attributes. Then the system notification also sounded. Special dungeon, Strange Tales Away Town, has ended. Main mission, collect the spirit summoning document, completed. Side mission, find the murderer, completed. You are rewarded with a special item, Mystery Map Exploration Scroll. Exploration progress reached 64%. You receive 32 reward points. Player Wong Quan has risen to level 4. Seeing this, our Wong Quan was a little surprised. The main mission didn't give any reward at all, so the hidden reward was inside the map. Suddenly, another system notification appeared. Based on player Wong Quan's gameplay performance, you may choose one of the following 3 titles. Title 1, Serious Law-Abiding Youth. You faithfully cooperated with the police force in the dungeon, and you must become a good, law-abiding citizen. In the game, official forces will ignore your existence to a certain extent and regard most of your actions as legal. Title 2, Rude Drifting Citizen. Your vehicle is a powerful weapon. When you use a vehicle to ram someone, the damage dealt to the target increases by 20%, and the damage taken by your vehicle is reduced by 20%. Note, don't worry about what happens to your car. Just look at how many bones your target has broken. Title 3, Insightful Vision. You calmly observe from outside the battle. After 30 seconds, you will discover a weakness on the target. Attacking the target's weakness deals an additional 100% damage. Now, please choose a title. Once the choice is successful, it cannot be changed. Choose carefully. Our Wong Quan sat cross-legged on the ground and thought, these 3 titles are actually pretty good. Now I understand why it determines a player's combat style in this infinite god domain. The problem is, I only have a few scattered abilities right now. This really is hard to choose. While he was still hesitant hesitating, unsure which one to pick, the system notified him, after a comprehensive evaluation of the player's skill level and the dungeon difficulty, the previous dungeon's difficulty has been raised to super hard. The player will receive an additional 100% reward points and 100% experience points. An additional 32 points have been added. Your current level is level 5. Because you have cleared 2 super hard dungeons in a row, you receive an additional special reward, a custom dungeon entry ticket. Additional reminder, because you have successfully cleared 2 super hard dungeons in succession, the system will reevaluate your strength and adjust the difficulty accordingly. Then he thought to himself, so this special dungeon was that hard to evaluate? Wait, I'm already level 5? That means the custom card groups are unlocked, right? As soon as he finished speaking, the system opened a dazzling golden gift box right in front of him. Gonggatin, Guan. You have successfully unlocked custom card groups. Seeing this, he was so moved he almost cried. I'm rich now. All the effort I put in really wasn't wasted. Then he immediately opened the display panel to take a look. Player Wong Quan, level 5. Total reward points, 199. E-rank Holy Relic, Spirit Summoning Document. Items carried. E-rank Lucky Yellow Dog Coin. Broken F-rank Counterattack Sword. F-rank Guardian's Gun. E-rank Demon Codex. Then he thought to himself, right now, I have 199 reward points. To keep some in reserve, I should leave 50 points behind. That means I can use the remaining 149 points for enhancement. Together with this initial title choice, it could directly determine my next direction. The insightful Vision title's weak point attack effect, adding 100% damage, is pretty good. I could transform into an archer and shoot from far away, like a super VIP. The Serious Law-Abiding Youth title is also insanely cool. If I act as an official, I'll have many privileges from dungeon characters, and even if I do something illegal, I can avoid trouble. As for the Rude Drifting Citizen title, that's extremely wild. Its power can only be used when relying on a vehicle. If I choose a suitable title, my future combat strength and potential will soar like a kite in the wind. Oh, right, I forgot one problem. In the real world, I still have to fight that group of masked people. They're still holding me captive, and I may be in danger soon. Also, I should think about my future profession. After saying that, he took out the Spirit Summoning Document and examined it. Irank Oliredik. Pages recording knowledge of the soul that can only be read with the heart. All powers related to the holder's mind are increased by 1 point. It can create a bomb that stuns the target, read another person's thoughts through contact, and also perform simple control over the physical body of a stunned target by touch. It can establish a spiritual ritual to destroy the target's mind, strengthen your own spiritual power, and turn them into a living corpse. Warning: if the owner does not have a related profession, using this holy relic will inflict accompanying effects. The baleful aura of souls will surround your mind, and righteous guardian forces will immediately detect you and attempt to eliminate you. Holy relic attributes: soul and knowledge. Then he thought to himself, at the beginning, Shui introduced this place as the life and death game, Infinite God Domain. But it seems this place isn't that terrifying. As long as I keep a certain number of points in reserve for resurrection, I can play however I want without worrying too much. Does she think I'm a child, daring to trick me like that? Most of the teammates I've met so far are adapting well to this place. After accepting the obvious fact that they can't leave, they have transformed into characters pursuing levels and achievements in the God Domain. In the end, this place is far more interesting than the fake, competitive life of the human world. I've also worked hard to gather a fairly large number of points. It seems I can be considered to have a firm foothold in the Infinite God Domain now. The biggest threat right now is that mysterious organization in the real world. Although they don't know yet that I can log out of the game and wake up, I still haven't discovered what they intend to do with me. Escaping won't be too difficult, but their ability to locate people is terrifying. I need to use this title selection opportunity to infiltrate and find more information about them before deciding on my next step. And if I want to investigate freely, I have to deal with their electronic surveillance equipment. At the same time, I need sound perception so I can listen in on the situation outside. Since the old man from the previous special dungeon was on the same side as these people, there's a high chance they also possess extraordinary abilities. I also need to carefully consider how to escape in an emergency. In the real world, I can't bring items from the God Domain with me. So the most important things for me right now are special abilities from the game. Once he had thought it through, our Wong Quan made his choice immediately. The title Serious Law-Abiding Youth appeared as a handsome guy in a white shirt tucked into his pants, even holding a flag for Honest and Trustworthy Youth of the Year. Then he received a notification. Title set successfully. The player's optional card group now tends toward infiltration, disguise, and deception. Setup complete. At the same time, the Holy Relic Spirit Summoning document possesses the two attributes of soul and knowledge. It also matches your title attributes very well. Then the first custom card group was created, the Shadow card group, consisting of 3 E-rank cards. 3 cards that looked quite super VIP appeared in front of our Wong Quan. Their abilities were very suitable for disguise and deceiving others. The system asked whether he wanted to receive them immediately or spend 100 points to open the next card group. At that moment, he quickly pulled out the lucky yellow dog coin and said, "These 3 cards seem pretty decent. It's time for me to use this powerful treasure." He decisively tossed the coin and chose to spend 100 points to re-roll right away. Hahaha, I really am smart. Hurry up and give me a D-rank card. As soon as he finished speaking, the system produced some kind of ridiculous cannon card, along with a few gray, miserable F-rank items that were even worse than the previous 3. Seeing this, his face scrunched up like a monkey eating chili. Damn it, where's my D-rank card? This system must be messing with me. Looks like the lucky coin doesn't work on opening card groups. Then he picked up the sad-looking cannon and said, I don't know how this fun little firework cannon is actually an E-rank item. The remaining cards probably don't have any especially powerful abilities either, and I don't have enough points left to re-roll again. He picked them up to take a look, then suddenly froze as he thought of a plan. Wait, if these things are used together, they actually seem pretty good. The scene shifts to the present. At the place where our Wong Quan is being held captive, a nurse is pushing personal care equipment through the corridor. Suddenly, she arrives at his room and says, Care Department staff, confirming daily maintenance for Warehouse 01. The security system also speaks up, facial recognition in progress. Please stand still. And she complained bitterly, I'm already so busy I could die, and now I have to take care of this guy too. Who knows when he'll finally be transferred away? Hearing her, the system replied, Ha ha ha, I have absolutely no idea. Please wait until verification is complete before entering. By the way, are you free tonight? I came to invite you to have dinner with me. The nurse walked inside, slammed the door shut, and replied, Don't even dream about it. I don't even have time to rest. What dinner are you talking about? Hearing that, he replied, It's fine if you can't, but please don't report me to the higher-ups. This system really is pathetic. It gets scared even when flirting with girls. Ha ha ha. Then our plump, fair, rosy nurse walked up to Wong Quan and said, It's already late afternoon. I still have to record his report indicators, take care of his physiological needs, and clean up the room. Looks like I'll have to work overtime until late again today. Oh my, lucky him. Having such a pretty little nurse take care of that for him. Our male lead really has it best. Suddenly, all the lights in the room snapped off, plunging everything into darkness. Seeing this, the nurse was startled and exclaimed, Oh no, what's happening? Is there a power outage? Then, all of a sudden, our Wong Quan stood behind her, his face and glowing green eyes looking extremely terrifying. He immediately used an F-rank card, Summon Fear. When activated, it summons a small, sneaky creature that creates fear in people within a 50-meter area. At the same time, it triggers abnormal phenomena and turns off all artificial light sources within range. Duration, 3 minutes. Then a tiny ghost appeared in front of her. At the same time, our Wong Quan pressed the sharp tip of a syringe straight against her face and threatened her. Hey, cute nurse, if you don't want me to ruin this pretty face of yours, then obediently listen to me. Then he grabbed both of the plump nurse's hands to restrain her and said, I'm sure you understand well enough. If you resist, you know how it will end, right, sweetheart? At that moment, the nurse had no choice but to obediently do as he said. Yes, I understand. What do you want? After hearing that, he began asking questions. Good. Tell me, what is this place? She answered hesitantly, This is the Linjiang Federation. Wong Quan glared and continued asking, Then what were you planning to inject me with? The nurse broke out in a cold sweat and replied, It was epinephrine monohydrate and several compound substances for replenishing energy and other fats. Please do not misunderstand. New players feel terrible when their bodies are immobilized, so we injected you with stimulants only to increase your chances of survival. Next, he used the spirit summoning document's ability to read another person's thoughts on the nurse. At that moment, her mind was a complete mess, thinking, how did he wake up? I am so scared. Damn it, I do not want to work overtime. I have already worked more than 100 hours this week. I have to find a way to report this to the security department. Who can help me? I have to find a way to use the walkie-talkie in my pocket. This bra is too tight today. I must have gained weight. I wonder if he is planning to do anything to me. What should I do? I am so confused. Good grief. Even in a dangerous situation like this, our nurse was still thinking about her bra being tight and gaining weight. The thoughts inside a girl's head really are strange. Because Wong Quan had read that whole pile of thoughts, his face twisted as if he had bitten into a lemon. What the heck is this? I only read a little, and my head already hurts like it is being split open. She said players, did she? So she knows about the existence of the infinite God domain? Looks like she may be telling the truth. After that, he let go of the nurse's hand and said, I will believe you for now. But why does the Linjiang Federation want to capture and confine all the players? The nurse answered nervously, I'm only responsible for coming here to take care of you. I really do not know anything else. After hearing that, Wong Quan smiled brightly and replied, Oh, is that so? I went a little too far with you. I apologize. Meanwhile, the nurse was already using the walkie-talkie to call the security team, while pretending to be innocent as she replied, Hee, it is all right. I was not hurt anyway. Then he immediately took out the holy relic, the spirit summoning document, and used it. I am not apologizing to you for that, but for what I am about to do next. When the nurse heard this, her face darkened and her brows furrowed in utter terror. Huh? What did you say? Suddenly, a terrifying flash of bright green light burst out, so frightening that even the little ghost on this side was scared. Then the nurse fainted and collapsed straight onto the floor. He muttered, I would like to play with you for a while too, but there is no time right now. The control effect on the camera is about to run out. So, please lend me your body for a bit. As soon as he said it, he acted, immediately controlling the nurse's mind. Then she picked up a stick and smashed it into the surveillance camera, shattering the glass outright. After that, Wong Quan said, the camera is dealt with. Now to notify security. As soon as he finished speaking, he handed her a walkie-talkie and controlled her to say, Is this the security department? The camera beside the temporary confinement room is broken because I accidentally damaged it. Hearing that, the security guard replied, How could you be so careless? I will send someone to repair it right away. Suddenly, he used the E-rank card ability Force Delay on the security guard, reducing the urgency of a certain issue in the minds of the related characters. It made the target become lazy about solving the problem for one day. The security guard replied, I just thought it over carefully. That is not really a big deal. You go to your own work first. Whenever I feel like it, I will send someone over. It will be fine. After that, he controlled her to place her hand on the door and open it. As soon as she put her hand on it, the system announced, Confirmation successful. The door is now opening. Then he quickly placed the nurse in his own position and thought to himself, I will use her to replace me on the physiological monitoring panel. Although there will be some differences in the data, as long as no one discovers it yet, it can buy me a little more time. Finally, I will blur her memories before she wakes up. This will make her think it was only a dream. All right, done. Time for the next step. A while later, several security guards discovered something abnormal. What the hell? Why do the corridor lights go out? It is not like the bulbs blew. Suddenly, a black shadow darted past them. It turned out that Wong Quan had used the F-rank card ability Shadow Step. At this moment, he was like a ninja blending into the darkness, so no one could see him at all. A while later, Wong Quan stepped into the system room and said, It seems the player's environment in reality partially affects the type of random dungeon in the game. For some reason, the glasses guy answered him right away. That is right. That connection helps improve the player's experience, allowing them to become a character as if they were in reality. Finding it strange, Wong Quan asked further, Then is there any way for the outside world to directly see the players inside? The man replied, It would be wonderful if that were possible, but in reality, we can only vaguely observe players through analysis of brainwave and hormone data. Even in the clearest cases, we can only obtain hazy, ambiguous images and sounds. At this moment, Wong Quan stroked his chin and sighed, Oh, why is it so disappointing? It really is hard to see. Suddenly, the glasses guy realized something was wrong. He jumped in shock, his mouth hanging open. Then he immediately turned around to look behind him, utterly terrified. What the hell? Was I just talking to someone? When did the lights go out? How strange. A while later, Wong Quan arrived at the public archive to search for information. Suddenly, a camera was about to turn and observe him. As soon as he noticed, he immediately used the E-rank ability light and shadow magic. Explanation: by controlling the colors of light and shadow, one can construct a three-dimensional image projected into reality. In the observation room, a man was currently on camera duty. All he saw was the glasses guy holding some kind of book and reading it. Finding it strange, he wondered to himself, why did that guy go into the archive to check things during lunch break? Wong Quan had now disguised himself as that man, and he opened the documents to read them. Players, achievements, dungeons, experts. It seems this federation is researching knowledge about the infinite God domain. This ability to create three-dimensional images is also pretty weak. If someone looks carefully, they will notice me, but from a distant surveillance camera, it should be fine. Suddenly, a strange noise made Wong Quan flinch, and he said, "Damn, looks like someone is coming. I have to hide quickly, or I am finished. Then I will turn off the lights first and escape through the darkness after that. I should avoid contact with them." Note: F-rank ability, Shadow Step, hides the user in darkness for a short time. It does not truly turn the user into darkness, but is only a visual effect that prevents the opponent from discovering them. A while later, Wong Quan was organizing the information he had obtained. So that is it. They used a stunning ability to make players temporarily fall unconscious, then found a way to conceal their actions so the players will be fully immersed in the infinite God domain. Although I'm only a newcomer to them, thanks to the spirit summoning document, I have just touched extraordinary abilities as well. It seems I can more or less guess their scheme now. Suddenly, Wong Quan clutched his head in extreme pain. What is happening to me? My head feels like it is about to split open. I must have used too much supernatural power in a short time. In the real world, there are no system reminders at all. My mental strength is gradually running out. I probably need to find a place to rest. According to the knowledge I gathered from the nurse's memories, the unused warehouse is only cleaned once a week, so normally no one comes and goes there. It should be fairly safe for me to stay here for now. At this moment, Wong Quan sat down to meditate and calm his mind. My body feels so uncomfortable. During this time, I should try to organize the information. I have. This Linjiang Federation is using players to obtain information from the infinite God domain. They have also obtained some abilities from the God domain. It seems they may have once been players and then left it, or perhaps they even created the God domain. I still cannot guess their ultimate goal, but to protect the players, they take very careful and safe care of the players' real bodies. It seems I do not need to expose them yet, nor do I need to escape immediately. And it seems I can also share information with people in the God domain from here. Wong Quan tried messaging Z Miao. Sister Miao, you said you want an extremely brutal profession, right? Then choose the name City Knight. That name suits you very well. After hearing this, she was full of question marks, completely unable to understand what kind of madness had possessed him. Then he continued reasoning. Right now, I still cannot deal with them. I need more power from the God domain. It will not be too late to take action when a better opportunity comes someday. These people still have not discovered that I can wake up from the God domain. That is the best way for me to survive safely. If I escape now and get captured again, I will basically be dead. While he was thinking logically, Wong Quan suddenly saw something strange. He turned to look and saw an extremely fair, plump girl opening her mouth and saying, "It is almost 3 o'clock already? I wonder if anyone has discovered me yet. I slept so well. Sure enough, if I secretly sleep here, no one will discover me." When Wong Quan heard this, his eyes rolled up and his mouth opened wide in terror. What is going on? She suddenly woke up from sleeping? If she is one of their people and discovers me, I am done for. What should I do? Suddenly, the girl dropped her glasses. She was about to reach out and pick them up, but the box fell onto his head and a loud bang rang out. The girl in the blue shirt was now about to press her 2 big melons straight onto Wong Quan's face. At this moment, he grimaced painfully and thought to himself, I am screwed. This time, I cannot do anything. I temporarily cannot use my abilities anymore. But wait, she seems to look like someone. Our round and curvy girl in blue was lying on top of him in this familiar position, and then she suddenly said, Are you Wong Quan? Good heavens, it turned out to be none other than our Lin. Who would have thought she had grown so fast? From a small, cute, lovely little girl. In just a short time, She had become the owner of an entire fruit market. After calming down a while later, she began to explain, "At first, I saw that you had fainted, so I got into the ambulance with you to see whether I needed to contact the school or your relatives afterward. Who would have thought that I would be forced to stay here and not be allowed to leave? They even assigned me to the cleaning department. It makes me mad just thinking about it." When Wang Quan heard this, he felt extremely sorry for Lin Lin. He said, "I'm sorry for dragging you into this." She also replied, "It is all right. I will not take it to heart." Then he continued, "Do not worry. I will find a way to help you escape." Hearing this, she immediately raised both hands as if to stop him and replied, "Huh? Do not act rashly. Anyway, the Federation's benefits are very good. I have not been beaten or anything, and I get free food and lodging, plus social insurance. I do not have to work overtime, and the salary is several times higher than normal. On top of that, they are helping me get my internship certificate." The supervisor said, "I will become a formal employee after 3 months. After that, I can contact my family, and they promise that after 1 year, I will regain my freedom." The Linjiang Federation is a huge corporation, even a multinational company that I would never have been qualified to interview for. The supervisor also said, "I have many opportunities for promotion. I really am like a mouse that fell into a jar of rice." He. After hearing this, Wang Quan was horrified, his mouth hanging open, completely unable to understand what was going on. What the heck is this? A huge corporation? A heavily secured headquarters? Super incredible benefits too? Oh no, I am finished. At this moment, he looked as if he was having a heart attack from the information Lin Lin had given him. Seeing this, Lin Lin asked fearfully, "Wang Quan, are you all right? Do not scare me." Then his face turned purple as he tried asking Lin Lin, "Do you know where they keep the player profile information?" Hearing this, she trembled and replied, "I really do not know information from other departments. I think I heard people talking about some game, but once they enter the game, they cannot wake up anymore. How can you?" Then he placed both hands on her shoulders and asked further, "Do you know what happens to veteran players? Where are they taken?" With her round eyes wide open, she replied, "I am only responsible for cleaning the outside areas. I am completely forbidden from entering the laboratory." After hearing this, he thought to himself, "Looks like I cannot get any information from her. My mental power has also recovered a little. I should probably do this, right?" Suddenly, Wang Quan placed his hand on Lin Lin's cheek and thought to himself, "If I wait until later, she will have too many memories and too much junk in her head. Even if I want to do it then, it will be too much." At this moment, Lin Lin saw him making such a strange move and said, "Wang Quan, are you confessing to me? This is so embarrassing." And she thought to herself, he was suddenly shoved into some inexplicable game. When he woke up, he found himself in a strange laboratory. Although there are many things we do not know right now, do not worry. I will try my best to find out. After a while, I will bring you news. After that, Wang Quan began using his ability to erase all the negative memories in Lin Lin's head from her at once. Her face was now as adorable as an innocent child, like a cute baby. She also said, "Wang Quan, do not worry. I will do my best to help you." Hearing such sweet words from cute little Lin Lin, Wang Quan shyly pulled his hand back at once. Then he smiled with his eyes narrowed and replied, "Thank you. You really are too good to me." A while later, Lin Lin was pushing a large cargo box through the corridor. It turned out that the person hiding inside was Wang Quan. There was some fear on her face as she said, "I remember you were in the temporary shelter room before, right? I do not know whether it will be okay to take you back there." He immediately replied, "I have prepared everything carefully. If I go back now, no one will be able to discover me. Do not worry." As soon as he finished speaking, the door behind them suddenly opened, and a blonde-haired man stepped out. It turned out to be Jonas, the man who had kidnapped him before. Finding it strange, Jonas spoke up, "Hey, you there? Where are you going? Come over here." When Lin Lin heard this, it was like a thunderbolt striking from a clear sky. She jumped in fright, her face turning deathly pale. "Huh? What did you say? How could I be allowed to enter the internal area?" Jonas then acted cool and replied, "Do not worry. I have the authority to permit it. I need your help cleaning this place." As he spoke, he turned his face to the right. When Wang Quan heard this, he also looked over to see, and then he discovered someone who horrified him. It turned out to be none other than Zimiao. What is he planning to do? Then Jonas continued, "I am too lazy to move this piece of trash. Please clean up after I dispose of it." As he spoke, he struck out with his hand, releasing a huge blaze of fire. At this moment, Zi Miao was burned to a pitch-black char before the sudden, terrified eyes of Lin Lin and Bang Quan. On top of that, he even turned back and added, "Only a little ash is left. It should be easy for you to clean up, right?" Good grief, this guy really was vicious as a mad dog. The scene shifts to Zi Miao's past. At the company where she once worked in the real world, a girl was suddenly crying loudly over something. "Zi Miao, I'm so sorry. You got fired because of me." Zi Miao immediately put an arm around her shoulders, smiled brightly, and said, "You are so silly. I've been fed up with that damn boss for a long time. Even if I leave now, he will not dare do anything to you." Then she waved goodbye to everyone in the company and called out loudly, "I will be going first, everyone. Good luck with your work. When we have free time, let us go drinking together." He. A while later, she put down the box holding her work documents, which even had a cute bear in it, and sat on the roadside curb to call her mother. "Hello, Mom? The company just gave me a few days off. I will buy a ticket and come home for a visit." After hearing this, Zi Miao's mother suddenly shouted so loudly it hurt the ears, "Are you still trying to lie to me? I already know you beat up your boss and got fired. You damn girl." When Zi Miao heard this, she furrowed her brows and replied, "That was because the boss was bullying my co-workers. I only kicked him in the vital spot a little. That probably was not too excessive, right?" Then her mother replied, "You really are not gentle at all. Forget it. What is done is done. Your father is making soup. Come home early and eat, child." Hearing this, Zi Miao's face lit up happily as she replied, Yes, I know." So it turned out her Zi Miao was in the God domain. She was thinking back on how dearly her family had loved her. As she looked at the photo she had taken with her family, her eyes shone with overwhelming longing. She had also heard all the excited rumors going around. Hey, did you know? A lot of people are saying that after a player in the God domain advances to an extreme limit, they'll get the chance to exchange for the authority to return to reality. The other person replied, "That's definitely how it is. That's why I'm giving it everything I've got too." After that, she sighed and thought to herself, the biggest problem is that developing to the peak in the God domain is just too hard. Just finding a sacred relic that suits you is already as difficult as climbing to the heavens, and every dungeon contains far too many things that are impossible to understand. Even if you rely on strength alone, you can still be taken down all the same. Can't the people in the God domain love one another and live together peacefully? Unexpectedly, she then received a message from Wang Quan. It was the test message he had sent her earlier while he was in reality. "Sister Miao, you said you wanted an extremely brutal profession? Then go with the name City Knight. That name really suits you." After reading it, she was completely confused. Oh, come on. This guy actually cares about me quite a bit, doesn't he? But he really does seem like a total weirdo. Forget it. I'll try listing the extra equipment in my bag at auction and see if anyone buys it. Suddenly, the back of her neck hurt as if someone had stabbed it with something. Damn it, why does it hurt so terribly? I don't remember ever being injured here. Then, a system notification suddenly appeared. Player Zi Miao had been in the God domain for 5 months. In total, she had cleared 47 dungeons, reached level 10, and had not obtained any profession. After that, she collapsed as if suffering a stroke, slamming her head onto the table. With a thud, the photo of her family also shattered on the floor. The system added another notification. If a player is assessed as having no potential for development and remains without value for too long, they will be transported for reassessment. Initial destruction has been completed. At that moment, Zi Miao had become an utterly confused soul. She lay on the ground, dead with her eyes still open, looking pitiful, while the beautiful memories of Zi Miao's loved ones, friends, and family from the past burned to ashes in the flames of the wicked Jonas. Her face was filled with extreme terror, and she had no idea what was happening to her anymore. Then, after a long while, Zi Miao suddenly woke up and said, "Is it over?" The system also announced, "Player information has finished loading. Reassessment process complete." The frightening thing was that she stood up as if nothing had happened at all. Then she looked in the mirror to check her wound and said, "Great, the wound has healed." Unexpectedly, our Wang Quan immediately made a video call to her. As soon as she answered, he shouted in extreme fear, "Hey, Sister Miao, are you okay?" Hearing this, she was completely confused. What nonsense are you talking about? Do you want me to kill you?" At this moment, our Wang Quan broke out in a cold sweat and gave a forced, awkward laugh. So you're still fine? I was feeling bored and had nothing to do, so I called the joke around for fun. After that, he pondered deeply. Alive? Could it be that I mistook someone else just now? Or maybe injuries in reality have nothing to do with the game. This is really strange. Then Zi Miao replied with a bright smile. Your joke was so funny, I nearly laughed myself to death. But inside, she was thinking, why did he feel that something was wrong with me and call me? After that, Zi Miao stepped out from an unfamiliar, enormous round door. Jonas also began to ask, how was it? Did the real world feel good? She replied, not as good as I expected. And did you really destroy her real body? If there's a data conflict, it'll be very serious. Oh, come on. So this woman isn't Zi Miao at all. She must have borrowed Zi Miao's account from inside the God domain to carry out some scheme. Jonas put on an affected air and replied, of course it's done. I've always been a very principled person when it comes to work. I never do things carelessly. It's good that you're taking the initiative as a newcomer, but don't be too impatient. If you want everything to go smoothly, all your information must be synchronized with hers. That will take more time. She answered at once, is that so? Also, there are so many sacred relics in the God domain. Can you give me one that suits me so I can carry out my plan quickly? After hearing this, Jonas glared and said, go find one yourself. Those are Federation assets, not things that fall from the sky. You've only just entered the God domain. You want to get something without doing any work. Go back and relearn instructor Jose's civic education lessons. At this moment, she was furious. She immediately raised her middle finger and cursed, you damn jerk. How can a brat like you be so arrogant? Would it kill you to give me just one? Jonas then asked, all right, you said someone video called you as soon as you entered the God domain. What was that about? Hearing this, she lifted her chin and replied, that person was Zi Miao's friend. He was her teammate in the special dungeon she entered earlier. I think he was just asking about her situation. It seems she was taken down in the previous dungeon. I didn't say anything that would make him too suspicious, so it should be fine. After hearing this, Jonas said coldly, be careful. In reality, we can act freely, but in the God domain, losing your life means truly dying. Then she walked straight toward the teleportation door into the God domain. Don't worry, you're acting like I'm a child. Meanwhile, our Wang Quan had been hiding in the bushes and had heard the entire conversation. What the hell? She isn't Zi Miao. She's that guy's accomplice? Thank goodness I discovered this in time. Did the real Zi Miao already die in the fire just now? The truth is, this demonic federation kills players, then seizes the killed players' accounts in the God domain. That's terrifying. I have to leave this place immediately. But I still don't know what principle they use to pull players into the God domain, or how they find the players' locations. If I run away carelessly, there's a high chance I'll be captured again. Once my ability to log out of the God domain is exposed, I'll be silenced and killed 100%. But if I stay here too long, I'll end up just like Zi Miao. I could be in danger at any moment. This is really difficult. What should I do now? Fortunately, when I spoke with the fake Zi Miao just now, I didn't reveal anything at all. As for my earlier escape activities and efforts to gather more information, I prepared very carefully, so there's a high chance I still haven't been exposed. According to the information from Lin Lin, their plan to move me out of this place is scheduled for 1 week from now. That also matches the information I found earlier. If escaping gives me no chance at all, then I have to make full use of this final safe week. As soon as he finished speaking, he took out his damaged E-rank counterattack sword item. After that, he used 5 of his points to repair it. With the information I've obtained, I have to become stronger as quickly as possible. Then he immediately used 60 points to enhance the sword to +3. This included 10 points for level 1, 20 points for level 2, and 30 points for level 3. After that, Wang Quan used another 20 points to enhance it into E-rank equipment. His shabby sword now became the extremely premium first inscription dragon sword. Note, a perfect combination of technology and sharp weaponry. Its energy-filled blade can cut through steel. Special ability. By swinging the sword forward, it can block an enemy's attack and return a large amount of damage to the target within 2 seconds. Holding the sword in his hand, he thought to himself, with my tiny damage output, this sword is probably the most suitable one for me. The stronger the enemy, the more beneficial it is for me. Next is the random dungeon entry ticket the system gave me earlier. Looks like I'll have to use it this time. Then he used 10 points to exchange for 1 entry into a high-level team arena dungeon. The system then announced, entering the high-level team arena. Rewards are plentiful, but the difficulty is unknown and it may be very dangerous. Do you truly confirm your selection? With a decisive attitude and a steely gaze, Wang Quan said loudly, I agree. After hearing this, the system continued its announcement. Confirmation successful. Player Wong Quan is being randomly selected for team competition, preparing to enter the high-level team arena. A while later, he was transported into the dungeon, the Mist City. It was a huge city, with houses packed tightly together, and the fragrance of flowers mingled with misty clouds that veiled the roads in an incredibly mysterious, dreamlike haze. Then the system began to explain Mist City Arena. This is a life-and-death battle between two factions. All players will be divided into Team A and Team B to fight each other for a large amount of reward points. Player Wong Quan, you have been selected for Team A to begin the battle. This is an extremely modern and splendid city in the early 19th century. It is the first city to move toward industrialization and modernization, where giant machines process iron and coal mines while steam power drives the transformation of civilization. But this has also caused many people to feel uncomfortable, including problems such as air pollution and shrinking land area. As a result, nobles, extremist believers, and old enemies colluded with one another to begin a war. They selected spies to infiltrate the city and assassinate scholars, government officials, and even royal families who promoted this progress. Their methods are extremely unusual and unpredictable, as if they possess witchcraft. For this reason, the royal queen established an elite squad to oppose them, named the Agency of the Law Machine, abbreviated as ALM. Wong Quan, you are one of the members of this squad. You are deeply trusted by the queen and enjoy enormous privileges. You must do everything you can to protect the safety of important targets. At the same time, you must find the spies who have infiltrated the city and kill every last one of them without leaving a single survivor. The ALM squad is Team A. You will receive 12 authority points, representing your authority. They can be used to command the entire city to take action and assist you. Even the most unreasonable requests can be carried out in pursuit of the final objective. Team A's objectives include Objective 1. Protect the royal family. There are 9 extremely important royal figures who must be protected. Specific information can be found in the mission details. At the end of the battle, for each surviving royal figure, you will receive 10 reward points. Objective 2. Eliminate the spies. For each spy you eliminate, you will receive 50 points. Team A victory conditions. Kill all spies or wait until sunrise. The winning team will immediately receive 100 points. Team A failure conditions. All 9 members of the royal family die, or all members of Team A are killed. In the event of failure, each team member will have 100 points deducted. Note, reward points obtained will be adjusted according to the player's level coefficient. The lower the player's level, the higher the multiplier. Player Wong Quan, with a level 5 title serious law-abiding young man, will receive an additional 100% reward point bonus at the end. Oh, come on. After hearing this, the young man's face looked extremely pleased. The system then announced, the invasion of Mist City officially begins now. As soon as the announcement ended, our Wong Quan was equipped with a premium-looking suit like this. He was somewhat surprised. So, this is a competitive dungeon? It divides the players into 2 teams and makes them fight one another. The reward points are balanced by coefficients. My coefficient is extremely high, which means all the other players are higher level than me. There might even be some ridiculously high-level experts. But for me, since I don't have much time left, I have no choice but to take risks to obtain ultimate power. If I delay, my ending will be no different from Zimiao's. Think positively, Wong Quan. Maybe my teammate will be a top-ranked server player. In that case, I could just sit back and enjoy the rewards, doing nothing while gobbling up points. Hee hee hee. As soon as he finished speaking, our beautiful Wu Shan unexpectedly appeared right in front of Wong Quan. She was level 4. On top of that, she was wearing an outfit very suitable for going to the beach. She looked truly fair, round, and tempting. You, Bum Quan. We really are fated to meet. I hope you'll carry me to victory this time. On this side, he was so confused that he nearly coughed blood. Oh no, I'm finished. I'm definitely dead this time. Then he trembled like a leaf and said in terror, "Why are you here, entering the arena at such a low level? Aren't you afraid your points will go negative?" She smiled with an extremely innocent and harmless expression and replied, "Because a kind person guided me earlier. We became friends, and she saw my shortcomings, so she brought me here for extra training. Besides, her level is very high, so I listened to her right away." Hearing this, Our Wong Quan's face immediately became bright and cheerful. Oh damn, we hit the jackpot. That means the two of us will be carried by a big shot expert this match. Ha, just as I predicted. Where's she? Hurry and let me meet her. Unexpectedly, someone tugged his hand and spoke. Were you looking for me? We already know each other. Good grief. It turned out the person Wu Shan said was very high level was none other than our Luo Xiaohua. She did not even reach Wong Quan's waist. Who knew she could possibly fight? Wong Quan's expression instantly changed completely, reversing course on the spot. Damn it, it's you again? Luo Xiaohua then patted her chest and immediately put on airs. You really have eyes but can't see. I am a genuine expert. Since Huang trusted me enough to call me here, that was absolutely wise. In this match, I'll carry you and Wu Shan to victory. You're in for the easiest win ever. Hee. Unexpectedly, on this side, another teammate of our Wong Quan appeared. It was his sworn enemy, Lin Miao, with his slicked back hair. The moment he discovered Wong Quan, he cursed furiously. Damn it, two useless rookies who couldn't even kill an ant, plus one kid who doesn't even reach the waistband of my pants. These are my teammates? This damn system is really infuriating. At this moment, Lin Miao was already level 11. When our Wong Quan discovered him, he immediately gave a faint smile and said, "Oh, come on. So I meet Big Brother Loser here again? We really are fated." Meanwhile, Wu Shan was biting her lip and secretly laughing. Isn't he the top expert from the previous bloodstained Golden Moon dungeon? So arrogant, but in the end, he still lost. How sad. On this side, Lin Miao's eyes turned red with anger as he replied, "What did you say? Last time, we were both in the hero squadron. You should be standing on my side." Then Lin Miao looked at the opposing team's player list and broke out in huge beads of cold sweat, thinking to himself, what the hell is this? They're all experts in their 20s, and one of them is even level 25. How are we supposed to fight this? Noticing something strange, Wong Quan came over to take a look. What? Zi Miao? Could it be that person? Looks like this battle won't be simple at all. Everyone was now discussing things noisily, wondering how the system had arranged the teams. They were all players at level 23 and level 25. It seemed like from the very beginning, the system had wanted their team to lose. It was truly hateful. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. "Hello, everyone. I'm a little late." Wu Shan was extremely surprised when she heard it and said, "Is that the guide? So she really is a player. She didn't trick us." Lin Miao was also quite surprised. "That's a Shui, level 30. She's ranked 5th on the list of the strongest people in the God domain." Finding it strange, Luo Xiaohua also spoke up and asked, "Hey, a Shui, weren't you busy with the other experts developing more high-level game dungeons? Why are you in this arena?" A Shui replied awkwardly, because there was some kind of problem. I think I was passively sent to the arena. I'm not sure either." On this side, Xiaoxi also added, "Oh, right, I was sent here too. I have no idea why. It must be because our Wong Quan used up all their points the other day, so now they have to grind points like crazy. They just had to run into this walking disaster." Poor A Shui and Xiaoxi. After that, the four of them lowered their heads obediently like puppies and said, "Greetings, big sisters. This time, all of us will follow your instructions." And so, all members of Team A had appeared. They consisted of level 30 A Shui, level 28 Xiao Shi, level 11 Lin Miao, level 10 Luo Xiaohua, level 5 Wong Quan, and level 4 Wu Shan. On the spy side, Team B, only one person had shown herself, the one who had taken Zi Miao's account and logged into the God domain. The map of Mist City is as follows. The ALM headquarters is located at the innermost area beside the military district. In the center is the vast Kingham Palace, with the residential district next to it. On the outermost edge is an extremely sturdy city wall. Then the system announcement appeared. The competitive instance, Mist City, will begin at 9 a.m. on the first day. Intelligence information inside the city will be summarized and automatically updated at 9 a.m. every day. The troops in the city can be deployed at will. This includes a maximum of 12 guards. If there are casualties, they will be replenished the following day. In addition, players can command them by signing decrees, thereby controlling the troops inside the city. On this side, Luo Xiaohua happily spoke up. Looks like we're pretty impressive, huh? They even prepared cigars and delicious drinks for us in advance. Lin Miao also poured himself a drink and tried it, saying, "Looks like it's pretty okay." Hearing that, Wu Shan immediately became extremely excited. "Kakik, looks like the advantage is leaning toward our team, A." Xiaoxi also added, I've already checked the guards' combat effectiveness. Although they don't have heavy weapons, their overall combat effectiveness is close to that of a modern elite unit. Then the beautiful blonde A. Shui said, we also have another important mission. That is to protect 9 royal figures. Our opponents are all seasoned experts as well. Although they can't beat us in a direct confrontation, if they launch surprise attacks, it could be very dangerous. We need to be more cautious. Our Wang Quan seemed to have noticed the problem too, and he added, that's right. The hardest part is this. The targets we need to protect are scattered all over this huge city. 2 are in the west, 2 are in the north, and the remaining 5 are in 4 districts that are very far apart. As the attacking side, the spy team can easily concentrate their forces. Once we split up to act, it's very possible that we'll lose track of each other and get picked off one by one. Our Wang Quan was racking his brains, trying to figure out a way to win. Meanwhile, these 2 girls were happily chatting and playing around like this. Hey Wushan, I found this birthday cake. How about I celebrate your birthday for you right here? Wushan replied, that's so sweet. This is the first time I've ever had a surprise birthday like this. Thank you so much, sis. After hearing that, Wang Quan was so speechless he could hardly describe it. Hey, you 2 over there, can you take this battle seriously? Suddenly, a Shui's voice rang out, making everyone focus and listen carefully. Everyone, I have something very important to say. I'm guessing every member of our team has a great need for reward points, failure penalties, daily living expenses, and purchases in the infinite God domain all require a lot of points. Even when our levels improve and the rewards we obtain increase, the cost will rise as well. Reward points will become more and more insufficient. Hearing this, the 4 people's expressions suddenly darkened, and they felt very worried. Wushan had only 1 point left. Wang Quan had 4 points. Lin Miao had lost 3 rounds in a row and only had a few dozen points left. Little Luo Xiaohua was in even worse shape. Because of excessive spending, she was 700 points in debt. Then a Shui fired up her teammates. That is why we absolutely must win this match. I believe that as long as we unite with all our strength, we can succeed. Even though 2 of us are only rookies, they still play a very important role on the team. Brothers and sisters, do you understand? So it turned out our Shui was desperately trying to earn back the 28,000 points she lost the other day for an important mission. That was why she had this blazing, burning determination. Kikik. It was kind of pitiful, but whatever, what could anyone do? Suddenly, Xiaoxi opened the door and walked in, only to see them shouting like maniacs. Determination. Victory. When brothers and sisters unite, they can slap the Eastern Sea dry. They looked exactly like some pyramid scheme crowd. She froze for what felt like 100 seconds, stiff as a pool cue. She had no idea what was going on. What the hell is wrong with you people? Did you just get high or something? Why are you acting so deranged? Then Luo Xiaohua said, all right, let's take action. The key to victory in this game is time. Wushan spent 2 authority points to call the troops to Greenwich District, which was the farthest location from the team. They absolutely had to protect the royal figure there for the next 8 hours. Yelim's privilege was deploying troops to completely blockade a city district, preventing anyone from entering to attack. At the same time, special agents would patrol the other main streets around the clock. If they saw the opponents making any abnormal moves, Wang Quan's entire team will be notified immediately. Additional note, Team A's special authority, the extrajudicial privilege. Team A starts the game with a total of 12 authority points. This represents the power the royal family has granted you, allowing you to order all departments in the city to cooperate with you. 1 point can forcibly seal off 1 block for 1 day. 1 point can mobilize an additional troop unit to blockade an area. 2 points can forcibly blockade any district for 1 day. 4 points allow you to enter the embassy district and occupy it exclusively for 1 day. 8 points can place the city under martial law. All authority will be in the hands of the military for 1 day. Additional note, excessive actions are not allowed. For example, killing nobles will also consume your points. At the end of the battle, your authority points will completely disappear. Then Lin Miao, riding along with his enormous stone man, also took action. We'll take advantage of the early stage while they're still discussing their plan and gather the royal figures in one place. When that happens, protecting them will be as easy as flipping my hand. Kakik. Elsewhere, Wang Quan's car screeched to a stop in front of school. Then he stepped out, stuck both hands in his pockets in an extremely cool manner, and said, "It would be wonderful if all the royal figures were locked up in one house, wouldn't it?" Then he handed the guard a photo of a royal figure and said, "Hello, may I ask if you've ever seen this person?" The guard seemed to see something that made him tremble like a leaf and answered, "Why, yes, she is receiving guests inside the academy. Is there anything I can help you with, sir?" It turned out our Wang Quan had brought along 4 guards equipped with paint guns, helmets, level 3 armor, and all sorts of gear. They looked just like they were playing Free Fire. He said coldly, "I'm only here to visit her and take her to a safe place." The guard obediently went along with it right away. Finding it strange, Wang Quan said to his shui, "I've noticed something. As soon as we left the Western District, even the school was covered in fog, despite it being broad daylight. The environment here really is terrible, isn't it?" A shui replied, "With terrain full of tall buildings and such thick fog, discovering the spies will be very difficult. If we find them, we must close in immediately." It turned out a shui was standing at a very high vantage point, observing so she could support her teammates in time. She added, "The map of Mist City is huge. It will take me a little time to arrive and provide support. Everyone be careful." Then Wang Quan walked off like an incredibly handsome male idol and replied, "Kakik, big sis, don't worry. I'm the most cautious one here." It was 9:50 a.m. at the academy, where Wang Quan was going to pick up the first royal figure. This little girl was a noble whom Wang Quan's team needed to protect. Her name was Newton. But this Newton was something else, far cuter and more adorable than the Newton we know. She was reading a book and studying when, unexpectedly, someone who looked quite similar to our Wang Quan appeared, except he had red hair and looked more sinister. His name was Chongqing, level 23, title, Strong-Necked Leader. He came over and said something to Newton. She asked in surprise, "What did you say? Why do you want to invest in my research project?" He replied, "I'm very interested in that project. Shall we go to your laboratory and talk more?" After hearing that, little Newton happily threw the apple in her hand onto the ground, stood up, and said, "Of course. I hope you can see the tremendous value of this research project." Then he immediately went off with her. After a while, he contacted his teammates and reported, "I found a target. I'll make my move when the right opportunity comes, then quickly finish it. The target looks pretty young and inexperienced. I'll definitely act quickly and cleanly." His teammate also replied, "Good. Let's split up and eliminate as many targets as possible before those damn Team A bastards can act." Then he chuckled and muttered, "Even if those ugly toads from Team A react, I'm not afraid. They're all useless rookies. There's no way they can beat me. Ka-ha." After they had walked for a short distance, a voice suddenly rang out. "Sir Newton, someone from the Queen has come to see you." Little Newton was startled and asked, "What is it? Why are there so many visitors today?" Wang Quan was led inside by the guard, and unexpectedly, Wang Quan came face to face with Chongqing. Our Wang Quan was startled and thought, this guy really is from the spy team. Reacting quickly, he immediately used his ability, forced immobilization, on Chongqing. At the same time, he drew a gun and threatened him. "You there, stand still and don't move. I've got a gun. You hear me? I'll shoot you." At this moment, Wang Quan thought to himself, "Damn it, I was one step too late. If he attacks the noble from this distance, it'll be very hard for me to act." Chongqing was no pushover either. He immediately used his ability, Spiritual Shield, creating a barrier to block Wang Quan's ability. Then he laughed with delight and said, "Ha ha, you think you can take me down with a control-type ability? As expected, you're just a useless rookie. This time you're dead, kid." As he spoke, he charged toward Wang Quan and attacked as fast as the wind. "Ka, what a pig-brained idiot. Then take my lethal punch." Right after that, Wang Quan immediately drew his first inscription dragon sword. Chongqing threw a punch powerful enough to shake the heavens and earth, sending smoke and dust flying everywhere. But our Wang Quan raised his sword to block it. Right at that moment, the punch was terrifyingly powerful, sending Wang Quan sliding across the ground so hard that sparks flew. He cried out in panic, "What the hell? You actually dared to attack?" Chongqing laughed sinisterly and replied, "Why wouldn't I? You're just a useless piece of trash. You think you can mess with me using a few lame swords? What a pig-stupid idiot, Kaha." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of soldiers carrying terrifying heavy blunderbusses immediately rushed over. Wang Quan also said to him, "What I meant was you're so amazing that you're willing to fight my entire army, right?" After hearing that, Chongqing started sweating all over. He was filled with belated regret. Damn it, I'm screwed. The scene shifted to Crown District, another place in Mist City. Suddenly, a dazzling red light flashed inside a restroom, looking extremely mysterious. This was Kitty, level 19. She was a member of the spy team. She seemed to be hiding two absolutely massive things inside her shirt. Looks like she was very formidable indeed. At this moment, she was secretly reporting to her teammates, "I've successfully infiltrated the Royal Court of Justice. Everything is still fine." A man who was standing there peeing suddenly noticed her. Unfortunately for him, he shouted in panic, "What the hell? Why are you spying on me while I'm peeing?" Then she gently placed her hand on his shoulder. Suddenly, that man evaporated on the spot. Then Kitty reported to her teammates, "I still haven't seen Tima here." Sure enough, there's no way they can protect so many targets at once. Looks like we're guaranteed to win this match. Let's hurry up, kill all the targets, and complete the instance. Suddenly, Chongqing spoke up. "This is bad, everyone. I ran into a level 5 rookie over here. He's just a total noob, but his army is ridiculously powerful." Then he screamed miserably, "Save me, save me. They're using blunderbusses with insanely terrifying firepower. Guys, someone come support me. Mommy, save me." After hearing this, Kitty turned pale with fear. "What the hell is going on? Where are you? I'll come support you right away." Suddenly, Lin Miao, who had been hiding nearby the whole time and overheard everything, smiled brightly and muttered, "Kakik, you want to help him?" Then Lin Miao summoned a stone man as huge as a building with terrifying blue eyes. It attacked Kitty with a slam into the ground. She was startled and retreated backward, managing to dodge. At this moment, Lin Miao spoke with eyes full of killing intent. "Keep dodging, brat. I'll smash you into pulp." Then she bounced across the ground like a cat and said, "Looks like there's only a greenhorn like you here. Your level is only 11. Do you think you can beat me? You really are far too naive. Today, I'll show you what true power is." As soon as she finished speaking, Lin Miao and his giant stone man charged forward as fast as lightning. Then come on, let's see who's stronger. The scene shifted to the battle between Chongqing and Wang Quan. Seeing that the troops were terrifyingly strong, Chongqing felt he couldn't beat them. So he cunningly said to our Wang Quan, "Hey, Wang Quan, although you're only level 5, your actual skill is truly impressive. You even know how to cleverly use the army's power to make up for your own shortcomings. As expected, you're someone with an extraordinary mind. I admire you very much. Can I add you as a friend? In the future, I want to fight alongside you in upcoming instances. With your intelligence and my strength, we'll be two players who sweep through everything in the God domain." After hearing this, our Wang Quan's face lit up and he smiled brightly. "Is that really true?" Then Chongqing replied, that's right. So please let me live this time, big brother. If I get killed by a level 5 player, the news will spread on social media bit by bit. I'll be so humiliated, I'll want to hide my face." At this moment, Chongqing was being continuously blasted by a group of soldiers. He was so frightened that he nearly wet himself while running away. Wang Quan then turned to the royal figure, Little Newton, and said, "Oh my, you're still safe and sound. That's truly fortunate." Finding it strange, she asked, "Can you explain to me what is happening right now? I'm extremely confused." Our Wang Quan smiled until his eyes narrowed. "I'm from the Royal Secret Service, ALM. I'm responsible for your safety. Please don't worry too much." Then he crouched down and said to her, "Right now, Mist City is very dangerous. Please come with me to a safe place and take shelter for a while. Do you see the guy over there? He's a pervert who is trying to lure you away and attack you." When Chongqing heard this, he cursed furiously. "What the hell are you talking about? What pervert? Don't slander me." Little Newton sighed and replied to Wang Quan, "It seems that is the best way for me to stay safe. But please let me go to the laboratory for a moment. I need to get a few important things first." Wang Quan agreed and then led her there. Seeing this, Chongqing was extremely furious and frustrated. He was practically dying of anger. "Do they think I'm trash? Then I'll show them my power." After saying that, he used magic to summon something and said, "I have the sacred relic, the mechanical god, inside me. It is extremely powerful. My strength will far exceed your imagination, you bastard Wang Quan." As soon as he finished speaking, he created countless robot parts, just like a transforming hero. Then the parts actually assembled into a giant robot. Changqing laughed smugly and said, "Kaka kaka, go on, look down on me again. Your daddy has brought out the heavy firepower." On this side, when our Wang Quan saw that, his face turned as green as a banana leaf. What the hell? Why does it look so terrifying? Is this the true power of a level 23 expert? On the other side, Changqing sat inside the cockpit, controlling it just like a super robot pilot. Scared enough to wet yourself, kid? Among the top 10 experts, only one guy has ever defeated my robot. Unexpectedly, Wang Quan and Little Newton completely ignored him. Looks like we've been in the laboratory, right? Then let's hurry up and go. The robot froze for 5 seconds, completely unable to understand what was going on. Then a group of soldiers started firing their blunderbusses at it with loud bangs. Inside, Changqing cursed furiously in frustration. "Damn it, this is really pissing me off. You two, stop right there. You have to fight me. Stop right now." A while later, in the laboratory, Little Newton was holding some documents and reading them intently. At that moment, Wang Quan looked out the window and watched Changqing's robot being blasted with a hail of gunfire. He thought to himself, looks like the royal figure at the academy is safe now. Still, to deal with someone as ridiculously strong as Changqing, we had to deploy quite a lot of heavy artillery. The scene shifts to Lin Miao's battle with Kitty. He was now badly injured, sitting on the ground in terrible pain. Looks like level 19 Kitty's strength is way too terrifying. Seeing that the situation was bad, Lin Miao immediately called his teammates to report, "Hey, everyone, I ran into an enemy at the Royal Court Justice. Luckily, I got there one step ahead of her and hid the royal figure. She couldn't find the target, and she was afraid we'd bring reinforcements, so she left." At that moment, civilians had gathered at the court to watch the explosive fight, just like they were watching a superstar concert. At the West End Parliament building, at 10:16 a.m., Wu Shan had also brought people over. She reported to her teammates, "I have 3 protection teams inside Parliament and at the nearby palace as well. All of them are absolutely safe." Then at 10:17, Luo Xiaohua reported, "I'm in the Camden residential district. I've also found the royal figure. One member of the spy team discovered me, but since I brought troops with me, he got scared and ran away." At the same time, Xiaoxi was at a large library in the north. Looking slightly angry, she reported, "Sorry, everyone. Because the location was too far away, I arrived late. The moment I got there, someone informed me that the royal figure had died not long before. The one who did it was Lin Huang, a level 21 marksman player. She managed to escape." The scene shifts to 10:18 in Whitechapel District. Our beautiful blonde, Shui, was sitting atop a huge church and said, "I didn't encounter any enemies in the church area. I successfully protected the royal figure here." In the spy's first attack, only one target was taken down. It seems the tactics we're using are quite effective. After hearing this, Wang Quan spoke up too. "Hey, big sis, why haven't we seen you make a move yet?" Hearing that, she became extremely flustered. "Just call me a Shui. I haven't even found them yet, so how am I supposed to rush in and attack? I'll attack you first if you keep that up. But based on the locations the enemies attacked and the times they made their moves, if my guess is right, their base is near the museum." It turned out that a Shui's profession was traveler, so her ability to reason and judge the situation was also extremely impressive. Wang Quan then continued, "After the first wave of assassinations, regardless of success or failure, there's a high chance they'll return to their base to rest." Suddenly, a Shui used her teleportation ability and responded to him, "Wang Quan, you're absolutely right. Let's seize this chance to catch and kill all of them." No sooner said than done. A Shui immediately arrived at the Northern Museum. This place had quite a lot of people coming and going. Seeing this, a Shui immediately used her leadership position privilege. Her eyes turned a rather flashy shade of blue. 30 seconds later, she activated a special ability that could actually let her see enemy targets. She said delightedly, "Ha ha ha, found them. Time to move." In another civilian house, a girl suddenly arrived uninvited. She was Lin Huang, the marksman Xiao she had encountered earlier. Because he was so shocked that a stranger had barged into his home, the old man immediately tried to drive her away. "Who are you? We didn't call for a prostitute here. Hurry up and get out." Lin Huang gave an extremely sly smile and replied, "I'm truly sorry for disturbing you. I'm injured and need a place to recover." Without giving the bald old man a chance to answer, she pressed 2 fingers against his forehead. The old man evaporated and vanished into smoke on the spot. Then she leaned back against the sofa and sighed. "That was close. That Xiaoxi really is terrifyingly strong. If I hadn't run fast enough, I probably wouldn't be sitting here now. There's no one around me right now either. Maybe I should take a short nap to recover, then decide what to do next. Suddenly, Lin Huang's system issued an emergency warning. You have been selected as the enemy's marked target for the next 30 seconds. Please be careful. Lin Huang was still half asleep and had no idea what was happening. Before she could even process it, a shui suddenly appeared right behind her. Hey, spy. D. Lin Huang was so frightened that she instantly woke up. She sprang up and dodged a shui's terrifyingly powerful slash, while also drawing her gun to counterattack. Lin Huang used her bullet rain ability, and more than a dozen pistols suddenly appeared, all aimed at a shui. She gave an extremely smug smile and said, "You really are too naive. You think that shabby sword can beat my dozen or so alacundas? Ah, you're still far too inexperienced." The instant she finished speaking, a shui lightly slashed across Lin Huang's backside. Lin Huang instantly evaporated and landed on the death counter, dying before she could even close her eyes. After that, a shui teleported to another nearby location. It was a small alley with identical brick walls on both sides. A shui pretended to walk past normally as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, she swung her sword at the wall with a sharp slash. It turned out that Zhou Dai had been hiding there by disguising himself as a brick wall. After taking the hit, he was in so much pain that he practically whimpered like a puppy. What the heck, that hurt. I already turned into a wall, and you still recognize me? This game is such a scam. I'm so mad I could die. She looked down on the enemy and didn't even bother to answer. Instead, she flew straight into the air and stabbed downward with a heaven-splitting strike. Even though the guy was level 20, he hadn't managed to do a single useful thing before being sent straight to the afterlife. Then she said, 2 killed, and there are still 16 seconds left. Let me see if there's anyone else nearby. The scene shifts back to the academy where Wang Quan was. At this moment, little Newton had only brought a small amount of belongings to take shelter, pulling them in a cart while trembling like a leaf. It was honestly kind of pitiful, but whatever. A shui then reported to Wang Quan, "I only found 2 people at the museum. Do you know where the rest are?" He replied, "One of them has been fighting my army for over an hour. Let me think of a way to gather more information, then I'll report back to you." On the other side, Chongqing's robot had fought so hard that thick smoke was billowing from it. He was controlling it from inside, where it was as hot as a furnace, and he gritted his teeth angrily. Damn it all. What kind of instance army is this? They keep fighting and fighting, but why don't they lose even a sliver of health? My robot needs to recharge too. This is seriously infuriating. Right at that critical moment, Wang Quan suddenly called him to have a heart-to-heart chat. And ridiculously enough, he actually answered. Wang Quan smiled kindly and said, "Hey, big bro, looks like you're about to be unable to hold on, right? But it's fine. Let's make a deal." Ha ha ha. After hearing this, Chongqing was so furious his eyes nearly bled. He replied, "You're looking down on me too much. I'm someone who values brotherhood very highly. Even if you transferred me 20,000 points, guaranteed absolute confidentiality for the transaction, and also gave me a shui's contact info, I would never betray my teammates." Wang Quan was completely baffled. Whoa, damn it, Chongqing. Why you sound like you're naming a price? But can I ask you something? There's someone named Z Miao on your team, right? Chongqing immediately lifted his chin and replied, "I think I've heard of her. She's quite famous because she's been in the god domain for a long time, and her combat ability is also very good. But she was stuck at level 10 for quite a long period. She's currently on my team. But why are you asking?" Hearing this, Wang Quan thought to himself, there must be 1 or more people on the spy team who came to this instance together with a woman pretending to be Z Miao. There's a high chance they're from the Linjiang Alliance. If she were alone, she would never dare take such a risk and come here. Chongqing suddenly burst out laughing. "Hey, bro, are you trying to court her? Ha ha ha. We're brothers, so just say it outright. What's there to be embarrassed about? If you call off the army and make them stop fighting, I'll put in a word with her and set you 2 up. How about it? Bro, your tastes are pretty strong. Impressive. Ha ha ha." After hearing that, Wang Quan was so speechless he didn't even want to talk anymore. Suddenly, 2 girls appeared behind him. The blonde one was Qing Yin, level 25. She seemed to be traveling with the person impersonating Z Miao. Suddenly, she greeted Wang Quan. "Hey, old friend, do you still remember me?" When he heard that, he was shocked and thought to himself, that voice. Isn't that Zi Miao? But something isn't quite right. She then smiled and added, aren't we close friends? Why are you so surprised? Wang Quan's expression darkened, and he nervously thought, she's with Qing Yin? Then she must be part of the group trying to harm me. Qing Yin then asked, were the two of you close friends before? Suddenly, Wang Quan moved like the wind and immediately rushed over to put his arm around the fake Zi Miao's shoulders. Ha ha ha. Good friend, good friend. It's been so long since we last met. How about we go have a drink? At that moment, she was completely confused. In his heart, Wang Quan was thinking, Qing Yin is level 25. I have absolutely no chance of beating her. In that case, I'll try sending a distress signal to the army and hope they're smart enough to understand. Otherwise, I'm dead for sure. Once he made up his mind, he began to act. On the surface, he pretended to chat enthusiastically with her, but behind his back, he signaled to the army. They noticed it as well and thought, it seems the investigator is signaling something to us. What Wang Quan meant was quietly approach, surround them, then capture all of them. But somehow, they understood it as, sir, we understand. Let us evacuate quickly, patrol outside the city, and fight anyone we encounter. Meanwhile, the fake Zi Miao also noticed that he was trying something. She immediately took out a massive dragon-slaying saber and chased him while laughing. Wang Quan turned and ran for his life, sweating buckets and cursing loudly. Damn it, what kind of elite army is this stupid? What I meant was for you to come capture her and save me. This is so infuriating. Where are the troops? Hurry up and stop her. She's going to chop me to death. While he was desperately running, fog and smoke suddenly filled the area until no figures could be seen. Wang Quan was also startled when a voice rang out. It seems the instance has given you far too many advantages through the army. Unfortunately for you, this environment suits me very well. Now, no one can disturb us. Ha ha ha. It turned out Qing Yin had used some evil spell to create this dense fog. Suddenly, from behind him, the fake Zi Miao rushed over with her saber, preparing to slash him while saying, Wang Quan, today you're dead for sure. Then she sliced through him, cutting his neck clean off. But it seemed that was only Wang Quan's illusion. It turned out that he had used his special ability, light and darkness, to create a three-dimensional illusion to deceive her. The real Wang Quan was standing behind her with a gun aimed straight at her head. Then she rushed at him as fast as lightning and delivered another extremely powerful slash. Wang Quan immediately used the first inscription dragon sword to block it with a metallic clang. After that, he retreated into the fog and circulated his energy, looking incredibly cool. On the other side, the fake Zi Miao panicked when she saw this and started slashing wildly. Don't even think about ambushing me. I'm not afraid of you. Suddenly, he summoned a little ghost right in front of her. Unfortunately for him, he had run into a real tough player, and she wasn't scared at all. What kind of creepy magic are you using? If you got guts, come fight me head on. Wang Quan no longer hid and showed himself. He held the gun in his hand, looking extremely cool. Then he fired the cool-looking gun like it was a machine gun. It was bizarrely ridiculous. The fake Zi Miao frowned and exclaimed, damn it, why does his gun shoot so fiercely? Its power isn't huge, but whenever I fly over to attack him, he uses an illusion and disappears. At this rate, I'll soon be exhausted. At the same time, Wang Quan thought to himself, as expected, she isn't Zi Miao. With Zi Miao's personality, she would charge in and hack at me until I died. The real Zi Miao wouldn't be afraid of risking her life. She would fight madly and leave her opponent no time to react. Then the fake Zi Miao angrily spoke up. Damn it, are you really going to keep shooting forever? You're as stubborn as a bull. While he was firing away in high spirits, Qing Yin suddenly used magic to freeze him. With just one move, our Wang Quan lost nearly all his health. A level 25 player's power truly was terrifying. The fake Zi Miao immediately cursed. Damn you, why didn't you make a move earlier? Qing Yin replied, I was waiting for you to show your own strength. Besides, during that time, I went and killed a royal figure Newton as well. You really are useless. You can't even beat a brat who's only level 5. After hearing that, the fake Zi Miao angrily replied, stop talking nonsense. If it weren't because this character is too weak and has no ability to fight in the fog, I would have killed him long ago. Wang Quan was now extremely furious. He immediately took out the E-rank card item, a firework cannon, that he had drawn earlier and pointed it straight at the two of them. The two on the other side still had no idea what he was planning. What the hell is that? You think that cheap, lousy firework can attack us? Have you gone crazy from being cornered? Suddenly, he lit the fuse and fired it into the sky with a whoosh. It turned out he had used the teleportation firework item to escape. It actually looked pretty impressive. Then the firework exploded in the sky with a bang. Wang Quan was suspended in midair when a shui suddenly teleported over and pulled him into her arms. Was this a beauty saving the hero? Hee. Now that's something unusual. The scene shifts to Buckingham Palace in the west at 5:07 p.m. She was lying on the sofa, looking extremely comfortable and delighted. On this side, Wu Shan was summarizing the current information about the instance. During the spies' first wave of attacks, 2 royal figures had been killed, 2 were in areas tightly sealed off by the army, and the remaining 4 were gathered very safely at the palace. 2 members of the spies team B had been killed by a shui. Only 4 remained. Unfortunately, 3 of them had revealed themselves at the academy but escaped amid the chaos. Otherwise, they would have suffered a crushing defeat in this instance. But this really is strange. The academy is pretty close to the museum, so why didn't they gather and act together? Why split up and make it so easy for us to kill them? Luo Xiaohua got a headache listening to this, so she rested her chin on Wu Shan's neck and said, "Why don't you get some sleep and feel better? You keep muttering and bothering everyone. They're stupid, so that's why we can win so easily." After hearing that, Wu Shan was furious. "I'm trying to help everyone. After all, I still haven't improved my combat strength, so that's why I'm analyzing the intelligence. Not only do you not appreciate it, you even badmouth me? This is seriously infuriating." Luo Xiaohua chuckled and replied, "You're the best. You're the best, okay? Wu Shan is amazing. Hee. Meanwhile, our she was sleeping and snoring like a pig. Suddenly, a voice rang out, making all 3 of them wake up at once. "Your Highness, it is time to eat. I have come to bring the food." Then Luo Xiaohua immediately rushed outside. "Just leave the food here and go. I'll serve the royal figures." Hee. The attendant could only obey. A while later, the 3 of them sat there, gobbling down all the food. Feeling a little guilty, Wu Shan spoke up. "They seem to be people close to the queen. Isn't what we're doing a bit too much?" Xiao Shi and Luo Xiaohua immediately replied, "Ha, it's even tastier than we expected. They're probably sick of eating these dishes anyway, so we might as well enjoy them." It turned out that the 4 royal figures had been tied up like hostages in a kidnapping case. Who knew how these girls could be so evil? Wu Shan was also a little worried and asked, "Hey, Xiao Shi, is there any chance those royal figures will order the army to attack us instead? I feel like this isn't good." Xiao Shi gave an utterly wicked smile and replied, "Relax. Wang Quan's title is serious law-abiding young man. It can make the army ignore most of our actions, even if what we're doing is wrong. Ha. Besides, in this instance, our biggest mission is to protect the royal figures. So locking them up and not letting them run around can be considered a pretty reasonable action." After that, Wang Quan's team spent 4 authority points to requisition the vast Buckingham Palace. At the same time, they gathered the palace guards and their own team's forces to set up a strict defense. With a defense like this, not even an ant could slip in to attack the royal figures. Once the final 2 royal figures were brought to Buckingham Palace, this became a dead end for the spy team. The scene shifts to the Greenwich District Observatory at 5:16 p.m. This is Hani, a talented astronomer of Miss City. She's also a VIP royal figure who needs protection. At the same time, Wang Quan, a shui, and Lin Miao have arrived here to protect her and one other person. Wang Quan checked the map information and said, "In another 7 minutes, the lockdowns in the Greenwich area will be lifted." Lin Miao only had 43% HP left. As he bandaged his wounds to recover, he replied, "Looks like the spies are waiting for this chance to make their move." At this moment, a shui added with an extremely excited expression, "That must be it. According to the intelligence we received, the captain in the dock area has already left the harbor. This is the final target they can still reach. Once they realize our team has to split up, they'll definitely gather all their remaining forces here. This is our chance to wipe them all out. Ha. I really am way too smart. But the condition for clearing this is to kill all the spies. If they hide too well at the end, it'll be very hard for us to find them in such a huge city. Besides, I don't know why, but I never saw any notification saying those 2 spies from this morning were killed." After hearing that, Wang Quan broke out in a cold sweat and thought to himself, "What? No system notification? Their combat player list hasn't changed either. Could it be? Then a Shui gave a faint smile, elbowed him, and continued. Forget it. We already have a huge advantage in this match. It's normal for the other side to have a little extra advantage from system information. In the end, we'll win easily anyway, so why overthink it? Ha ha ha. At the same time, a Shui immediately took out an extremely VIP treasure and said, "You too, look, this is a D-rank sacred relic, the Heralding Spirit. This sacred relic fits together with my profession, instant teleportation, to an extremely advanced degree. So my greatest advantage is long-distance raids across a huge map like this. Looks like they have absolutely no chance of beating me now." When he heard instant teleportation, Lin Miao suddenly jolted as if realizing something and asked, "Hey, Wang Quan, that enemy you ran into earlier, did you see how he got into the academy?" Wang Quan was shocked after hearing that and replied, "I didn't see it at all. By the time I arrived, he was already next to the royal figure. Don't tell me it was the same on your side." At this moment, Lin Miao suddenly shot to his feet, manifested his stone hand, and exclaimed furiously, "Damn it." Then he punched straight down into the observatory building with a thunderous boom. Below, an extremely familiar black shadow dodged and escaped. When the two of them charged in, they discovered that Lin Huang was still alive, grinning as if nothing had happened. Seeing this, Wang Quan said in great anger, "So Team B has instant teleportation and resurrection abilities? Damn it." Lin Huang stood on the other side and laughed smugly in reply. "You people really are far too naive. There are still many things you don't know." Above them, a Shui also spoke up. "So that's it. I finally understand why they're always one step faster than us. But it looks like this type of ability has many restrictions. Otherwise, they would have used it much more often. As for resurrection, there must be some limit too. We just need to kill them one by one." On this side, Wang Quan and Lin Miao also realized a huge problem. Oh no, this is bad. Since they can infiltrate through instant teleportation, their main focus this time definitely isn't here. We have to hurry back to Buckingham Palace. They're planning to wipe out all the targets there. The scene shifts to the palace. Suddenly, Wu Shan also noticed the smoke bomb that began the spies' operation. Looks like the next battle is going to be very intense. It is now 5:30 p.m. Suddenly, the entire palace was filled with fragrant mist and dense fog. You couldn't see a damn thing. Finish them off there. The scene shifts to the palace. Suddenly, Wu Shan was startled to discover the smoke bomb that marked the beginning of the spies' operation. Looks like the next battle is going to be intense. It is now 5:30 p.m. Suddenly, the entire palace was filled with fragrant mist and dense fog. You couldn't see a damn thing. Wu Shan was extremely flustered and said, "What is this? Are we being attacked from outside? There are so many soldiers here, yet they still dare to act." Xiaoxi immediately pulled out her weapon and said, "Our vision is being blocked by the smoke. If this continues, it'll be very dangerous. I have to find the one creating the smoke and kill them immediately." As she spoke, she swung her white Emperor Royal Thorn Sword. An extremely powerful long sword shot out. Xiaoxi's technique sliced right past the head of Qing Yan, who was hiding in the smoke, frightening her badly. Then Xiaoxi gripped her crimson sword, charged forward like a warrior, and said, "The thing I hate most is someone who uses dark arts like you, Lin Yan. Today, I'll cut you into 100 pieces before I'm satisfied." Unexpectedly, just as Xiaoxi charged over, a gigantic robot gradually appeared from within the smoke. It was Chongqing's robot, standing there like a hulking monster. But Xiaoxi was not afraid at all. She held her sword and stabbed straight into it. Only then did she realize in shock that her sword was like a mosquito bite against this robot. Inside Chongqing's cockpit, the only notification was damage level 17%. Seeing this, Chongqing laughed loudly with great satisfaction. "Your sword is pretty fierce, but I guess it's only enough to scratch my robot's itch. You're dead this time." The moment he finished speaking, Chongqing used a pile of heavy cannons on the robot to fire wildly at our Xiaoxi. The firepower was so terrifying that the palace was shot full of holes. In another part of the battle, Luo Xiaohua was using a 6-barrel gun to fire madly and continuously into the smoke. At the same time, the crafty Zhou Dai said, "I advise you to throw those lousy guns into the trash. They'll never have the slightest effect on me." Suddenly, Zhou Dai slipped behind Xiaohua and said smugly, "You're dead this time. Rest in peace." Then he used an apple paring knife and was about to stab Luo Xiaohua from behind. Unexpectedly, someone's figure took the fatal slash for Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhou Dai was extremely shocked and bewildered because he discovered that the person he had slashed was our beautiful Wu Shan. But for some reason, she said happily, "Hey Xiaohua, I caught an enemy." It turned out Wu Shan's title was rejecting death. After unexpectedly receiving a fatal attack, all effects would increase by 100%. For 5 seconds, her HP would remain at 1 point, and she would be immune to all control effects. Looks like our Wu Shan is pretty impressive too. At this moment, Zhou Dai was caught tightly by Wu Shan's hand and was extremely surprised. "Whoa, your title really is super VIP. Even though you're only a newbie, I'm guessing you'll become a true expert in the future." After hearing that, Wu Shan looked so delighted she was practically drooling. "Are you serious? If that's true, then that's wonderful." Hee hee. On this side, Luo Xiaohua immediately turned her 6-barrel gun toward Zhou Dai and said excitedly, "Ha ha ha, great job, Wu Shan. Now I'll blast him to pieces." She did exactly as she said. Xiaohua fired with insane momentum, making smoke and dust fly everywhere until nothing could be seen. After a while, she felt like something was wrong. Why did it seem like she was attacking empty air? Then Qing Yin also arrived and said, "Looks like your ability is far too useless. You can't even beat 2 little brats after fighting for so long. I really can't understand it." It turned out Zhou Dai had transformed into the ground. Both his hands were locking Wu Shan's arms, making her fall flat on the ground. Luckily, her 2 large, round melons cushioned the impact. Otherwise, she would have been seriously injured. Zhou Dai's face was full of bitterness as he said, "What do you know? I'm trying to take these 2 down as cleanly as possible. Isn't it better to be a little cautious? Weren't you the one who said we should preserve as many lives as possible?" Then Qing Yin actually sat on Wu Shan's firm, round backside and gave a faint smile as bland as plain water. "Hee hee, so I misunderstood you. You work hard. Go and handle the targets according to the plan. I'll take care of these 2 rookies." Zhou Dai then walked toward the door, turned back and said, Hey, that's going too far. You have such a strange and special hobby. If the other party doesn't agree, the god domain will punish you heavily." After hearing that, Qing Yin turned purple with rage and cursed, "None of your business. Hurry up and get lost." Then she pulled out a chainsaw and gave an extremely vicious smile. "Ha ha ha. Hey, cute, delicate little girl, the game is about to end. I'll send you on your way." Wu Shan was terrified after hearing that and replied, You don't need to use such a brutal method. Can I handle it myself?" Then Wu Shan instantly evaporated and went straight onto the death counter. Qing Yin was touching the button on the back of her own neck as she contacted someone and said, "I just eliminated a player. Her soul will return to her personal space. Can you check it for me?" It turned out she was contacting Jonas to carry out an evil scheme. Sure enough, this woman was a cunning member of the Linjiang Federation. On this side, Jonas heard clearly and replied, "Of course, that's very simple. But why do you want to check on a useless player like Wu Shan?" Qing Yin replied, "I'm relying on a woman's sixth sense. I've always felt there's something strange about her. You wouldn't understand. Just help me." After a while, Jonas replied, "I found her. Player Wu Shan is currently at the Linjiang Corporation headquarters. She is being safely detained, and there is nothing unusual." After hearing that, Lin Yan also said, "Oh, is that so? Okay, then forget it. I'll focus on the main mission for now." Things are still very tense at the moment. The scene shifts to the Greenwich District Observatory at 5:35 p.m. At this moment, our Wang Quan was badly injured all over. He was hiding behind a wall, probably trying to avoid the terrifying attacks of that woman Lin Huang. Her title was Gunfight Expert, and she was level 21. On this side, Lin Miao and Wang Quan both had faces as wrinkled as monkeys eating chili peppers. They simply could not beat her. Feeling deeply troubled, Wang Quan spoke up. "Hey, Lin Miao, why don't you use that powerful stone man of yours to smash her?" After hearing that, Lin Miao replied angrily, "Are you insane? My technique may be pretty pro-tier, but she's 10 levels above me. If she flicks her finger once, I'll be gone, understand?" But luckily, Lin Huang is the only one here. If the two of US can hold out, that'll buy enough time for Shui to support the other side. The two of them had only just calmed down a little when the fake Zi Miao charged toward our Wang Quan like an arrow. Quick as lightning, she immediately slashed a powerful sword strike across his head, but as if she could even touch a hair on his leg. He cleverly used his light and darkness ability to dodge her slash. Then he even created a dozen Wang Quan illusions, all holding guns pointed straight at her head. Then he said cheerfully, "If you keep bothering me like this, I'm going to think you want to be my girlfriend, you little devil." Then she glared at him and said, "You bastard, using illusions to trick me again?" At the same time, she contacted Jonas and said, "Hey, are you watching me? Help me break the limits and double this character's attributes, will you? I need your assistance right now." After hearing that, Jonas replied, "Are you sure? If you gain one thing, you'll have to lose another. If Miao's body develops a problem, I won't give you a new one." On the other side, she said angrily, "Fine, stop talking nonsense. I don't understand why this useless body can't even beat a level 5 rookie. It's infuriating." A moment later, the fake Miao seemed to have successfully activated a cheat. At this moment, the look in her eyes and the killing intent she gave off were terrifying. Seeing this, our Wang Quan was startled and terrified, unable to understand what kind of dark art she had used. Then she went berserk and slashed dozens of times wildly in every direction. On this side, all dozen of Wang Quan's illusions were wiped out into smoke. At the same time, Wang Quan himself was struck by 4 slashes. Fortunately, he used his dragon sword to block them, so he only lost a bit of HP. Otherwise, he would have been finished instantly. After that, she walked toward him and laughed coldly. "What does it feel, kid?" "As expected, you could never imagine that I could become this strong, could you? Then you're dead today. Even if you create another 100 illusions, I'll never let you escape." As soon as she finished speaking, she used all her strength to unleash 2 100% critical slashes straight toward Wang Quan. Then he quickly took out the lucky yellow dog coin. He hoped his guardian spirit could save him. Right at that moment, Lin Miao's stone arm suddenly appeared to protect him. The fake Miao's slash struck the stone with a sharp clang. Unable to hurt Wang Quan at all, she was so furious it was as if she had eaten level 7 spicy noodles. Damn it, one thing after another. He's just a level 5 rookie, so why can't I beat him no matter how many times I attack? This is infuriating. On this side, Lin Miao laughed and said, "Hey, you old spy hag, did you forget about me? You really are still as childish and stupid as ever." At this moment, our Wang Quan felt an incredible amount of love for Lin Miao. He, big brother, you really are amazing. You're my guardian angel, showing up to save me. Oh no, don't tell me that after this trip, handsome Wang Quan is going to bend completely. Oh no. Although they could now stop her attacks, Lin Miao and Wang Quan seemed to have forgotten about someone else's presence. Lin Miao also jolted and said, "Oh no, we're done for. Hurry, run." The moment he finished speaking, that vicious woman charged over carrying her gun as fast as a rocket. Worse still, she also used her terrifyingly powerful bullet rain ability. Lin Miao's stone man immediately ran for its life at full speed, not daring to look back. Then Lin Miao raised his middle finger and cursed loudly. "Damn you 2 shameless bastards. I'm leaving that royal figure for you 2 to eat up. Take those 10 reward points and enjoy them, you old grandpa." After hearing that, Lin Huang was also extremely furious. Damn it, why curse like that? Sure enough, those 2 brats only know how to run their mouths and run away. You 2 just wait. On this side, the fake Miao's expression was not very happy either. Her eyes were blood red as she clenched her fists and said, "Hey, Lin Huang, why did you let them run away so easily? Hurry up and kill them all for me." After hearing that, Lin Huang laughed inwardly and replied, "Let them run all they want. I have another way to eliminate them. Those 2 brats are still far too inexperienced. Sooner or later, they'll die by my hand. The target we need to act against first is already here. We have to kill her first, then decide what to do afterward." Ha. As she spoke, Lin Huang pointed her finger at the royal figure. Immediately, the woman evaporated and disappeared on the spot. Then Lin Huang held a card in her hand and said with an extremely cunning expression, "Now it's time to deal with those 2. Even if those 2 run to the heavens, they won't escape." Ha. A long while later, Lin Miao's stone man ran to the outskirts, exhausted, and collapsed onto the ground. Then Wang Quan said with an extremely excited expression, "Sure enough, those 2 spy hags couldn't outrun us. Your stone man really is amazing." After hearing that, Lin Miao replied, "Of course, kid. No matter what, I'm the strongest among people of the same level." But now that I think about it, that Miao earlier wasn't really Miao, right? She seemed to be staring at you the whole time. Did you feel that? After Wang Quan heard that, he replied in great surprise, Lin Miao already knew? Lin Miao continued. So that's how it is. She and that old hag Qing Yin are in the same gang as that dark organization. The scene shifts to an extremely luxurious and magnificent building in the real world, probably belonging to some rich young master. At that moment, the large electronic screen displays, "Sorry, boss. By the time we arrived, everyone had already been arrested. Somewhere else, someone also says, yes, we failed to complete our mission on our side as well. We haven't found any clues about that missing person." This seems to be young Master Lin, a leading figure in the vast company where Wang Quan had previously gone to work. At this moment, he thinks silently in deep contemplation. As expected, it's very difficult to detect a player's location in the God domain, and there's no way to track down their methods. After that, young Master Lin says, "Thank you everyone for working so hard to investigate this for me. Keep monitoring information on the Linjiang Federation. If there's any news, report to me immediately." So it turns out he is also investigating those wicked people. A while later, the secretary comes over and hands him a cup of coffee, saying, "Here is your coffee. Please enjoy." After hearing that, he replies, "Okay, just leave it there." A moment later, young Master Lin also notices something unusual. Something seems very strange. As soon as he finishes speaking, a huge snake suddenly shoots straight out of the coffee cup. What a bizarre sight. At the same time, the woman disguised as the secretary suddenly attacks young Master Lin. Strangely, a snake head also emerges from his wound, looking absolutely terrifying. But he is an expert too, not some useless weakling. He immediately charges forward and slams into that woman. With a bang, he pulls out a gun and fires dozens of shots in her stomach, sending her off with cold legs before she can even close her eyes. After that, young Master Lin crushes the pathetic snake with his hand, making it vaporize together with her instantly. Right then, the old butler also rushes over carrying a pistol and shouts, "Young Master, are you all right? I'm sorry for letting you fall into danger." Young Master Lin immediately replies, "Don't worry, butler. I'm Fine. I forgot that the secretary asked for a day off yesterday. I never expected that she had been captured into the God domain, then replaced by someone else who tried to attack me. Damn it. Butler, help me with this. Any coma cases you discover, no matter the situation, must be reported to me immediately so I can handle them in time. All right, how is my younger brother Lin Miao?" The bald old man replies, "The second young master is still unconscious. His health and all his readings are normal, so please rest assured, young master." After hearing that, young Master Lin asks, "I mean his situation inside the God domain." The old man immediately replies, "The signals are very faint, young master. Our current equipment still can't clearly grasp the information. I'm still trying to find a way to improve it, but based on the information I received, I can roughly guess that young Master Lin Miao has just obtained a precious treasure that unlocked a profession. I also heard rumors that after reaching a certain level, one can return to the real world." As soon as young Master Lin enters the room, he hears his younger brother Lin Miao speaking. He is talking to Wang Quan, who is displayed on the screen. "I found out about that damned woman Qing Yan. She is a member of the Linjiang Federation. She is bringing the person who took Zi Miao's account here to carry out that dark scheme. Luckily, my family is protecting me. Otherwise, I would have been captured and locked up by them too." At this moment, in the outskirts of the God domain, Wang Quan finds it strange and asks, "Lin Miao, what do you mean by that? Could it be that in the real world, you can actually resist their forces?" After hearing that, Lin Miao replies, "That's right. My family had a very hard time protecting me. If my guess is correct, you also know about the Linjiang Federation, don't you? Could it be that you also have a force backing you up from behind? Judging by your appearance, you look completely broke, so you must be relying on the police bureau or the military, right?" After Wang Quan hears Lin Miao say that, he is furious and completely baffled. "Damn you. Do you even know how to speak politely?" After that, Lin Miao adds, "I don't care what method you use to survive either, but there is one thing you have to remember. No matter what, you must not be killed by the people of the Linjiang Federation inside the God domain. If you're unlucky enough to be killed by them, they will follow the signal and seize your account. At the same time, they will kill your real body to complete this dark scheme. If there is someone protecting you in reality, or if they're stopped in time, then you can be safe. Also, a person inside the God domain emits many signals identical to those of their real body. They can use that to find the location of the real body. After that, they'll find a way to kidnap it and carry out that filthy plan." While they're chatting away, Lin Miao suddenly notices a strange phenomenon. What the hell could this be? An ability that can detect us. As soon as he says that, Lin Huang runs over as fast as lightning and says, "That's right, boys. This is an E-rank ability, Scent of Blood. Even if you run to the heavens, I will definitely find you." After Lin Miao and Wang Quan hear that, cold sweat soaks their clothes. Damn it, this Lin Huang woman really clings like a leech. After that, Lin Miao uses his pain-soothing ability and says, "Hey Wang Quan, your real body is safe, isn't it? Then what are you afraid of? Let's fight them to the bitter end." After hearing that, Wang Quan feels utterly speechless. Damn, you make it sound so easy. In his heart, Wang Quan is also thinking, the biggest problem is that my real body is in the Linjiang Federation's hands. After that, Lin Huang, holding a gun in each hand, fires wildly and says, "Why are you two still resisting? Today, not even heaven can save you." Lin Miao uses his stone man to create a wall, blocking Lin Huang's rain of bullets. At the same time, he says, "Here's a trick I'll teach you. If you're ever in a critical situation where you can't avoid being killed by the Linjiang Federation people inside the God domain, you must immediately commit suicide and not let them make the move. Then they won't be able to find your information signal and act against you." On the other side, Zi Miao is also already lying in wait, looking for a chance to rush in and steal the kill. After Wang Quan hears that, he immediately takes out a huge flaming firework and straps it onto his back. Haha, I understand clearly now. Thank you, big brother, for giving me such useful information. I'll leave the rest to you. I'm out of here. On this side, Lin Miao and his stone man are left completely dumbfounded. The scene shifts to Buckingham Palace. At this moment, an enormous explosion rings out, and some kind of fragment flies straight outside. It turns out Chongqing's robot has been chopped to pieces by Xiao Shi. And yet before, he even bragged to Wang Quan that only one expert could defeat his robot. What a shameless liar. At the same time, Chongqing is stabbed clean through by Xiao Shi's sword, the pain piercing all the way to his core. Then she walks over, steps on him, and says, "You bastard, if you're so tough, try fighting me again. Call your father here to save you." After hearing that, Chongqing gives a filthy smile and replies, "Ha ha ha, you really are too naive. Even if I die, it doesn't matter. This isn't a dungeon where you only win by fighting." After that, he immediately contacts Zhou Dai and says, "Hey, brother, are you done?" On the other side, Zhou Dai replies, "Of course I'm done. Those 4 royals had absolutely no one protecting them. I cut all 4 of them down with one slash and sent them off peacefully. Ha 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 ha." Outside, the army finally discovers that they have infiltrated, which is honestly hopeless. What kind of elite army is this, being so thick-headed? Kitty is also standing outside. She uses an invisibility technique, so no one can discover her, and she immediately calls the spy team inside to report, "Hey, everyone, there are many soldiers outside, carrying heavy weapons and charging in. It looks like we can't hold out against them. Hurry and retreat." Inside, Qing Yin has also clearly heard the information. She immediately uses a freezing technique to freeze Luo Xiaohua, and at the same time, finishes Luo Xiaohua off and sends her to the death counter. With an excited expression, she says, "Ha, it looks like our attack this time is a complete victory. Now hurry and retreat. As long as our team joins forces and attacks one more time afterward, we'll have this round firmly in our grasp." As soon as she finishes speaking, our Aishue is already standing right behind Qing Yin, and Aishue says, "Are you sure?" When Qing Yin turns around, she can no longer see Aishue anywhere. After that, Aishue uses a final ultimate move like Yasuo's last breath, slashing through Qing Yin dozens of times. Then she retreats backward, glares, and says, "Who did you say you were going to join forces to attack?" Without giving Qing Yin a chance to answer, Aishue stabs a sword fiercely through her from behind. At this moment, Qing Yin can only leave her final words. Damn it, she's too strong. I couldn't do anything at all. After that, Qing Yin vaporizes. Aishue also finds it strange and says, "Why is there no system notification after killing her this time either? Could the enemy team still have so many resurrection abilities left?" Xiaoxi also scratches her head and adds, "That's right. I just killed Chongqing, and there was no system kill notification at all. The others have already run away quickly." At this moment, Zhou Dai transforms into the ground and slips out. This guy's ability really is as dirty as a dog. Suddenly, the system announces, Team A player Lin Miao has died. At this moment, Aishue sighs in extreme sadness. Does this mean we've completely lost this battle? And what about the 4 royal characters? Xiaoxi frowns and replies, they've all been killed. All the rookies here are dead too. This is really difficult for us. Only now does the army rush inside, which is painfully late. After that, Aishwe holds her head, feeling extremely distressed. In terms of strength, our team clearly had the advantage. But now something terrifying has happened. The spy team can teleport anywhere in the city. On top of that, it seems they may even have unlimited resurrection. We have absolutely no chance of winning. As soon as she finishes speaking, our Wang Quan speaks up. Aishwe, don't worry. We absolutely can. Aishwe is shocked beyond belief. Wang Quan, you're still alive? He replies to her, that handsome guy Lin Miao risked his life to hold those 2 back. That's why I was able to escape safely. He truly is a real man among men. But I'm trapped somewhere very high up now. Beautiful Aishwe, could you come rescue me? Also from this position, I discovered that something is a bit unusual about the map inside the city. Combining that with the opponent's resurrection and instant teleportation, as well as their team mechanics, I already have a perfect plan in mind. Ha ha ha. The scene shifts to Greenwich Pier at 6:40. Wang Quan is sitting there waiting for something, thinking to himself, I only have this one escaped treasure, and things will probably be very difficult if I get captured again. In the current situation, if I'm killed by the spy team, they will definitely act against my real body and immediately take my account in the God domain. According to what Lin Miao said, if I commit suicide, I can avoid this terrible outcome. But if I do that, they'll become suspicious the next time and use even harsher methods to deal with me. The only way for me to survive now is to win this match together with those 2 girls. I must be determined to do it. On Aishwe's side, she is already sobbing loudly, 2 streams of tears rolling down her pretty cheeks. Xiaoxi, save me. Points are getting scarcer and scarcer. I'm buried in debt, and living expenses are inflating too. What am I supposed to do now? After hearing that, Xiaoxi gives a faint smile and replies, haha, don't worry too much. At worst, we'll just win the next dungeon. If we lose this round, we'll set up another. When Wang Quan hears this, he puts his hand in his pocket and walks over looking cool, saying, who says we've already lost this match? You 2 beautiful ladies can rest easy and leave it to me. After hearing that, the 2 girls are probably absolutely stunned. A while later, a ship gradually docks at the pier. Wang Quan's group looks up and discovers the female captain, who is wearing an off-shoulder purple outfit that is incredibly tight, curvy, and sexy. Her name is Xianyu, and she is also one of the royal characters who needs to be protected. She gives an extremely sweet smile and says, hello, handsome and beautiful investigators. Come aboard my ship. After that, the 3 of them leave the pier and sail out of the city. Aishwe speaks up, hey Wang Quan, I know you never want to lose this match, but I feel like there's no hope left. Not only does our team only have 3 people remaining, 7 of the 9 nobles have already been killed by the spy team. And they also have teleportation and resurrection. We are completely powerless. There's no way to win. After hearing that, Wang Quan says, this is the first question I want to ask you. Why haven't we been eliminated yet? At this moment, Aishwe and Xiaoxi look at him in shock and reply solemnly, because the 2 remaining royal characters still haven't died. But as long as they teleport over and attack together, won't it be over? Wang Quan then points very seriously at the notification board and says, that's right. The 2 remaining nobles are the detective and the captain. What they have in common is that after entering the dungeon, they both left the game's starting positions. Aishwe finally realizes something and says, that means the people on the spy team can't know the locations of the 2 remaining nobles on the map. When they teleported to Buckingham Palace to attack, they had prepared for it in advance. After hearing that, Xiaoxi is extremely surprised and asks, really? Then can they know where we players are? If they discover that we've boarded the ship, wouldn't they come over to attack? At this moment, Aishwe raises her chin and says, hey, Wang Quan, could it be that you plan to use Captain Xianyu as bait, then kill all of them? That seems like a good idea too. I'll try to kill the whole lot of them in one go. After hearing that, Xiaoxi replies, don't you think that's pointless? There are too many of them, and they'll target the royal character first. Also, we don't know how many more times they can resurrect. So this method isn't feasible either. At this moment, Wang Quan continues, you 2 are both right. Under normal circumstances, we have no way to win. The second question I want to ask is, in a situation like this, what conditions do we have for victory? Aishwe finds it strange and says, weren't the victory conditions already stated at the beginning? Team A's objective is to protect the royal characters or kill all the spies. Wang Quan then says, that's right. The victory conditions look simple at a glance. We only need to protect the royal characters in the city. But strangely, there is no specific time given. It only says until sunrise. Have either of you ever seen the sun in this dungeon before? If we keep delaying like this, the spy team will win sooner or later. On this side, Xiaoxi also says angrily, then the other victory condition is to kill all the enemies. But they have unlimited resurrection, which is absolutely ridiculous. This dungeon really is trying to mess with us. It's infuriating. At this moment, for some reason, Aishue's face becomes extremely excited, and she says, maybe we only need to delay for exactly 24 hours. Then some miraculous magic will make the sun rise again, and we'll win. Oh wow, I really am too smart. Haha. At this moment, Wang Quan thinks she must be so cornered that she has lost her mind. He truly cannot understand it. He immediately replies, if that's the case, that would be wonderful. But if you just go to sleep and dream about it, you will succeed. Suddenly, the beautiful Xian Yu speaks up, hey, cute investigators. We've already traveled quite a distance. At this moment, the three of them suddenly discover that after the ship leaves the city for a distance, the fog is no longer visible. The fog only covers the city area. Outside, there is none at all. After that, Xiaoxi says, the system is also displaying the current time as 7:20 in the morning. The sky has already begun to brighten, but what's very strange is that the sun can't be seen at all. At this moment, Aishui raises her chin and says, so that's how it is. It isn't that Miss City is covered and can't see the sun. The truth is that this dungeon was designed without a sun at all. Wang Quan suddenly took out 2 sets of documents and replied, this is exactly the third point I wanted to make. Our goal is not merely to protect the royal characters. What we truly need to do is gather the clues in their hands, and then find a way to make the sun rise again. Hee, beautiful ladies, are you surprised? Yet, the scene shifted to a spaceship outside Earth. So this was the spy team's true base. At that moment, in a storage capsule, the hatch opened and smoke billowed out. The revived Chongqing walked out, clutching his head, and said, good thing our real bodies are here. That means even if we get killed, it doesn't matter. But how can that Xiaoxi be so strong? On the other side, Qingyan also opened her pod and replied, after all, their team has 4 rookies. It's only natural that the other 2 are stronger than us. Then Lin Huang stepped out and said, I also made that blonde bomber die, but he never could have expected that we wouldn't actually die there. Hahaha. Looks like if we launch one more attack, we can win easily. Suddenly, the system announced, player data reloading has begun. Time remaining until completion, 2 hours and 58 minutes. Chongqing laughed smugly and replied, although we spent quite a bit of time reviving this time, it still counts as a great victory for us. As long as we wait until the resurrection ability is complete, we'll act immediately and end this dungeon right away. Qu'est-ce que Victor? The fake Zimiao on this side also said, of course. In this match, there's no way they can know the true background of the dungeon. Looks like they have no chance of winning. At this moment, the system also explained the background again for the spy team. Competitive dungeon, Miss City. 12 players are divided into 2 opposing teams. In the year 2077, social conflicts and disagreements grew increasingly severe, and the world was divided into many forces seeking to fight and eliminate one another. To solve this problem, scientists conducted a massive dark experiment in space called Skydome. They built many virtual cities using advanced technology, then sent humans into the virtual world and brainwashed them. Countless artificial intelligences were used to simulate class conflicts from different eras of civilization. The purpose of this experiment was to serve an evil force in reality. Miss City was one such simulated map. Within it, several genius characters in the city discovered this earth-shattering secret. They even discovered the real world outside, and that had an enormous impact on the results of the experiment. Once more people learned about this, all the effort poured into the experiment would vanish into thin air. Therefore, the Dark Force selected 6 elite spies to infiltrate the simulated Mist City in order to deal with those 9 talented noble characters. But before taking action, the spy group received information. A righteous protection force called ALM had secretly used technology to infiltrate the city and stop the spy team's operation. However, the firewall blocked the information at the final segment, distorted the data, and erased part of their memories, though the algorithmic foundation retained the objective their squad had to complete. They only remembered that, for some reason, they absolutely had to protect the 9 talented noble characters. At the same time, they had to find a way to defeat the spies infiltrating the city. Team B's objectives are as follows. Objective 1. Kill the 9 noble characters hidden in the dungeon. Each character killed grants 10 points. Objective 2. Eliminate all 6 members of the ALM squad. Each member defeated grants 20 points. Team B's victory conditions. With assistance from the laboratory, the mission is to wipe out all the genius nobles and prevent anyone else from discovering the secret of the simulated city. At the same time, eliminate the 6 characters from the ALM organization. Fulfilling either condition results in immediate victory. Team B's defeat conditions. The members of Team ALM discover the true secret of Mist City, break through the city's illusion, and complete the sunrise, or all members of the real spy team are killed. If either condition occurs, they fail immediately. The losing team will have 100 points deducted. Then Changqing looked at the team information panel and said, "Thankfully, Zhou Dai and Kitty weren't taken down. Those two really do have good abilities." On this side, Lin Huang picked up a game console, ready to play, and replied, "They're currently in Mist City, and there's no way for us to contact them while we're here. So once the resurrection is complete, are we going there immediately to act with them?" Then Changqing continued, "Oh right, what are the remaining members of Team A doing?" After hearing this, Qing Yin immediately replied, "I just checked the information on the display screen. They're on a boat heading out to sea. Right now, they've already reached the border of Mist City. Earlier, I was still worried about how we'd find the remaining 2 noble characters on such a huge map. But now those useless idiots have pointed out their locations for us." A while later, the system displayed, time remaining until resurrection completion, 2 hours and 20 minutes. Changqing was also watching the remaining 3 members of Team A with intense focus. So they really are heading out to sea. Could they be trying to escape that way? How naive. 1 hour later, Changqing was still observing them and said, "They're traveling along a river. They're probably trying to find someone. Could it be the final detective?" Then, more than 2 hours later, that Changqing was still focused on watching them without blinking. On this side, the other 3 were sleeping like pigs, not caring about the world at all. At this moment, he raised his chin and said, "It looks like they've mobilized the entire army for protection. Even the royal forces are in their position. Damn it." Suddenly, Changqing slammed his hand onto the table with a bang and said, "Everyone, come here and look." They seem to be carrying out some dark scheme together with that detective and, the captain. On this side, the woman disguised as Zi Miao, who had been sleeping soundly, was woken up. She immediately threw a plate straight at Changqing's head and cursed nonstop, "You absolute vegetable-brained bastard. Are you going to let me sleep or not? What can those idiots even accomplish? They're only running around randomly because they're too confused. You can't even figure that out? Your brain is just as stupid as theirs." Qing Yin then also spoke up. "No matter what they want to do, as long as our team wipes out the 2 remaining royal characters, it's over. The resurrection time has also finished. Let's get ready for this final battle." The scene shifted to the ALM headquarters in northern Mist City. At this moment, the city's citizens had gathered in dense crowds, filling the streets and shouting deafeningly, "Abolish ALM's damned privileges. Give us back our freedom. Oppose violent law enforcement. Oppose it, oppose it." Xiaoxi looked outside, frowned with great worry, and said, "Wang Quan, is what we're doing really okay? Even with your title, it looks like we won't be able to hold out for long. Once the army can no longer protect us, things will be very difficult for us." Wang Quan smiled like an incredibly handsome male idol and replied, "Xiaoxi, don't worry. Trust me, there's no problem right now. Our plan won't take too much time. This is the final royal character who needs protection. His name is Sherlock Holmes, a great detective everyone has heard of." At this moment, he was looking through the documents Wang Quan had given him and said, "I have combined all the clues and eliminated the impossible cases. I can only admit that your deduction is completely correct. The world we live in truly is only a simulation. Even the detective Sherlock Holmes was so shocked by this that goosebumps rose all over him. Additional note on the spy team's privileges, assisted by the laboratory. Privilege 1. Evaporation. By placing a hand on another person, the target's existence and past will completely disappear from Mist City, and everyone in the city will lose all memories of that target. Privilege 2. Float. From Mist City, they can teleport back to the laboratory in the sky. It takes 1 hour to complete. Privilege 3. Infiltrate. Teleport from the laboratory into the city. All Team B players can choose any location. Privilege 4. Silent observation. Team B players can see the entire city from the laboratory. This command can only be used in the laboratory, and from there, they cannot contact teammates inside the city. Suddenly, at ALM headquarters, the citizens had gathered into an extremely terrifying rebel protest. They smashed things, set vehicles on fire, and even attacked the army. 2 members of the spy team were also at a nearby location watching this and said, "Looks like the advantage is overwhelmingly on our side." At the same time, the other 4 had also teleported over. The bargain bin fake Meow spoke up and said, "Finally, we can log back in. What's the situation with team?" Kitty also replied. They brought the 2 remaining royal characters with them and are hiding inside ALM headquarters. I have no idea what kind of dog-brain stupidity they're thinking. After hearing this, she immediately rushed down like lightning and said, "Cuckoo. It's because we're too powerful, so they have no choice but to be helpless. Let's act now." Then the whole group smashed through the glass and charged in to attack immediately. The one pretending to be Meow also spoke up. "Hey, Lin Huang, take them down immediately so we don't waste time." Wang Quan and the 2 beautiful young ladies were extremely startled when they saw this. He also said, "Everyone, be careful. They've begun their move." Lin Huang then held a gun in each hand, her face filled with delight, and said, "So you were trapped by the citizens' protest and had to hide here, right? Then just surrender, brats. No matter how hard you try, it's meaningless." As she spoke, she fired a burst of bullets at the beautiful Captain Xianyu. Aishue immediately rushed over as fast as the wind, using her sword to cut through the bullets like something out of an Indian movie. It really was some California-level magical absurdity. On this side, Kitty also wielded 2 swords and rushed forward to attack Xiao Shi, saying, "Your team only has 3 people left. There's no way you can stop us." Already, at a nearby position, Zhou Dai had transformed into the ceiling. He suddenly dropped down with an extremely sly grin on his face. Hey, you useless trash Wang Quan, leave that Sherlock Holmes guy for me to stab. If you try to stop me, then both of you can die together." Suddenly, our Wang Quan kicked Detective Sherlock Holmes. He actually sent him tumbling downward, then smiled brightly like a blooming flower and said, "Hey, let me give you a hand." At this moment, Zhou Dai was as baffled as a fox. He could not understand why Wang Quan would do something so brainless. Then he prepared to fly straight down and kill Sherlock Holmes to gain points. But below, Chongqing immediately grew so excited he was practically drooling and said, Wang Quan, have you accepted defeat? You're even giving me points. You really are a good brother of mine." Suddenly, Wang Quan spoke coldly, making everyone turn to look at him with eyes so entranced they might as well have been soaking in a bathtub. "Who said I gave up? Your mission in this dungeon is to kill all the royal characters in order to cleanse this simulated world and prevent anyone from discovering the truth. Am I right?" Then Wang Quan pulled out a thick stack of documents and continued, "But how can the 6 of you kill this entire city? You have already lost." As he spoke, he threw down the stack of documents, which recorded all the confidential information about the simulated city, into the crowd packed below like ants. The documents recorded the following. The royal character, who was a talented astronomer, discovered that the stars in the sky were eternal and had no orbits. Little Newton was extremely surprised because the physical phenomena here were completely inconsistent with his previous mathematical knowledge. The royal character in the cathedral discovered that a mountain-like pile of charity goods had vanished without a trace. However, no one knew anything about the people who had received them. They must have disappeared, and someone had erased part of everyone's memories. The beautiful Captain Xianyu also discovered something extremely strange. No matter how many years one sailed out into a certain stretch of sea, one could never escape it. Clearly, the space in this world was being distorted. Sherlock Holmes then held his head, regained consciousness, and said, I investigated many incredibly mysterious matters. Many strange phenomena in this world all lead to only one answer. This world is being simulated and controlled by some evil force. The beautiful Captain Shin Yu also added, everything is now clear. Today, everyone in the city must know it all. Outside ALM headquarters, the crowd was still protesting and screaming wildly. Demand justice. In this critical situation, Qing Yin suddenly shouted, Hey Chongqing, hurry up and kill Sherlock Holmes. Don't waste any more time. After hearing this, Chongqing immediately stabbed his sword through Sherlock Holmes and said smugly, It's over. Easy as flipping my hand. Unexpectedly, Sherlock Holmes's face revealed a terrifying hidden smile, and then he suddenly said, If I die, you all have to die too. Then a huge crowd swarmed together and read all the documents Wang Quan had dropped from above. After reading them, everyone gaped, clutched their heads, and was utterly horrified. What? Are we really just living in a simulated world? It's hard to believe, but the evidence is right here. Damn it. Then, as Sherlock Holmes evaporated, thousands of blood-red eyes stared straight at Chongqing, scaring him so badly he nearly wet his pants. On this side, the system issued an emergency announcement. The number of targets that must be eliminated to win the dungeon has increased to 988. Even worse, the number did not stop there and kept multiplying at a terrifying rate. After Zhou Dai and Kitty saw this, sweat poured from every part of them. What the hell? We have to kill another 1,000 people to win? What's going on? How are we supposed to win like that? Then Qing Yin clenched her fists, gnashed her teeth, and said, We have to act quickly. 3 people deal with Team A. The remaining 3 rush out and kill all the remaining target people. After hearing this, Wang Quan calmly spread out both hands and said, Why are you still being stubborn? The biggest problem for you spies now isn't killing anymore. It's figuring out how to leave the city when tens of thousands of people outside want to tear you apart. So I advise you to obediently accept reality and wait for the sun to rise again, then lose. A short while later, an extremely bizarre phenomenon appeared in the sky above Mist City. Suddenly, a glaring crimson light appeared, bright red, as if it were that time of the month. Then the system announced, progress toward the return of sunrise is currently 42%. At this moment, Xiaoxi discovered something and spoke up. Everyone, come take a look. Our mission has changed. The system was announcing, countless people have already been harmed in the simulated Mist City, and the remaining people are trapped like wandering lab rats. The evil people in the laboratory believed that by building a base in outer space, they would be safe and avoid punishment under righteous law. But they were wrong. Our brave ALM warriors are everywhere. Advance. Your mission is to destroy their laboratory base and restore justice for the innocent citizens of the virtual Mist City. Currently, you have 2 main objectives. Break the existence of the simulated Mist City to free the harmless citizens in the city, and kill everyone who created this evil experiment. After reading it, Wang Quan raised his chin and said, Right now, we've only completed the first step of the game. We have to finish the rest before we can win this game. Everyone do your best. The moment he finished speaking, the fake Zi Miao grabbed her blade and charged straight forward, her expression extremely furious as she said, You bastards. Hurry up and die. Seeing this, Xiaoxi lightly blocked with her own sword and said, You think a shabby little trash blade like that can fight me to the death? You really are stupid beyond words. Then the fake Zi Miao used all the strength she had received from Jonas's assistance, raised her blade, and slashed out with a terrifyingly powerful strike, sending dozens of buildings worth of earth and stone flying everywhere. It was truly absurd. Fortunately, Xiaoxi twisted aside and dodged it. Otherwise, she would have been done for. Over on this side, Zhou Dai and Kitty were so terrified their mouths fell open. What the hell? Isn't she only level 10 right now? She hasn't even unlocked any class yet. With earth-shattering power like that, isn't this way too ridiculous? Qing Yin also grabbed her hand and whispered, Are you insane? This is only a dungeon. If you do this, you'll expose our organization. Then she immediately started arguing like a street shrew. Stop talking nonsense. Do you want to lose? We have to kill every last one of them. Qing Yin replied at once. Of course not. The current situation is getting more and more complicated, and we can't let it end like this. Suddenly, she took out some kind of vial and said, there's no other way. In that case, use this. Qing Yin threw that small vial onto the ground, and all of a sudden, it created an earth-shattering explosion that lit up the entire vast sky. At the same time, everything in the city froze solid in a sheet of blue ice. Even the sea and the distant ship were frozen stiff like stone. Fortunately, our Ashwaya reacted quickly and immediately used instant teleportation to pull Xiao Shi and Wang Quan far away from the explosion, avoiding it. At the same time, she said, everyone be careful. Their final chance to win is before sunrise, and they'll do everything they can to kill all of us. Then Qing Yin, who was flying like the wind, began to make her move. At this moment, Wang Quan also smiled brightly and said, because of some mysterious power, their strength has skyrocketed. But why do we have to fight them? We can use another method to win. Suddenly, Qing Yin had already flown over and said, you still want to run? I've covered this entire city in ice. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I'll still sense you, find you, and kill every last one of you. If you know what's good for you, just die, you brats. Ha ha ha. After hearing that, Wang Quan cheerfully replied, your move is pretty terrifying, but is that pig brain of yours really only capable of thinking that far? From the very beginning, Miss City was only a simulation. Our team entered the city's data as intruders, so of course we also have the ability to log out. Ha 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 ha. You really are such an innocent little dear. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Quan and our two beautiful girls vanished, leaving Qing Yin utterly shocked and terrified. Right then, the system also announced that logout was complete. Wang Quan's three-person team had become astronauts floating in space. At this moment, our Ashwe and Wang Quan excitedly struck a pose for a selfie before deciding what to do next. The three of them also discovered that right before their eyes was the spy team's Skydome laboratory base. Xiaoxi found it strange and said, this is the target we need to destroy. Hurry and see what's inside. Wang Quan immediately used his superpower to see through the walls. Unexpectedly, he discovered that what was inside were the real bodies of those 6 wretched brats from this dungeon. He said delightedly, ha ha ha, the times have changed. Now we're the ones who are really attacking. After that, the three of them smiled, took off their astronaut suits, and teleported straight inside. Ashwe held her sword and walked toward the 6 of them, saying, this time, let's see if heaven saves you. Not even 3 seconds later, Ashwe casually made several clean slashes with her sword, then turned away like a stylish superhero, looking incredibly cool. At that moment, 6 system notifications rang out. Team B player Qing Yin has been eliminated. Player Zhou Dai has been eliminated. Player Lin Huang has been eliminated. Player Z Miao has been eliminated. Player Chanqing has been eliminated. Player Kitty has been eliminated. All 6 members of Team B have been defeated. Team A has achieved an outstanding victory. Then Wang Quan and Xiaoxi walked in and said, we did it. Let's celebrate. With a gaze full of admiration, Xiaoxi added, the biggest credit for this match goes to you, Wang Quan. I really can't believe how you could have such an amazing brain. After hearing that, our Wang Quan smiled so hard his eyes narrowed, his face flushing red as he replied, ahaha, I'm so embarrassed. It was partly thanks to the strength of you two beautiful young ladies too. Then Xiaoxi patted his shoulder and said, this newbie really is unusual. You carried us against people who've been playing for years. And you collected this sacred relic too, right? You've probably reached level 10 and unlocked your class as well. After saying that, the beautiful Xiao, she took our Wang Quan's hand in an incredibly romantic way and pulled him over to Ashwe, then added, hey Ashwe, why don't we add this guy to our group and grow stronger together? Over on this side, the cute blonde Ashwe was busy doing all kinds of calculations to figure out the points they had earned in this match. Hee, defeating 6 opponents plus the basic points multiplied by the coefficient. Looks like we earned quite a lot of points this round. Seeing this, Xiaoxi looked completely fed up. Hey, Ashwe, could you pay a little attention to me? After hearing that, Ashwe smiled brightly and replied, ahaha, what do you mean? Let Wang Quan join the group. Of course, that's great. I actually thought of that earlier too. Then let's add each other as friends first. Once we become professionals, the team system will. Open up. Wang Quan immediately accepted and happily replied, being able to travel alongside such beautiful experts. What could be better? Oh, but there's one thing I want to ask. Shui, have you been in this infinite God domain for a long time? Why did you get to become a guide? She replied, of course. I'm one of the first players of the infinite God domain. As for being a guide, that's just a side mission of mine. Any long-time player can take it. But why are you asking me that? Hearing this, Wang Quan's expression darkened, and he asked further, what do you think of the infinite God domain? How does it exist? Shui replied, why do you care about that? I've lived here for far too long. Questions like that feel completely meaningless to me. Xiaoxi also said from the side, it's like you're asking how Earth exists. You really are strange. Then Wang Quan put his hands in his pockets and continued, don't you think the infinite God domain is very similar to the dungeon we just went through? At this moment, Shui was finally utterly shocked and asked, what do you mean? Wang Quan's face then became extremely serious as he said, have you ever heard of a federation that carries out dark operations? As soon as he finished speaking, the person disguised as Zi Miao suddenly appeared. She gave an incredibly sinister smile and said, so that's how it is. I knew from the beginning that there was something very abnormal about you. The three of them were all utterly shocked when they saw this. What is this? Didn't the dungeon already end? How can she appear here? Then the system announced, dungeon complete. Players, prepare to return to your personal spaces. Then fake Zi Miao slipped out, wearing an extremely vile smile. After that, she charged straight at Wang Quan like a wild beast. On this side, Shui also hurriedly grabbed his hand and said, hurry, I'll help you leave this place. At the same time, in the real world, Jonas was hacking into the system and locking Shui's coordinates. In the God domain, Shui suddenly could not move at all. She was so shocked and horrified that her eyes widened, and fake Zi Miao instantly used her blade to pierce straight through both of their bodies. Wang Quan was frozen in place, his face going deathly pale, unable to speak. On this side, that woman revealed the most despicable smile imaginable and said, then all of you can die together. Then a massive amount of information flew out from Shui's body. Fake Zi Miao also spoke up. Jonas, hurry and extract the information. After hearing this, Shui's face filled with terror, and she could only stammer, oh no, why? Why can't I move? I can't use any items either. On this side, our Wang Quan also understood something. Sure enough, someone was behind the scenes interfering with the God domain system, opening up many improper loopholes. It was truly infuriating. Suddenly, Jonas contacted that woman and said, hurry up. Interfering with the system is extremely dangerous. If you're unlucky, you could be discovered and permanently deleted from the God domain. She laughed and replied, don't worry. Although her level in the God domain is quite high, she's still just a pile of bulky data. I'll be done soon. At this moment, Wang Quan suddenly realized it. The person standing behind that woman was the evil Jonas, the man he had discovered the other day, burning his close friend Zi Miao to ashes right in front of him. He gritted his teeth and muttered, damn it, he must be in the laboratory. Shui, wait for me. I'll definitely come back to save you. Then Wang Quan logged out, leaving fake Zi Miao utterly shocked. What? How could he escape? At this moment, Jonas could not understand why either. What the hell? I clearly locked that dungeon. That guy should have been completely unable to escape. The scene shifted to our Wang Quan's real body. As soon as he woke up, he quickly rushed straight out of bed. The instant he ran toward the door, two guards spotted him. The two of them immediately raised their guns and threatened him. Hey, you over there? Who are you? Raise your hands right now, or we'll shoot. Seeing this, he used his superpower to create a ghostly figure and instantly shut off all the lights. The two guards were so shocked and frightened, they nearly wet themselves as they said, what is this? Why did all the lights go out? I can't see anything at all. Then he immediately strengthened his Dark Steps ability, spending 10 points to raise it to level 1, 20 points to raise it to level 2, and 30 points to raise it to level 3. After that, he spent 20 points to strengthen it into an E-rank ability. Now he could eliminate his physical form, completely transform into darkness, and move at high speed. The two guards fired wildly at Wang Quan, but he flashed past without being hurt at all, leaving them twisted with rage. At this moment, in the evil Jonas's room, he said with an extremely delighted expression, ha ha ha, I found that guy's information. His location is... Before he could finish speaking, the light bulb in the room suddenly went out, plunging everything into pitch black darkness. Then, at the doorway of his room, the silhouette of someone appeared, someone all of us could guess. Jonas also sensed it, so his smile vanished instantly. Then he angrily cursed. "What the hell? Who dares disturb me? Get out right now." At this moment, as fast as a wild beast, our Wang Quan charged at him and also used his forced immobilization ability, not giving him any chance to react. He immediately slammed Jonas's head down onto the table with a powerful bang. Even fake Zi Miao in the God domain heard it. She broke out in a cold sweat and said, "Jonas, what happened to you?" Then she was sucked out of the God domain, which was incredibly satisfying to watch. Outside, Jonas was now trembling like a beaten dog and said, How can you?" Suddenly, Jonas calmed down, and an extremely strange energy radiated from his body. He said, "You're pretty impressive, but if all you know is fist fighting, how could you possibly beat me? Ha. You really are stupid, but stubborn." After hearing this, Wang Quan gave a disdainful smile and replied, "You're absolutely right. But you forgot one thing. I also have teammates." After saying that, he opened the system panel and teleported Ah Shui over immediately. At this moment, she looked as dazed as an innocent deer, not knowing where this place was. Seeing this, Jonas could barely stand anymore. This time, not even his own father would be able to save him. Ha. Thank you, everyone, for watching my video to the end. At present, the story in China has reached its newest chapter. When a new chapter comes out, I'll do my best to translate it for you to watch. If you wanted to work on any other series, please leave a comment below and let me know. If you enjoyed this, please help me by subscribing to the channel and giving it a like so I'll have a huge amount of motivation. Thank you all very, very much. Hee hee.